rapidly, we can't also provide that opportunity for newer, younger birds when the older ones are fighting for survival of the fittest. Animal health is a very important segment of looking after animals in general. So when any animals are sick, or in particular the penguins, I do work very closely with the vet. Their appetite's increased, everybody's eating 4 to 5 fish a day. The vet also appreciates when I do go to her with a particular problem. I can monitor behavior, I can monitor personality around the penguins and give a feedback as time goes by.
That's a sea anemone. You know what it's doing? It's thinking your finger is food.
Education is key for me. I mean, you're never too old to learn. Sometimes the kids that come here have never even seen a beach or seen a marine animal, and so to teach them what is out there, it's something that they can learn about. The more we teach, the more we educate each other, we can help each other to not only provide a safe space for penguins, but provide a safe space for all endangered animals all over the world. Penguins need us to be the spokesperson to protect them. We as South Africans are privileged to have a penguin species on our coastline. So do what you can to protect the environment, protect the species, and just enjoy seeing them out in the wild.
I'm so passionate about African manatee. It's just a gentle, beautiful animal. When I first heard that hunters were killing a lot of manatees, it really haunts me. The box is bitted with cassava. It has a door that is left open for the manatee to come in. The door is still alive. Then the hunter comes with harpoons and pierce it to death. It's disheartening to see this cruel method being used. I know I needed to help to stop the killing of African manatee. At the same time, I also know that the hunters too, they have a kind of connection to what their parents, their fathers have been doing. So I needed to figure out a way to marry a number of things out, stopping the killing of African manatee. Then also the hunters, how do they support their families? My major area of research focused on fishing gear modification. So I was able to come up with a technology. We have a new design of a cage that they can use. And then outreach program. Let them know what is the status and the effects if they don't. Convincing them to not. It took over 6 months of having series meetings, having a program. Then when they now have, it takes 2 years gestation period before a manatee can give birth to a calf. It touched them. It was obvious that they are going to drive the population into extinction. So they agreed to stop hunting for an alternative livelihood.
But ìgbà tán ti sọ fún wa pé new generation tó ń bọ̀ tí wọ́n bá stop ẹ̀ wọn ò ní lè mọ ẹran yẹn mọ́. That's why like stop ẹ̀.
We were able to train them on construction of the cages that can be used to raise also gender sensitive, so to say, because our female fishes. We train them, they all give up hunting. And they remove all traps that used to hunt the manatee, and did that very happily. Up to now, there's no killing in that community. Annually then, they were producing over 1.5 tons of fish. Over time, they have now joined in educating other people. They now share their own experience at other community to let them know, please, let's come together. Let's stop the killing of African manatee. In 2021, I attended a conference, and one of the presentations that was made was the use of passive acoustic monitors to be able to see what is habitat use. So we discussed and went into a collaboration. And now, for the first time, we can now listen to manatee flies. We can now identify videos, and that helps us to be able to know what is the population if would be married. The very first time I heard their vocalization, oh, very, very touching. When you listen to it, I felt kind of connection with them. Every day that I need to continue to work on conservation of African manatee, I know there's going to be a challenge. But the level of success that we are having keeps driving me. The hope that one will have a Nigeria free of African manatee keep giving me the joy to continue.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì, ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjì wọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́ kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sọ alákìísà dónígbà aṣọ, àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ìyá ni, bẹ́ẹ̀ sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe, akọ́mọlédè.
Ìlú Àbẹ̀òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀, ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́. Láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ni akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò. Abẹ́òkúta ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn ìlú pa lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart ìlú tó wà aláìlú oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àti àwọn míì. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí.
Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú.
ní ìlú tó tóbi nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà kódà iye ènìyàn wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. ìdí ni àwọn kan fi máa ń ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. ohun ìdáhùn tó gbajú New York ré mineral statue tó ń ṣàbí náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. ìlú New York lórílẹ̀‐èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ṣe ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́ lè mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìgbà, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà, ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 103 jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀ràn yín tó wọlé. orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan ní ojú ẹlẹ́rìí, ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń de àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atúntò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí tẹ̀sán ní adọ́gba ní ọmọdé mẹ́ta.
ìlú Benin. ìlú Benin yìí kan náà ni a túmọ̀ sí Ẹ̀dó, wà ní ẹkùnlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. òun sì ni ìlú ńlá tó tóbi jù nípínlẹ̀ Ẹdó lásìkò yìí. ìlú Benin yìí jẹ́ ìlú tó so àwọn ìlú ńláńlá mìíràn nípínlẹ̀ Delta àti Bayelsa papọ̀. iṣẹ́ ọnà lóríṣiríṣi wọ́pọ̀ nílùú Benin. ìdí nìyí tí a fi ń rí àwọn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀, ère gbígbẹ́ àti ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà fínfín nílùú náà. àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ọmọ Odùduwà ni àwọn èèyàn ìlú Benin àti wípé ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n ti ṣí lọ láti lọ tẹ̀dó síbi tí wọ́n wà di òní olónìí. èyí sì gbọ́ dé àwọn orúkọ àwọn tí wọ́n náà ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. kódà máa gbọ́ ní wọn pé Ẹ̀dó ọmọ Àdó torí ogun rọ̀ wá sílé ayé, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ́rọ́, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ́rọ́. ìlú yìí jẹ́ ìlú àṣà àti ìṣe, láti ààfin ọba wọn dé gbọ̀ngàn ìbá nǹkan ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé àti ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn nǹkan inú àṣà míì. láìpẹ́ yìí níjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nípasẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ àṣà àti ìgbà díẹ̀ lára iṣẹ́ ọnà ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé tó jẹ́ ti ìrìnnì àmọ́ tí àwọn òyìnbó ti gbé lọ padà wá sílé. ọ̀pọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ńláńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga, àwọn ibùdó ìgbafẹ́, àwọn ọ̀kan-ò-jọ̀kan ibùdó ìgbàlódé míì ló wà nílùú Benin. ó jẹ́ ìlú kan gbòógì tí ò ṣeé fọwọ́rọ́ sẹ́yìn, pàápàá lẹ́kùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. ìlú Benin, ìlú Ẹ̀dó.
Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Niger Congo. Èdè Yorùbá gbajúgbajà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ó kéré tán àwọn ènìyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 14 ló ń sọ èdè Yorùbá lónìí. Ètò Àpọ́nlédè ló dé sójú yín láti lè ṣe móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá àkọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ṣe àkọ́mọlédè.
Ìlú Benin. Ìlú Benin yìí kan náà ni a túmọ̀ sí Ẹ̀dó. Ó wà ní ẹkùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Òun sì ní ìlú ńlá tó tóbi nípínlẹ̀ Ẹdó lásìkò yìí. Ibi yìí jẹ́ ìlú tó so àwọn ìlú ńláńlá mìíràn nípínlẹ̀ Delta àti Bayelsa papọ̀. Iṣẹ́ ọnà lóríṣiríṣi wọ́pọ̀ nílùú Benin. Ìdí tí a fi rí àwọn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀, ère gbígbẹ́ àti ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà fínfín nílùú náà. Àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ọmọ Odùduwà ni àwọn èèyàn ìlú Benin àti wípé ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n ti ṣí lọ láti lọ tẹ̀dó síbi tí wọ́n wà di òní olónìí. Èyí sì ṣe é gbàgbọ́ dé àwọn àyè kan o nípa àwọn oyè ọba fún orúkọ mìíràn ti ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. Kódà ẹ ó máa gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ẹ̀dó ọmọ Àdó torí ogun rọ̀ wá sílé ayé, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ́rọ́, ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ̀rọ̀. Benin jẹ́ ìṣe láti ààfin ọba wọn dé gbọ̀ngàn yàrá nǹkan ìṣẹ̀báyé àti ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn nǹkan inú àṣà míì láìpẹ́ ní ìbọ̀lẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nípa iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ ìṣàdẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà iye jẹ́ ti ìlú Benin àmọ́ tí wọ́n ti gbé lọ padà wá sílé. Ọ̀pọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ńláńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ ìkọ́ ga, àwọn ibùdó ìfẹ́ àwọn ọ̀kan-ò-jọ̀kan ibùdó ìgbàlódé míì ló wà nílùú Benin. Ó jẹ́ ìlú kan gbòógì tí ò ṣeé fọwọ́rọ́ sẹ́yìn pàápàá lẹ́kùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ìlú Benin, Ìgbò.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì, ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sa alákìísà donígbaṣọ, àfijú ọmọ tí dọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò Akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti lè ṣe móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 190 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá àkọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọ́mọlédè.
Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n, àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn mèsì ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògùn bá olóògbé kẹ̀ lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòrò sàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńlá ló wà nídìí òbí. Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. kò dín èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé ní ìgboro ìlú Ìbàdàn ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n, àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòròsàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùnadé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló dàn Ìbàdàn gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Ours it is. Ours tea.
wa ṣé wọ́n ní ẹkú ilé báyìí láàkàrà lè bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ̀rẹ́ èrò wàhálà ń kéré ọ̀nà bá a bá ti rẹ̀ ní tójọ́ méjì tójọ́ mẹ́ta ẹkú àti làákìrẹ ẹni ẹ wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ ètò Owambe Unlimited àtẹ̀mí Ìyálóde Àríyá mo kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe mọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé tí ìbá ti sọ fún yín pé ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ní mí tí ò kí ń lòde ìbànújẹ́ torí ibi tó bá dùn ibẹ̀ làgbórí ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àtẹ̀yìn àtẹ̀mí gbogbo wò nílòde ìbànújẹ́ nǹkan ayọ̀ nǹkan ìdùnnú láàmú bára wa ṣe ní gbogbo ògbà èyí mo fi ń kí yín káàbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited níbi tá a ti máa ń dára wa lára yá níbẹ̀ la tún ti ń kọ́ra wa lọ́gbọ́n ibẹ̀ la ti ń wo patí ibẹ̀ la ti ń wo àríyá ibẹ̀ la ti ń tàkùrọ̀sọ gbogbo nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ fàájì àlùjọ àríyá gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá orí ètò yìí kan ètò Owambe Unlimited ló ti máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ìdí rèé tẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ máa wo ètò gbogbo ìgbà tó rí gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ nípa pátí ní àbẹ́yàn ṣe ń ṣe ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kéèyàn fi tólẹ̀ lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kéèyàn ti ṣe kalẹ̀ kó tó di pé yóò di ọjọ́ ayẹyẹ yẹn àtàwọn nǹkan míì nípa àwọn tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe àríyá ni bóyá bí àwọn MC ni DJ ni alága ni gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá lórí decoration lórí oúnjẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá orí ètò Owambe Unlimited láti máa ń kọ́ra wa ìdí tẹ́jọ́ ìfiṣe pàtàkì ni lónìí Ìyálóde Àríyá tún ti wá gbára mi ìdè pẹ̀lú ikọ̀ rẹ̀ láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìlú Òṣogbo òròkì yìí náà la wà tá a ti wá fẹ́ fún yín ní nǹkan mí ara ọ̀tọ̀ pátápátá ló tún bá dé lónìí ṣùgbọ́n kó tó di pé màmá tún pẹpẹ tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ètò lónìí mò ń bọ̀ ná tí bá padà dé lókè lọ́hùn náà ètò Owambe Unlimited ó máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ má gbé kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ mò ń bọ̀ ná. ibẹ̀ la ń ṣe àgbéyé kókó lóríṣiríṣi tó yẹ kí tiẹ̀ ti síwájú kó tó yẹn ó ṣe ayẹ lórí oúnjẹ decoration ní orin ní MC ní alága àjókòó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá bí bóyá bí aṣọ gan ni lórí makeup dórí àwọn photographer àti videographer gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá lábala àkọ́kọ́ ètò Owambe Unlimited tó bọ́ wá dábàlà kejì ẹ̀wẹ̀ ibẹ̀ láti máa ń ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn àríyá lóríṣiríṣi tí Ìyálóde Àríyá àtikọ̀ rẹ̀ bá ti kàn sí lópin ọ̀sẹ̀ tá sì mú wá fún yín tí ó dùn wò tí ó dùn rí ṣùgbọ́n lónìí ara ọ̀tọ̀ la tún fẹ́ ṣe kì í ṣe méjèèjì tí mo dárúkọ yìí la fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan míì tó dá yàtọ̀ gédégbé ni ìdí tí Ìyálóde Àríyá àtikọ̀ rẹ̀ ṣe wá gbé arábìnrin ìyáàfin ìyá wa tí wọ́n jẹ́ alága ìjókòó alága àdúró gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá ó tún lẹ́ǹgẹ́jà gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá pè wọ́n arábìnrin Ògúndípẹ̀ Ọmọlára Wúrọ̀lá tí àwọn olólùfẹ́ wọn mọ̀ sí Ẹ̀ǹgẹ́jà Lọlá Gold ti wà níbí lónìí pẹ̀lú Ìyálóde Àríyá láti bá wa yànnàná nípa iṣẹ́ alága àjókòó alága ìdúró àbẹ́ǹgẹ́jà àti àwọn kókó tó tẹ̀ so mọ́ àwọn iṣẹ́ yẹn àti fọ́nrán kan tí mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kí àjọ gbéyẹ̀wò kájọ wá bèrè nípa ìbéèrè tí wọ́n sì máa dá mi lóhùn pátápátá nípa iṣẹ́ yìí àti fídíò tí mo fẹ́ fi hàn wọ́n. Ìyáàfin ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited.
Ẹ kúlé o.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kí àwọn aráalé.
Ẹ̀yin aráalé mo kí yín o. Ojú tẹ́ fi ń wò wá kò ní fọ́ o. Etí tẹ́ fi ń gbọ́ wá kò ní di o. A máa rí yín bá. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Ó dáa, ká mọ́ bá fọ̀rọ̀ gùn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìbéèrè yìí lákọ̀ọ́kọ́. Báwo lẹ tiẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ Engager yìí gan?
Ọ̀rọ̀ tó gba àkókò ni.
Ó dẹ̀ bá wa gé.
Ọlọ́run ló máa ń lò tó kàn máa ń ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀rù ni látọ̀. Ẹni tí Ọlọ́run bá fún ẹ̀bùn ẹ̀ ó tún wá lè pọ̀. Èmi á sọ wípé Ọlọ́run ló fún mi ní ẹ̀bùn yẹn. So àtìgbà mo dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ṣàn bá ń bẹ́ tó bọ̀.
Ó dáa, kó tó di pé ẹ̀mí yóò ti tó bí ọdún mélòó tí ẹ ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ Engager yìí?
Èmi ò sí nínú alága tí a mọ̀ bù ọjọ́ orí mọ́ra wọn. Ẹlòmíà lóun ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ látàdọ́ta ọdún.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But ní tèmi ó ti tó ọmọ ọdún 21. Ọdún 21 21 years tí mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí.
Ó dáa, lẹ́ẹ̀kan lára ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ ní pé àwọn èpè fún ẹ̀yin ẹ̀bùn ló jẹ́ fún ẹ̀yin. Ṣùgbọ́n tí mi fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní pàápàá fún àwọn tó bá tẹ̀ ń wò wá bóyá bí àwọn tó sì jẹ́ ọ̀dọ́ bíi tèmi, ṣé iṣẹ́ téèyàn lè kọ́ ni alága ìdúró, alága ìjókòó àti Engager, ṣé téèyàn lè kọ́ ni?
Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ o. Ẹni tí ò bá kọ́ kò ní mọ irú àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kó gbé. Kódà tún ní ẹgbẹ́ ta tún wọ̀ jẹ́ pé kì í ṣe pé a dédé ṣe èmi mọ ọ̀tún yàtọ̀ sí.
Ó ti pé bí mo ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yìí tẹ́lẹ̀ pé pèdè lẹ́yìn mo ṣe fẹ́ bẹ̀rù. Ó gbé mi lè sọ ọ́n mi sí pàtì Engager yìí ṣe.
Sẹ́ńtà yá ti Engager. Sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ la méjì ti yàtọ̀ mẹ́.
Ó dẹ́ mi fún àwọn tó bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ ẹ sọ pé àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ ẹ wá sọ bí méjì sí lára àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kí èèyàn fẹ́ni tó bá kọ̀ tó ń wò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́.
Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ẹni tó ní ẹ̀bùn orin. A mọ bó ṣe lè morin láti fi nǹkan sọ dorin.
Ìyẹn kọrin bí engagement.
Iṣẹ́ orin gan ni iṣẹ́
gidi ni. Ẹ kọ́ ọkàn sí lára àwọn orin tẹ́ kí yóò kù.
Tẹ́mi wá fẹ́ kọ tèmi màá ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀mi náà ní Engager lára gold ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀mi náà ní lára ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀mi ní títí tó fi dẹ́kù tó fi dá mẹ́rin gbogbo ẹ̀ máa ti mọ̀ ní lára gold mo lójú tó pa o ojú tó pa o kí n má ẹ̀wọ́ pósítà ni wọ́n wá nínú ọ̀ka kan tó máa fèmí hàn mọ́ tí lára báyọ̀ gbogbo ayé ti mọ̀ pé mo dé.
Ó ti yé mi. Èbémi náà ni ìyá ló darí à lórí WSTV. Bọ̀ tó dà pé mi lẹ́bùn orin gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ, so ẹjẹ́ ń dó tì í torí dá mi mọ́ kémi máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Lára àwọn ẹ tó wá sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ tún wà téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tí ó wọ ẹgbẹ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pé ẹni tó ti kọ́ níbì kan.
Tó ti dojú gan, tó dá lójú pé yes, mo lè sọ̀rọ̀ láàrin ọ̀pọ̀ èrò. Torí tó bá ti ń wọlé wọ́n á ní ṣe nǹkan báyìí tí ò bá ti mọ̀. Àwọn ẹlòmíì kan lè dédé dìde wọ́n á ní àwọn ti mọṣẹ́ ìtẹ́lẹ̀ so àwọn fẹ́ wẹgbẹ́ so which means wọn àti ẹ̀kọ́ níbi kankan.
Téèyàn bá fẹ́ wá wẹgbẹ́ ṣé ẹgbẹ́ ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe bóyá bí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún wọn ni àbí ìdánwò ni àbí òní kó tó di pé wọ́n kàn dédé gbéwò ẹgbẹ́ fún wọn pé yẹ ẹgbẹ́ òun pàtó sọ pé ó kọ́ o.
Nírú tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa táwa bá ti rí wípé yes a ti wò ó tó gbangba sùn lọ yẹ màá ní olè lọ wẹgbẹ́ bọ̀ tí má rí pé ò tí ì tó màá ní o ní láti lọ kọ́ kó tó di pé wá.
Ó dáa lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ ní nípa ọ̀dọ̀ tiyín pé ìrìn àjò tiyín ṣe ó ní bákan bó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ sọ níwọ̀n pẹ́tẹ́kẹ́ kan sọ bí ìrìn àjò ọ̀hún tẹ̀ ti yẹ bóyá ó ní èèyàn kan tó ń ṣe ni tẹ́ wá rí ṣe wọ́n wo àkókọ́ṣe lẹ fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní àbẹ́yìn náà kọ́ lọ́dọ̀ èèyàn kan ni àbí ó tẹ̀ náwọn nǹkan kan tó fà á tẹ̀ fi wá wò pé iṣẹ́ tí mo fẹ́ ṣe nítorí ẹlòmíràn bá gbé wọn wá sórí ètò wọn ni àwọn òbí mi télò náà fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n èmi mo sọ pé rárá fọ̀ tó ló wù mí ǹjẹ́ irú nǹkan báyẹn tiẹ̀ wà lára ìgbésẹ̀ tẹ́ sọ pé fẹ́ sọ fún wa.
Ẹ ṣe ní iwájú Ọlọ́run mi ò rò pé màá ṣe alága bọ̀ lásìkò tí mo ti wà ní primary school ni mo ti mọ̀ pé mi ni mo máa ń lead eré ìbílẹ̀ mo máa ń kọrin
ẹ jáde ẹ wá wo wa o
eré ò ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ o so èmi ní ìdùn wọn pé n tọ́ kì í ṣe ni so mo ṣàmúlò pé mo bá ìrìn àjò yẹn lọ mo wá ń kọjá kan mo rí màmá wa ní olùlọ́gà wa pátápátá Ọlọ́run ti pè sọ́dọ̀ wọn ti lọ sinmi so mo ṣe wá rí wọn ṣẹ́ yẹn èmi kan ní dúró mo kàn wá kí náà ṣe mo wá délé mi mọ̀ pé nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fẹ́ ṣe fún mi ni ilé ta wá tí a lọ gbà ìyá à ń bẹ ọmọ ẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣàwọ́ aláyèwọ̀ eléyìí nígbà èmi ní àwọn àtẹnu ẹ̀ ìyá yìí ṣe bá wa ti ẹ̀yìn tán mọ́ ẹ táwọn èèyàn máa ń ṣe yẹn mú ẹ jẹ́ n try mo dẹ̀ ní bébì lọ́wọ́ ń gbà yẹn mo wá gbé bébì fún àwọn yòókù mo ní ẹ tì wọ́n mọ́nú ilé ayé ìgbéwó níyì 5 bàbá yìí lórí owó àwọn náírà 5 náà rù yẹn bọ́n kéde nìyẹn bí mo ṣe yẹn ẹ̀ ṣe èmi ò mọ̀ pé mo nǹkan tó special àgbà tó yá ló bá di pé mo parí iṣẹ́ tèmi ti rí pé ó ti parí síbẹ̀ Ọlọ́run sọ pé náà ṣe àní iṣẹ́ yìí wá kò sì máa fi ṣe nǹkan rere
so bí ó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀
bó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni bó ṣe di pé àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pè yẹn.
ìbéèrè tí mo wá fẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀ ìgbà rèé táwọn èèyàn sọ ẹ rí i pé nǹkan mẹ́ta mo pè yín nígbà tí mo fẹ́ fi yín hàn sáwọn àlejò mo ní alága ìdúró alága ìjókòó engager mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi yànnàná mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta kí ni ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ fún àwọn aráalé.
ẹ ṣe kò sí yàtọ̀ kankan alága ìdúró alága ìjókòó tílé ọkọ tílé ìyàwó ìdúró ìjókòó then engager ìyẹn ní èyìnbó àwọn tí ń gba géèjì engager ó tán sí yàtọ̀.
so ìkan fúnlé ìyàwó
ìkan fúnlé ìyàwó ilé ọkọ.
ìkan fúnlé ọkọ so túmọ̀ sí wípé tí n bá fẹ́ ṣe ìyàwó nísìn èèyàn méjì náà gbọ́dọ̀ pé.
èèyàn méjì ṣùgbọ́n fún àwa tá a bá jẹ́ ọ̀gá tá a mọ̀ pa dáńtọ́ a lè ka ojú òṣùwọ̀n dáadáa èèyàn lè pe ẹnìkan nígbà míì so ẹnìyẹn tó bá ti ní band ló máa kó band ẹ̀ wá nínú àwọn ọmọ tó kọ́ níṣẹ́ ó máa dúró fún.
so èèyàn máa ń ṣe iṣẹ́ alága nísìn èèyàn tún gbọ́dọ̀ ní band àwọn ọmọ lẹ́yìn tiẹ̀ náà bí èèyàn mélòó ló gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́.
ẹni tó máa gbérin máa wà ń bẹ̀ ẹnìkan ló máa dúró ní ìpele owó ṣíṣẹ́
ó di mẹ́ta
àwọn onílù máa wà níbẹ̀
bí
méjì àbí mẹ́ta.
so ká sọ pé ó kéré tán èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ nílò bí èèyàn mẹ́rin sí márùn lẹ́yìn
tí òde bá ṣe fẹ̀
sí ni ó dáa. ẹ ṣeun kó tó di pé màmá tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ìbéèrè mi pẹ̀lú alága àbí engager Lara Gold ó ń bọ̀ náà tí wá ti padà dé ìbéèrè ti wà rẹpẹtẹ tí ìyálóde àríyá fẹ́ bèèrè lọ́wọ́ engager Lara Gold ó ń bọ̀ náà.
àjẹni olú orílẹ̀-èdè nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú èkó lọ sílùú àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì ibrahim babangida ìlú àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn gbogbo àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ nàìjíríà lọ́dún 2003 ní àjọ commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí àpáta Zuma Rock Millennium Park báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ nàìjíríà CBN mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú àbújá abaji buhari gwagwalada kuje kwali àti abuja municipal kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú àbújá ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà ìlú àbújá rèé o ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ nàìjíríà ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
lórí ẹni tó bá ti ń wo ètò yìí ẹ ti di ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan ìdùnnú nǹkan ayọ̀ lẹ gbọ́dọ̀ mọ bára wọn ṣe ní gbogbo ìgbà. báyìí èmi àtàlejò mi engager Lara Gold fẹ́ tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ìbéèrè wa ṣùgbọ́n kó tó di pé máa béèrè ìbéèrè tó kù mo fẹ́ ká wo fọ́nrán kan náà tá a bá ti wo fọ́nrán yìí tán ó ní màá fi béèrè béèrè tó kù tí mo fẹ́ béèrè yìí lọ́wọ́ yín.
ẹ jà lọ sẹ́fẹ̀ lọ jókòó àfìgbà tó dọ́dọ̀ kábíyèsí ẹ lọ jókòó orúkú kábíyèsí ó lẹ̀ ilé ìjọba
wájú pé àwọn tó dáńtọ́ tó dángájá ló ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ìjà ẹ̀sìn tó lẹ́gbẹ́ ó túmọ̀ sí pé yóò ti ní àwọn rules and regulation àwọn ìlànà àti àwọn nǹkan kan téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ tẹ̀lé tá bá wá wo fọ́nrán yìí á rí wípé engager yẹn ń pe ìyàwó pé dìde ńlẹ̀ ó yá dìde ńlẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tá bá wo fọ́nrán yìí dáadáa á rí wípé ìyá ìyàwó àti fún ọmọ wọn lákòókò ẹ̀sìn pàtàkì ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni pé kí ìyàwó rẹ̀ fọmọ rẹ̀ tó ń lọ ilé ọkọ ṣá sọ pé alága ìjókòó engager yẹn ò mọ̀ pé ó ṣe ń ṣàdúrà lọ́wọ́ àbí ká sọ pé kò dáńtọ́ láti engager bó ìyá abo ní ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ sí.
ẹ ṣe olóòtú mi ò lè sọ pé kò dáńtọ́ ẹni tí ò bá dáńtọ́ lè ṣerú iṣẹ́ tó ṣe yẹn mi ò fọwọ́ rọ iṣẹ́ ìsẹ́yìn but ṣe rí iṣẹ́ yìí ó gba ọgbọ́n nígbà míì torí àwọn tó ń pè wá sí òde wọ́n lè múyàn kọ́ṣẹ́ but gẹ́gẹ́ bí àfẹ́ láti ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ló lè máa tọ́ wa. Ní àkọ́kọ́ lè má jẹ́ ẹ̀rí òye kó jẹ́ pé tó ti gbọ́ kó sì ń tẹ̀lé gbọ́ ìyá ọmọ lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀yẹ. Then ibi yẹn àwọn ètò àti ẹ̀kọ́ sí ìyá yẹn ti ọmọ yẹn lọ́jọ́ torí wọn lè rí irú ọjọ́ yẹn mọ́ láyé.
Nítorí pé ibì kan wà tó sọ pé èèyàn kan padà dáhùn lọ́gà wọ́n ń ṣàdúrà lọ́wọ́ ṣùgbọ́n alága yìí sì ń sọ pé
Some people say animals don't laugh, but perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used of kills or into gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, you agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Listen to you as it is.
Oh, you skate up out. And we say this word with love. It is fun, educate, and inspiring. Oh, yes, I welcome you. Welcome to a fresh episode of the show Kids Word with Lola, a fun, inspiring, and educating children and teenagers program showing right here on Western Spring Television, channel 190 DTT. How are you today, children? How are you today? Are you sure? I hope you're fine, you're healthy and well. How are you? Very good. Put your hands together for yourself. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us today on the fresh episode of Kids Word with Lola. Like you all know, children, on this educated, fun and inspiring children and teenagers program, Kids Word with Lola, we have interesting segments that will glue you to your TV set. I mean, you wouldn't want to go anywhere. These segments are inspiring. They're educating as well. Segments like the teaching segment where we learn. Of course, you know, Lola will always teach you varieties of topics that will educate you and will add to the knowledge that you have already. We also have the interview segment or the story segment where we interview talented children or invite our dear Papa Johnny to tell us special and wonderful moral-filled story. Okay, so today we're going to have that segment today because Papa Johnny is Johnny's story today. Wonderful. I know you love the stories just like love. Right, we also have that segment where we interact with games. Yes, we do not end our show without playing some game. And today we're playing the game trivia questions. So I know my audience are so educative. You are brilliant and intelligent, and you're going to answer all my trivia questions today. Won't you answer them correctly? I know you will. Well done. And so on that note, I'd like to welcome everyone watching right now, most especially my wonderful audience. Put your hands together for yourself one more time. Thank Thank you so much for coming. You're looking good. Wow, the last time I saw you, you were short, and now you've eaten mommy and daddy's food. You're grown big, you're taller. You're almost looking like mommy. Beautiful and handsome children. Put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much for coming. You look good, and I love your energy, love your vibe today. Oh, you guys are so amazing. All right, from wherever you're watching us out there, we want to say welcome. Dear friends, you know what we do on the show. When we want to travel an adventure on the program like this, what do? We fasten our seatbelt like this, and then we go. Don't change the channel, because Kitty's Word with Lola will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It is still Kitty's Word with Lola. In case you're just joining us, it's that wonderful program, inspiring and educative children's program that not only entertains and educates, but also inspires. And this right here is the teaching segment where Lola teaches. My name is Lola, and today I'm going to be teaching on safety at home. Yes. Every parent, mommy, daddy wants to be sure that as their children are home during holidays or probably on their return from school or their daily activities, they want to be sure that their children are safe at home. I mean, who will be a parent that will not want their children to be safe? When children are safe, it helps parents to have rest of mind, and they'll be at peace wherever they are. So today, children, we're going to be talking about safety at home. Safety at home is very important for everyone in the family. I mean, who doesn't want to be safe? Nobody. It's important, children, to know how best to be safe at home with your parent or even without your parent's presence. As a child or a teenager watching this program, you should know how to call your emergency number. I know in some part of the world that might not be very common, you know, but then you should know the number to call in case of emergency. If you ask me, aside 911 that we believe to be an emergency number that you can call anytime you're in trouble, you should also know your parents' number. Exactly. How many of you sitting in this studio right now, you know, can say your parents' number? Can you? Let me see your hands up. Wow, that is brilliant. Wonderful. Almost all the children here can say their parents' phone number. Come on, give yourself a round of applause for that. That is awesome. Now, aside knowing parents' number, you all need to know your address. Okay, so you reach out to someone, say, oh, hello, uncle, or hello, somebody. Say, okay, where is your house? Even if you call 911, they would want to know where you're calling from. So you should not only know your parents' number to be safe at home, you should also know your address. So I'm going to ask the same question again. Those of you in the studio with me, do you know your house address? I don't mean, where do you live? Oshun, where do you live? Lagos. Lagos is not a specific address. Where in Lagos? What is the name of your street? What is the name of your house number? In which area is it located? Well, I can see lots of, well done. Kudos to you all for knowing house address. Some of you are even ready to say it to me. Don't worry, but that's really good and impressive. So children should know their parents' phone number. You should know your parents' phone number. If you don't and you're watching this program, make sure you know it by heart. Memorize it, write it somewhere in your room, and keep saying it until you can say it like your name. And of course, I also mentioned that you should know your address, not just the state, but the street. Other detail included in your house address. Now, another safety tip is for you to know how to answer the door. Now, children, I know you're watching right now. May I tell you that you should not answer the door for strangers? No. If you get to the door, you hear knock, 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 or the bell rings. Gong, gong. Now, when the bell goes like that, don't rush to the door and just open. No. Don't just rush to the door to open. When you get to the door, ask, who is there, please? It's me. Have you ever seen anybody that answers, my name is me? Does that make any sense, children? No. So if the person says, oh, it is me, who are you? Your name, please. Okay, I am so. If it's not a name that you know, and you peep from the door, the door hole, and you don't know the person, please do not open the door. What should you do? Tell an adult. Yes, tell an adult in the house and say, oh, please, can you please check out this person at the door? And the adult would know whether to open the door for the person or not. Okay, so that is how to answer the door if you're at home. It is one sure way to keep yourself safe in the house. As a child, you should also know how to stay away from hot stoves. Yes, I know, especially girls. You want to also play like mommy, you want to play, role play. And so you tell your brothers, hey, will you not come and carry your food in the kitchen? It makes it in so many imaginary plays. And so you tie a wrapper like mommy, you wear mommy wig like mommy, and you're saying, I'm going to cook for you boys today. Fine, it's good. But then, as a child, you should know that you have to stay away from hot stoves, ovens, and other dangerous appliances at home. All right? Any appliance that you know your mommy or daddy will not permit you to touch while they are home, you should stay away from them. Don't go around putting a broom inside sockets because you want to plug your tablet. Don't do that. Get an adult to charge your tablet, your devices for you before they leave the house. Because in the bid to put anything into the socket, you might injure yourself. And we don't want anyone electrocuted. You know what that means? That's going to be death. So please, whenever you're home, stay away. If your mommy just finished cooking, you don't even want to put your hands on a hot stove. That is not a cool experience. So please stay away. As you're home, be safe. Stay away from ovens. Don't go and turn the knob. Sometimes we just go as children, go to the kitchen, start turning all the knobs of the oven. Don't do that, please. Stay away from dangerous appliances in the house. All right, let's talk about safety at school as well. At school, children should know who to talk to if they feel unsafe. If you're not feeling comfortable, if something is scaring you, you're afraid, you should know who you can talk to. Yes, you should know who you can talk to. Maybe your teacher, maybe your HOS, head of school, maybe your proprietress. You should have someone you can talk to. So if something bad happens, just let me ask you children, those of you watching and those of you that are in the studio, if something scary or you feel scared right now, who do you talk to in your school? Answer the question to yourself. Who can you talk to? Who is the next person you're going to tell about it? Did you say nobody? That is not good enough. You should know the person. Have someone you talk to the moment you feel not safe or you feel scared. You should know what to do in case of an accident or emergency. If something is happening right now, what do we do? If there's a fire, which way? Where do we run to? Where do we hide? Where do we, get safe? All right? You should know. And let me say this very quickly. This is holiday period. And we have lots of our cousins, our friends come to our house. We also spend time in other people's house. Now, when you get to other people's house, can you ask them, if something happens and we need to rush out of this house, can you show me where to go? Can you show me which way to run? Because it's not your environment. So you might not be familiar with all of the exits and escape routes within the building. So if you also have guests come to your house, please, the moment they come and you welcome them and you say, okay, put your bags here, this is where we'll stay. Can you please show them, okay, if there's anything that we didn't plan for that is happening, maybe a fire or anything, we're not praying that it will happen. But if anything scary happens, please, this door leads to the backyard. This door, you can take it to this place. You didn't understand. Educate them. And I hope that parents that are watching will also do this for the children or people that come as guests in our different houses. So don't just assume they know what to do, all right? If there's any appliance that you have a way of using, tell them, oh, this particular iron, we don't use it. This is the one we use in the house. This particular stock it, we don't use it because it's bad. This is the one we use in the house. So please educate your guests and tell them how to be safe when they come visiting. And when you go out there to visit other people, ask them how you can be very safe in their house, because you might not know what they know. And finally, let me say this to you children, how to be safe at home. Obey your family rules and regulations. Yes, obey them. I know the things that my mom would say, no, don't go there, touch it, don't use. Now, they are not home. Don't take it as a liberty to now do those things. That is not at home now. I cannot do it. I cannot do that. No, make sure you keep to the rules when they're at home and when they are not at home. This is, in most cases, is different from one family to another. What my dad can allow me do when he's not at home might be something that your dad will never allow you do when he's not at home. So don't say, oh, because I do it, your friend should do it too. All right? So make sure you keep to the family rules and regulations. And in conclusion, my prayer is that all children worldwide watching me and those that are not will be divinely protected, and our houses, our dwelling places will be continually safe. Thank you for learning with me, children. I want to believe you've learned 1 or 2 tips to stay safe at home. It's still Kiddies World with Lola. Don't go anywhere, because right after now, we're going to be having a wonderful and inspiring story from Papa Johnny. Kiddies World with Lola. We'll be right back.
And the of all of things are haunted and killed according to at the scale of so keep them wild, keep us.
This with Lola, and I hope you did enjoy that teaching segment. Okay, right about now, Papa Johnny is here with us, and each time I see him, I'm always excited because we're going to be enjoying the story, and we're also going to be learning. All right, children at home everywhere, say hello, Papa Johnny. Hello, Papa Johnny. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great.
I hope you're enjoying the weather right now.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to miss in children because they're on holiday.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Yes, I do miss them because if the school is on,
you're going to see lots of them. Yeah. Okay, welcome to the show today. And we're so happy because we're going to be learning. And now we're going to be learning children that tells your story, Papa Johnny.
Oh,
yes,
great.
And when they retell
that's
the story.
That's the purpose of it.
Yeah.
So they
and
can
so they'll say, I'm the story by Papa, and I'll be like, oh, really? So children are actually learning tell your story, and they're also learning morals of your story. Thank you so much for that. So today, yeah, what story do you have for us?
Yeah, I have a story about two lovely kids. Yes,
Okay.
that's what I have today, and I'll be the title will be sharing.
Sharing.
Yes.
That's the
sharing.
title.
Yes, that will be
Wow.
the title.
Okay.
That's going to be my title today.
Okay.
So, the story is like this. It's about two family.
Yeah, you said so.
Two family. This family are blessed with one child each. The family of Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan.
Okay.
And Mr. and Mrs. Wilfred.
Wow.
So
Wilfred
this and
family
with a family and
Gbolahan's
Gbolahan's
family. Wow.
So these are the two family I'm talking about today.
Okay.
They have each of them one daughter. Okay. Mr. Gbolahan have by Mrs. Wilfred have Nicole. So those are two people I'm talking about today, Nicole and Benita. So these two girls are friends because their parents are friends.
Oh,
you know?
I like that kind of
So they
friendship.
do things together, they in the same
together.
they play together,
They live in
the same
compound.
compound,
Wow.
different flats, the
But
same
same
compound.
compound.
So now, the parent of Nicole have the time for Nicole. They try to take Nicole through that of life. The good thing of it is good here with friends and family. It's good to obey your elders. It's good friendly with anything.
Wow.
Why Benita and all her parents are busy. They really have time for teaching Benita morals and stuff like that. But one thing about Benita is she always listens when Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan are telling Nicole things about life.
Oh, since the
You know,
living
in the same
compound.
man to door thing. Oh, saying, don't do this is what you need to do. Don't steal. Don't take something without the permission. Do not tap people if you need their attention. Use the magic word. All these things are what Benita always listen to.
Wow.
And it takes it as the way of life. So whatever she heard
hears
from family, so that's a good thing to do.
Wow.
But Nicole, the parents have the time to tell everything about life. Don't really take advantage of it. It believes that that's your own. That's their own
Why
life.
is she like that?
I don't know. Whenever the parents are not otherwise,
Oh no.
she don't really do what a parent
Ask her to
asks her to
do.
be doing. But Benita, that's exactly what she do. She always go out there and do what Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan tells Nicole to always do. And people love her out there.
Wow.
So time to time like that, there was a day Mr. and Mrs. Gbolahan are expecting a visitor, one of their friends far away. Immediately they came, Nicole was eating and immediately heard the knock. Instead of her to go and open the door, she quickly packed her toys, her food, and went to hid them away.
Oh my goodness. Anybody to share? Wow, to
So
share her
when
food.
the visitor came in, immediately she said, yeah, in our house, we don't have toys. We don't play with toys.
We don't have
Nothing.
anything.
And the mother was
Nobody
shocked.
was asking her questions.
Nobody was asking. The mother was shocked. But the mother cannot say anything because the visitors were around.
Oh dear.
And they started playing. Quickly, she said, let's leave the adult inside and let's go outside to play. Immediately they went outside. They were playing on the field outside. Benita went inside, brought her own toys, and they started playing along to get the toy. The mother was so furious, like. So when they left, the mother scolded her. I told, doing like that, You should learn how to do things right. You should learn how to share. See, there's nobody that share things with people that people don't like. The way they love Benita, they even promise to come back and say hello to that. Instead of her.
What?
She was something unknown like that. That's the way it behaves.
No.
So one day, they have a family gathering.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Bolahon and Mr. and Mrs. Wilfred were invited to bring their kids around.
Okay, good.
So they all moved together and they went to the party.
Okay.
So when they got to the party, there was a lot of children at that party. Everybody were playing round and round. There was a big party, like bars and castle is there.
Wow.
Swings there.
Wow.
Every night we're just playing
Lots
with
of things to
everything.
eat,
Lots
like
to eat,
cauliflowers,
automatically.
like chicken, barbecue.
So they were playing, every child were playing different kind of games and that. And it's really too hard because she's used to playing with all that people. But Nicole was like, on the other hand, like, won't they say I want to use their toy? Won't they be annoyed that I'm using the, you know, she has that kind of mind because that is what
because
she
she
does.
doesn't share,
She
so
don't
she
share.
would not
So
believe that.
she felt other people would not share.
with her.
Everybody were playing. She was just on one side. She would choose the kind of toy she want to play with. She would be cautioned at what she used to do, and on that. So when the program started properly, they would ask all children to go and sit at the side and parents sit at the opposite side. And everybody were looking at the children, they were looking at the so the MC were just talking to them, giving the question and answer. Everybody were happy. They were, it's time for many men. Time I love watching the party.
I know Papa Johnny.
Yeah, that's the best time I love. That's the agenda I love most.
Item number 7.
Number 7. So, and the lady came forward sharing ice cream for everybody, one after the other.
Wow.
The way they were sitting down on the roll, she will serve on the roll. She will the second, she served the third roll. She does it.
Okay.
And when she came to Nicole and Benita were sitting, she started sharing. And when she goes to Benita, the ice cream finished. I said, hold on here, let me go bring for the rest. Benita opened ice cream and started licking. Nicole observed that Benita is licking her own ice cream. She said, let me join you. Benita said, no. Then she said, Nicole said, didn't your mommy told you it's good to share? Immediately Benita heard that. He brought ice cream for 2 of them to share.
Wow.
And they started licking it together, one spoon after the other.
Like that. Okay.
And they were doing that till they finished the bowl of that ice cream.
Wow.
Then the lady came back and said, yeah, I stopped here, right? They said, yes. Then he gave to Nicole and Hon and Hon and Hon to the rest of the kids. Nicole opened up and started licking the ice cream without inviting Benita. And Benita, on the other hand, picked up her own spoon and tried to lick along with Nicole. And Nicole tapped her hand and said, didn't your mother told you it's bad to beg? Whoa!
I don't understand.
Benita was shocked.
Yes, because they took Benita's
Benita
ice cream
said,
together.
but we lick mine together.
Yes.
Said, I ask and you offer, but here is bad to beg.
Very cunning girl.
That's a cunning way.
Yes, of not sharing.
Benita was furious.
Good.
Like, seriously? Benita don't like argument. She kept to herself, but she was so furious. There was a parent at the other side,
Okay.
watching them the
Drama.
way they were going about the dramatic things.
Display. Okay.
It's time to share the gift. Ironically, that man observing Benita
was
and
happening?
Nicole
Yes.
situation was the one that to share the gift.
Wow. Good.
Then
for
he started
Nicole.
sharing the gift to every kid there, one after the other, row by row, row by row, row by row. He omitted Nicole.
Sit.
And Nicole was shocked that she was omitted.
Yes.
So when the man was about going, she called the man attention. Sir,
You have not given me my own.
I'm here to
gift.
get my own gifts. And the man said, oh, these gifts are for people who love to share their things. Nicole was shocked. And Benita said, that's right. That's right. That's right. And the man walked away.
Oh. Sorry, Nicole.
Nicole busted and started crying. The mother observed that Nicole was crying and they quickly rushed to her. Baby, what happened to you? Why are you crying? And she said, they didn't give me my own gift. Benita quickly said, they didn't give you a gift, or they didn't give those people who don't like to share. The mother was like, I don't get. People who don't like to share? He said, yes, those are the people they did not give gifts to. And Nicole happened to be one of those people who don't like to share their things.
Wow.
And the mother looked at her. I said, did you say that? I told you, it's good to share what you have with people. If you think people are not seeing you, somewhere somebody is looking at you. Now, this will serve you right. Nicole was so much furious. She cannot help herself from not shedding tears. And she said, now I learned my lesson.
Ah, good.
I promise from now on, I will share whatever I have with people.
Wow.
And she went home without the party pack.
Oh, did Benita share her party pack?
When they got home, Benita was not happy because her friend Nicole could not get something. Took the party pack to their flat, Benita's flat, and called Nicole. Come, come, come. Nicole went there and they opened the party pack and there was a lot of things to share. And Benita started saying, this is for me, this is for you. This is for me, this is for you. And on until the bag ended.
Wow.
Nicole was happy that at least she got something. And she promised Benita that never again will she be selfish. And that comes to the end
Children,
of my
come
story.
on, put your hands together for Papa Johnny. Did you enjoy that story? Did you enjoy listening to that story? Did you learn from that story? Suddenly, Papa Johnny, I enjoyed every bit of that story, and I have also learned that it is not good to be a miser. It's not good to be, selfish. You see, this period when you have your friends around your house, and so they say, oh, let me play with this. No, don't touch my toy. Oh, can I play with your bicycle? No, don't touch my bicycle. I mean, it is not good to share because somebody somewhere is watching you. Even God is watching you. So don't think everything you have is just for yourself alone. Imagine, even this life, all right, subjects and plays by the rule of giving and taking. Can you imagine, children, if every day Some of you in secondary classes know that we breathe in oxygen and we breathe out carbon dioxide. Now, if we are just breathing in and we're not able to breathe out, do you know what will happen, children? The person will just die and suffocate. And if you are just, every time, you don't want to give. You don't want to say, give me a job, give me a job. You don't want to give back to other people. Now, do you imagine what will happen to you if you keep eating? Papa Johnny, if we keep eating, this morning, I've taken moi and pap. Afternoon, I'll eat rice. Evening, I'll eat semo. Tomorrow, and imagine all the food I've been eating since the day I was born. I don't give it out. Do you know when we put children give out the food that we're eating? Yeah, so you don't want to eat any, and every food I'm eating is just beside me. What do you think will happen to me then? Oh, that's but. Oh, and the just die. See, we learn to give. Fine, when we give, receive. Look at my hand. Papa Johnny, let me give. Take. And you see, I will give him like that, and he will receive. Now, see, when he receives, his hand like this is closed. When I'm giving, my own hand is open. So because my hand is open, I will all get something back. So when you give, makes your hand open, and your hand will always be at the front to give. So children, share with other children that don't have as much property, as much things like you have. Share with them. Share your food when other child is hungry. Share your toys when your friends come to play. Don't touch my thing. That should not be. Don't be like Nicole. You should be like Benita. Thank you so much, Papa Johnny, for that story. I'm sure our children watching have really learned one or two morals from that story. All right, then everyone, we're going to the next segment of the show, and that is the game segment. You don't want to miss it because we are going down the trivia question lane, and I know my audience in the studio are so brilliant, and they'll be able to answer my trivia questions correctly. It's still Kiddies World with Lola. We'll go on a break right now, and when we return, we're going to be playing our trivia games, and we will continue the show. Don't go anywhere. It's Kiddies World with Lola.
Born January 6th, Obafemi Awolowo was a architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free nation. And so, what Africa's top nation, heritage was fundraised by a social politics brought units. Baron Guns in the Font West region, ministered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed the multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western Union administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in the state in Nigeria. His face is on 100 naira denomination as a mark of honor with this served to his country. West Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
KWWL. Kiddies World with fun, educated, and inspired. Put your hands together for yourselves. Well done. All right, it's still Kiddies World. I hope you enjoyed the amazing and inspiring program story by Papa Johnny. Okay, so right about now, children, we want to play the game, the trivia question game, and I want you to be ready and get set. You're going to be answering more questions. If you answer correctly, well, Lola might just send a gift to you like that. So the first question this morning is about planets. Yes, it's about our planets. So should I shoot, children? Shoot. Should I go on? Okay, question first one today is, which planet in our system is known to having a ring? Which of our planet in the solar system is known to having a ring? Yes, who knows the answer? By the way, I hope you know the solar system that we have. All right, the planets that we have in our solar system. Okay, so which of them, yes, have a ring? Okay, so Taiwo wants to give answer to that. Yes, it is
Saturn.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serious?
Yes,
That's the answer you give?
Yes, ma'am.
Dang. You did not even let me confuse it. That was correct. Good put together for everybody. I could not even with my face. Also, before that. So yes, the planet in our solar system that has a ring is Saturn. Okay, let me question number 2. You think I get all my questions? Let me give you question number 2. Okay, why do things fall in the drop? Why do, if you know, just raise it. Why do things fall when we drop them? Why? They're heavy, not big, they're ugly. Things. I want a younger kid to answer that question. Okay, can we pass the microphone to Anita? Anita, yes. Why do things fall when we drop them? Why?
Because it's heavy.
Really? Oh, that is a good attempt, but no. Yes. Who is giving me the answer? Okay, my friend in yellow.
Because of gravity.
Exactly, because of the law of gravity. That's same as what she said. Put your hands together for her, please. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, I'm going out of word now. Okay, we talked about we've talked about gravity. Let's go to America. To come, everybody, children to America. Go. Boom. Yeah, okay. So the question says, who was the first president? First American president. The very first American president is who? Hey? Yeah. Okay, Ketin wants to tell us. Oh, that is the governor of Osun State, right? Okay, I'm talking about the first president of America, United States of America. Okay, so who have the answer to that? Yes? Anyone? You want to try?
President Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, that was a good attempt. The right answer to that question is President George Washington. George Washington. That was the very first American president. Okay, I'll go another way about animals. Okay, shall I? Yes. The next question is, which country is a home to the kangaroo? You know, there are animals that are peculiar to each country. Like in a particular country, you have that animal in great number. All right. So which country is home to that kangaroo, the animal kangaroo? Does anyone have idea to the answer? Yes, please. Kende.
Madagascar.
Madagascar to kangaroo. Not quite. Israel wants to try. Let's hear him.
Australia.
Absolutely right. Put your hands together for him. Australia is a home to the kangaroo. Wow, that's a good one, Israel. Well done. Okay, now this is grammar. So you see, I'm going here and there. So this is grammar. What is the opposite of cheap? Opposite of cheap. My little boy over here, I'd like to hear from you. Opposite of cheap. When you say something is cheap, what's the opposite? Yes?
Good to share.
Good to share. Okay. You're taking us back to the story. Yes, who again has not spoken here? Okay, please pass the microphone to him. Yes, the opposite of cheap.
Expensive.
Absolutely. That was expensive answer. Please put your hands together for him. Well done. The opposite of cheap is what? Expensive. So when it's cheap, it requires just money. When it's expensive, whoo, you have to pay lots of money. Okay, I'll move on to the last, I think. Let's go. Which animal is the tallest in the world? Okay, my baby's in the house at this one. The tallest animal in the world. Okay, you big ones. Okay, let's, Anita, will you answer correctly now? Okay, so let's answer. Which animal is the tallest animal in the world? Yes, honey?
Giraffe.
That is correct. Put your hands together for her. Well done. Giraffe in the world. Now, this is for the big boy girls, and it's about music. Do you do music in your school? Very good. Now, the question is, Which singing voice is the highest pitch? The highest pitch. We have soprano, tenor, or baritone. Which one has the highest pitch? Who have not answered my question today? Kende, so it was Taiwo all the while. So now Kende, yes?
Soprano.
Soprano! She says soprano. That's correct. Please put your hands together for her. Yes, yes. So soprano goes, no, 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 no. All right, that's a very good one. And then the last question for today's trivia game segment on Kiddies Word with Lola is about geography and all of that. So let's hear it. A scientist who studies rock is called what? A scientist, hey, really? What class are you in? He says, oh yeah, she'll know the answer to this. Come on, the answer. A scientist who studies rock called what?
Geologist.
Absolutely, you're going to set for your examination. Put your hands together for him. Wow, you guys are so brilliant. You are so brilliant. And I couldn't have asked for a better audience today. Please, one more time, put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I must say that, yeah, truly you deserve to be promoted to the next class. I am so impressed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. We really do appreciate you. Thank you for the time. Thank you for staying tuned. And thank you for also participating, because I know many of you have answered that question even in your different houses and where you're watching us. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. I do hope that you have been inspired today. I hope you have been entertained, and I hope you've had lots of fun. Why not? A million thanks to my wonderful audience for being so active, intelligent today. Put your hands together for yourself. I tell you, you guys are stars. Thank you so much. I also appreciate everyone watching from every part of the world today. Thank you so much for watching. Join us again next week for another exciting episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. Same time and same station. Western Spring Television, channel 190 on DTT. And don't also forget to watch us on our YouTube channel, Western Spring Television. Until next time, children, don't forget to keep being safe and keep being amazing. Lola loves you. Bye, everyone.
Here 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2, the Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. More than with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fact number 5, most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
King Eve, how are you today?
Good and far live.
I really feel like she's not giving right to ask you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I
feel he's being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child. His mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream. Very happy. Doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the body mentally. I can't do this anywhere with money. It could be worse. Who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes when I was in the world, I tell him I checked. Well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a black sense of egoism. So at the end of it, and who is confident of who he is will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
My name is Olayoku Samuel Damilola. I'm an architect at Gallery. I started off making when I finished my secondary and of admission. So I was getting into university with cross industrial history. So whenever the break, I went to Paris to pray. And thank God for my most very that and is in a home she took me and get it. It seems like natural for man really checks and actually my man for good 2010 to 2017. Then after my essay days, I went back to my boss for freedom and he gave me the prayer and he launched me into the Adire fabric, Adire business. Launched Damiko Gallery via social media, Instagram to be precise. I started posting some of my pictures, some of my craft on it, and then one of the customers able to that's interested in my craft and that's how started what's just attire that was done that our forefathers used to wear only, especially where these way in the way we dress, and that's what we do. That's what we are accustomed to olden days, and that the way we are doing things in our modern day civilization has actually, crept into our modern attire. And I was sat down, being the Gen Z guy, I sat down and I see that how can I infuse the olden days tradition to the modern day tradition. That's where I come up with the t-shirts, making use of t-shirts and polo or Adire. And the reason why I really like BL is that it's giving me a venue to actually create things that is actually for myself. Like it's me, I can express myself fabrics. In fact, whenever I feel depressed or whenever I feel like I'm busy, it's where I can express myself fabrics and work very far. And I brought initiative, it's widely accepted locally and nationally. So Adekin is me, Are Vladimir Pomona and English and that Diare. What practical knowledge about Diare is like when you think 100% cotton, percent the American or wood and so and it's from your inside that top. And when you have done doing skin and you've done doing patterns that when you release on the has been tagged initially, you can see the pattern and mix a lot with it, and all the array is actually because it's like this that I never or that I might not be able to be. So it has actually given me exposure in the feed, in my particular feed, and I actually stand out among my, and it is something I love doing. It's something that passionate about when also on my wife.
Wild West. Desperate have you sure pulling out all the stuff. Make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to Twitter. Find each place the history and take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Each Century could be showing on your TV.
Aminatu, the legend queen, is best known to historians as Queen Amina of Zaria, an old walled town and capital of the Hausa state of Zazzau. Amina was a great warrior and the first woman to rule the ancient kingdom of Zazzau. Her 34 years as queen witnessed an unprecedented expansion of Zazzau by conquests. Queen Amina of Zaria belongs to the class of Amazons by the might of her army and her strings of conquests. She opened Zaria to trans-border trade and was said to have initiated kola nut cultivation in the ancient kingdom. The Hausa Muslim figure was born in 1533 and died in 1610 at the age of 77 years. Folklores remember Aminatu, the queen of Zazzau, as a brave, smart and talented leader whose giant statue now adorns the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria, while many educational institutions bear her name. Western Spring Television identifies Queen Amina as a watershed character in history.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to a million images in millions. People hear the news and say, "Bro, you're alive and thriving." It's not just it. It is about paying into the endless possibilities of human nature.
Welcome to 9.7 FM, where the FM alive with Sony voice, music, and this.
Nestled in the heart of Oshogbo, imagine weaving names in the pregnant. Radio allows us to with every circuit and no late.
It over the make from the crackling and models, every music's written.
Whether it's news, music, or allegations, Rave 91.7 FM is more Jerusalem. It's a companion, a convent, a thing and community. Fast 7 years birth of Rave 91.7, beacon of youth culture and innovation. Of Western Spring Television, WSTV, with hyper local region language. WSTV speaks the Yoruba and English languages, ensure network included.
Built on a tested and trusted system, WSTV upholds the value of truth and integrity, serving activity in a sea of media noise.
The brazier from home beginnings products information and inspiration stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us as we continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave the way for Western Spring Television, where every matters and every voice is heard.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do you say? Frame, and confirm. Ever is pounding current shut down business streets. Globally, everything has to the bitter sweet falls. Guidance, if you pass, detail back, because shut down, as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western Television as it is.
Keep keeping fit is necessary. It is an awesome moment when you have body parts intact. And this is why we are here, to make sure that we teach you, we take you on aerobics that you need to know. You can actually do this from home, and it's necessary. Welcome to AFR Gym, and let's do this together on Spring Delight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Let's go. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Good morning, you there, wherever you are. On the Saturday morning, the very first Saturday in the month of October 2024. It's wet here in the city of Oshogbo, Osun State capital, southwest Nigeria. I don't know what it looks like wherever you are viewing us from. But either way, please let's just keep our body composure really, really good and wearing something warm if need be any day, anytime. So welcome to your ever dependable, reliable, and that amazing magazine program. It's called Spring Delight from Western Spring Television, channels 190 on the Star Times DTT. Tornado is my name, at Irresistible TD on X, and this is what I love. We all love to do. TD, Ajibs, the entire transmission team and production team. Today, as always, promises to be very interesting. As first of all, in the course of the week, Nigeria turned 64. And 64 years ago, we gained independence from the British. And how well have we fared as a nation, Nigeria? And most people, just like I will always ask, or I've been asking people, do we have reasons to celebrate as a nation at 64? And so many things, looking at what the state of the economy, what it looks like, and the challenges that has befell Nigeria, and how would we surmount all these challenges? That will be a major discuss on the show for today. Means what so many other things that we will be discussing and showcasing to you and for you this morning. But first of all, you saw, as we will always preach, that exercising is very necessary. It is needed. You needed to have seen me at the gym doing my thing. I love to gym. That's why I'm keeping fit and looking radiant at all times. I don't know, Babaloyi will disagree with me though, but I know it's something I love to do. And keeping a regular and very habitual diet is necessary. And exercising in spite of whatever we might be thinking of or going through, it keeps the body, soul, and spirit together. The bones get stronger, and when you age like a fine wine. So I will just admonish that, hey, let's at all times, let's keep fit. It's needed. We need it at all times. All right. On the show today, as always, we will first of all start as we have started, but then we'll come up with the point at which we will celebrate with you. If you are celebrating your birthday today, if today is your birthday, we say congratulations to you. Many wonderful years ahead. We pray that it wouldn't be your last. And this new year will be the beginning of greater things, both in health and in wealth. So we will celebrate with those who are celebrating today. And again, if you had actually celebrated yours in the course of the week, most especially at the nation Nigeria at 64, we say happy birthday, Nigeria. So we will be celebrating you on the show today. And we've always brought to you viewing pleasure. Whatever you do legally, whereby it's what brings in food, put food on your table, and you're proud of what you're doing. We say, my work, my pride. We'll definitely bring that to you in the course of the program. But obviously also, we'll take you way back historically. We'll bring you today in history, 5th day in the month of October, years ago. We'll do that for you on the show for today. But then first, let's kick things off from
the birthday celebrants and celebrations, and then we'll be right back. Please stay with us. There you go. Celebrants born in the month of October. Say congratulations to them. Kelechi Iheanacho and Stephen Okereke, amongst others. I'm not leaving out Prophet Oyeleke. Yeah, I'm saying this to you. Congratulations to you. Tunde Idowu is my name. And welcoming you once again if you're just tuning in at this point in time. Right. All right. So those who celebrate it, as I said, and the history that we've made as a nation over the years, there you go. Some of them just bringing into our viewing pleasure for us to get a better understanding, and let's reminisce as to what it looked like then and where we are now. Just as I told you earlier, we will very shortly, we will still go into our discussion, but we'll bring you other segments that is put together by Walk My Pride, facts about Spring Fact, and of course, you know how we do it. Do a couple of delicacies just to make sure that we all eat and eat right and well. All right. At this point in time, I am in the studio with me this morning. I have an amazing man. I won't say regular face, but he's a face. He's been here. But when you know people who have that initiative to create something worthwhile, yeah, we'd love to always flow with them, and let's get to know what exactly they are up to. So he's going to be doing two things with me in the studio. First of all, yeah, I know those of us who we are 64 in the spirit. We'll look back as to what the years has looked like for Nigeria at 64, and then we'll come to something dynamic that we will be talking about on the show today. It's a delight and it's a pleasure once again to have a dear brother, a friend of the house, Bolaji Jegede. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you.
Don't worry, it's still morning. I thought you started to work. Oh yeah, it's still morning.
It's still morning.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for taking time out to be with us.
It's amazing to be here again.
Let's first of all talk about Nigeria before we talk about the initiative of something great that I know we've spoken about, a bit of it, then something else again. Nigeria for you turned 64 a couple of days ago, I think about 4 days ago. At least here you are, a Nigerian to the bones. Don't let me conclude. Are you in Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So he's a Nigerian to the bone. So I shouldn't go mix things up here. For you, will you say at 64, Nigeria has anything to celebrate?
Well, I think that at 64, if we want to look at the trajectory that Nigeria has gone through, it's a mix of positives and negatives.
I agree.
So we can't say we haven't moved forward, but I believe that we haven't moved. We are not at the level we should be. I believe that we should have gone a lot farther than we have. So in my mind, Nigeria should be running now, but I think that we're still crawling. You know, so
we were once touted as the giant of Africa. Now, from your own perspective, you say we're still crawling. We've never been, or we had once been, that giant of Africa.
I think we had once been the giant of Africa, and we probably are still basking in that euphoria, but we should be commanding more respect than we are commanding. I think there was a time when Nigeria was a lot better than this.
Absolutely.
And we should, I personally don't see any reason why at this time that we shouldn't be shoulder to shoulder with countries like China and countries like the UAE, Singapore. So in my mind, Nigeria should be doing a lot better. I think leadership continues to be the problem that Nigeria has.
Because you've actually taken me to, because that was my next question I wanted to ask you. Looking at leadership and followership. For you, is it an aspect of bad leadership or the followership who have elected bad leadership? That's what where we are today.
So for me, this question has always come up in quite a number of fora, and I'm always of the school of thought, and I still remain of the school of thought that everything rises and falls on leadership. So leadership is the big problem that Nigeria has. So some people always say, "Oh, the followers deserve the kind of leaders that they get," and I always disagree with that school of thought. I think that if a country will be on the right trajectory, leadership is absolutely important. Because if you have leaders who know what they are doing, they can set the direction and they can get everybody to align.
Yeah.
But what you have in Nigeria is a situation where you have leaders who make the laws and they are not subject to the law. There are no consequences for actions of leaders. And so when you look at leadership and followership, the follower are supposed to see the leader as that person whom they are supposed to follow, to the promised land. But so when leaders go around in Nigeria either looting money or engaging in all manner of corruption that goes with impunity, so the followers look at them, they look up to them and say, okay, so this is how leadership is what's leadership all about. So they aspire to that. So when leadership doesn't show example, you don't blame the followers. Because when you set things right as a leader, everybody follows. When nobody's above the law. In the United States, the president was actually impeached. That can never happen in Nigeria. Right? So and because the laws do not respect anybody, everybody you are equal before the law. But in Nigeria, we are not equal before the law. So leaders have a set of rules. Perhaps they don't even have any rules, while the rules are for the other people. So for me, leadership is the problem. The followers have no problem. When you look at Singapore, we talked about Singapore. When Lee Kuan Yew, took that country and exhibited outstanding leadership, everybody followed suit and it took them to the promised land. The same thing with Dubai or the UAE.
Yeah.
I mean, we read or we heard some stories about the fact that maybe in the 1970s or thereabout, the UAE came to Nigeria asking for money when it was just a creek town, Dubai. But when they had the oil, they channeled their resources through good leadership, and Dubai is like heaven, like I'd always say. And these things happen within a space of 30 years. Same thing with China. Within the space of 30 years, 40 years, they are where they are. So if we are 64 and we don't even have any meaningful industry, we are 64, we don't have 24 hours power supply. We are 24, we are 64, and there's no running water in homes. We are 64, there's no gas infrastructure, despite the fact that Nigeria is actually a gas country. People don't know. They think that we are actually a crude oil. We're not a crude oil country. We're actually a gas country. We have one of the biggest gas reserves in the world. And at 64, we don't have gas infrastructure to channel gas to industries, to channel gas to people's homes. And what are we talking about? We have leaders who continually steal. As of today, Abacha died more than 20 years ago. I can't remember, 30 years ago. And we are still recovering Abacha's loot. So what about the ones who are living that nobody's investigating? I mean, we have politicians who have Nigerian money stashed in UAE, Switzerland, America, all over the place. The last time I was here, I was telling you about an American investment banker that were on a flight from London to Ghana. And he told me, this was 2010, he told me that, look, I manage the money of many Nigerian politicians in America. And let me tell you the truth, our government encourages them to bring it. That's what the American told me. He said he was in Africa with $1 billion to look at some investment he wants to. So you still have money to America, to Europe, and they still take the money and they come and invest it in Africa and still take away all our things. So for me, leadership continues to be the bane and the problem that Nigeria faces. Get a right leader then you see how things can turn around, basically.
A right leader who is determined to make things happen, just like you mentioned, Lee Kuan Yew, Salman Albin in Dubai, quite a whole lot of great leaders whereby they've turned around the fortunes of their nation. And at this point, this will take me into our discussions gradually here, looking at what agriculture can do for a nation and to a nation. This was what we used. This was what I knew while growing up, looking at the space at which Nigeria invested heavily in agriculture. We have quite a whole lot of great buildings, the Cocoa House in Ibadan, so Onekon Stadium, things like that, buildings like that, properties like that were put together from what the government could get from they got from agriculture, and they're there today. But today, agriculture seems to be thrown away. If we have to look at the state at which food insecurity is in Nigeria today, no matter how, except you're up there, you're probably not feeling the heat of the food insecurity and what the economy looks like today. To sustain food security through agriculture, is it workable?
No, absolutely, absolutely. Any serious country that really wants to develop or wants to survive,
yes,
must really look at agriculture and take it seriously. Because, I mean, when you look at the Maslow's theory of needs, at the base of the pyramid is food, clothing, and shelter. So food is basic, you know. So if you cannot provide food for your people, I mean, there's really nothing you're supposed to be doing in government, right? So it's possible to ensure proper food security. But when we look at where we are today, there's a lot of rising, absolutely astronomical rise in cost of food items in the markets. I think we have food inflation going to almost 50%. And people are struggling to actually feed now all over the country. And that's really terrible. You talked about how agriculture was used to really build some monuments. Yeah. That we still have in Nigeria today, the Cocoa House. I mean, there was the old thing about granite pyramids in the north and all manner of things that agriculture did. And that again, the leaders at that time, those were the times when Nigeria can actually say we were the giants of Africa and we were a pride, you know, on the continent and maybe in the world stage, but not where we are today. And so what did those people do then? They saw agriculture as a means for development and they took the bull by the horn. You see, the advent of crude oil and oil money is what brought problem to agriculture in Nigeria, where the federal government and the state subnational, the state governments, they no longer think agriculture is important. And that's what we're suffering today. It's the ineptitude and the irresponsibilities of leaders, particularly in the democratic dispensation, that has relegated agriculture to the background because there's this old pool of money they can go and share every month in Abuja, you know, and the governors go there, share the money, they come back home, and their brains either go into lockdown and they don't even know what to do. And now we have all this problem. People cannot eat. I always go to the market myself. I love to cook. I love to go to the market. I love to feel the pulse of the people. Yeah. So I go to the market. I buy pepper. I go and grind the pepper. I buy rice, buy beans. I go into the open market and do stuff like that. And I saw how prices continue to balloon, right? And it's really bad because people are finding it difficult to actually feed. So we really need to look at agriculture. Agriculture has the potential to sustain the country. I don't see any reason why by now we shouldn't be feeding the world or even the nation or the continent. We have that capacity. We have so much culturable land, you know, all over the states. that we can utilize to, ensure that we feed ourselves first, and then we can export. The potential's absolutely huge for agriculture if we take it seriously. If the government takes it seriously, it's still something that will always be here till eternity.
Wow. Now, because I'm looking at it, and I know you have a vision, an initiative. Yeah. If we can get it right here in Osun State, hey, probably the whole world will probably be visiting us. I remember we discussed something the last time you were here about a Vision 2035. We're going to discuss about that. First of all, we'll bring our audience back to understanding what that Vision 2035 stands for before we come to talk about a food security summit that is going to take place in our dear state. Yeah, but I still just want us a bit to look at the way forward for us agricultural-wise in Nigeria, because you're having this kind of initiative for a state. Suppose you probably have that support by the federal government. Do we see a way out of this quagmire in which Nigeria is right now? Because I know one thing for real: Nigerians are suffering. But the point is, I'm really, really scared about all this. At times, I'm with due respect to this young man, in the course of this week, I was out there. I think I was just in my car, and there was a knock by the door, and the man was like, "Please, whatever I have, I should give." And I looked at him. The man was in suit jacket, coat, or whatever. I now looked at that. Wow, there is hunger in the land. But then, Mr. Jegede, let's hold on. We'll take a vox pop of how we got independence 64 years ago, and also we'll take this "My Work, My Pride" segment as well. Then when we come back, Mr. Bolaji Jegede is a convener of Osun Vision 2035 initiative, and also very soon, by this time next month, he must be well prepared towards a food security summit that will take place here in our dear state, Osun State. We'll bring all this together. It's going to explain to us what it means. Who are those that are expected to be part of this program, and what will be the benefit to the state, individuals, and the generality as well. Please stay with us. It's still Spring Delight from Western Spring Television. We'll be right back.
My name is Adebisi. I'm the CEO of Abebi Foods Limited. I've been in business for about 9 years now. I was actually inspired by my mom. And when I was in banking industry, I had a challenge. No, not really a challenge per se. It's this normal target issue. I shared with mom that time. My target was due. And I shared with my mom. She was like, "Why do I business?" My mom, at a point in time, I gave it a second thought, and I felt food is inevitable. It's a business that I think I can start. And that was how I started in 2014 or thereabouts. I wrote my business plan, and from there, I started doing window shopping to see how I can do it better. Obviously, I couldn't do it the way my mom do her business. She operates in the open market, and I was looking at what can I do to add value to our business. So I looked into packaging foodstuff, and that was how we started in 2016. I registered my business officially in 2016. And because she was the one that initiated it, she was the one that inspired me, not to honor her, or I need business after her. It's just products, and we go with our products and stick to all our products are Zach and SON approved. I have So we export and we sell locally to major retail outlets in Nigeria. So our products range from yam flour, plantain flour, beans flour, whole beans, that's and we have a product that is being on board very soon. We could be corn flax, and it's a gluten-free product that we want to use it as alternative to plantain flour, so that people that are used to plantain flour, they will always have substitute for plantain flour. That's why we are coming up with Guinea corn flour mix. I am proud of my business because it's a potential and I see my products. There's this that and today I see my product everywhere. Talk to foreigners, I talk to diaspora customers, I load containers. I'm so proud of my business. Welcome to Abebi Foods Limited. This is what we do. My work is my pride.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Abayemi by name.
I'm David.
David, where's Goliath?
Dead.
Femi.
All right.
My name is Aduni.
Aduni?
Yes. I'm Dr. Wulabi.
My name is Boyega.
Every 1st of October of every year in Nigeria is regarded as what?
Independence Day.
Independence Day.
Independence.
Independence.
That is another new year when the Oyinbo people colonized us and they gave us independence.
And Nigeria turned how old?
If I'm not mistaken, I'm 60 or something, or 50, I don't know. I'm not actually correct, but 60 plus.
Nigeria will be 64.
Are you sure?
Yes, 1960. That's 64. 60 something. Is it 65? 64. 63.
10.
I don't remember.
You don't?
I don't remember. 60 what?
1960.
56 now.
1, 2,
57.
4,
58.
5, 6,
52.
7,
I don't know. Oh,
1,
I think I should be. I'm coming 61.
6, 7. What's your dream Nigeria?
That's a tough question one. Nigeria is a very great country with lots of minerals and lots of resources. But I just pray we achieve what we dream of. We have so many things to make Nigeria a better place for us to stay. But I pray we have a good leader.
Well, I believe we are getting there. And Nigeria is gradually moving forward, whether we like it or not. This is not where we were at the beginning of this democracy in 1999. And although there might be some lapses and there might be some galloping on the way, but I believe Nigeria will still get to where it is going to. Nigeria of my dream, where I believe I dream about Nigeria where rule of law can work very well, and where a nation that is corruption free, a nation where there is equity and equality, where the children of the poor and the children of the rich can actually survive.
We all know what happened in Nigeria today. We increase in age, but we decrease in knowledge. Wow. You understand? So I don't think you can expect something new in Nigeria.
I actually want a Nigeria that we can have the blueprint of American, and that we have access to good health, good road, and which I believe that one day it will still happen. We are still going there, but we shouldn't allow this present moment to blind us of the future we have. But I believe that Nigeria is going to be great.
I want a better Nigeria. No matter what people say about it, I know in my heart that Nigeria is going to be okay. So, and I will be alive when it's okay. I'm going to eat the food of Nigerian labor.
I wish we become very like talking to help people, the needy, everyone. The people that need, I just wish God can bless me. There are some people that are homeless that I just need to like provide them a house, can sleep because it's cold outside, and walk, everything just like that. Things for the youth, things we can do just to support us and help us because it's not easy. So I wish I can be used as someone who can help the fellow youths in Nigeria.
Where there are infrastructures, no corruption, end of bad governance,
Nigeria that things are done right. Nigeria that is profitable for all. Nigeria that Africans in diaspora will want to represent with, want to come to, Nigeria that I see a future in. That even not just for myself, for my future kids.
All I can describe about Nigeria, the kind of Nigeria I think we are paying for. Yes. So everything will be okay for everybody, even though both rich and poor people, we can share the same field, we share the same knowledge, we share the same economy, but it's not really be like that.
The first stanza of the national anthem, can you recite it to us?
Is it the RS come or the new one? The new one.
I don't know why anybody.
You don't have time for that one.
The new one.
The national anthem. We have
Arise.
No, it's not Arise.
Give me a minute, please.
The new one. Oh, we don't know we have a new national anthem. That means I got you with that. I will sing the old one, Arise, or call Patriots.
What we've been asked to be used now.
One, because I'm not singing the newly introduced. I'm singing the one that is meant for our generation.
The national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please sing it.
Arise.
That's not the national anthem.
You sing it for me first.
Arise, so call.
That's not a national anthem.
I don't know it.
Bye-bye. Wow. But a big thank you to the production team there, Pastor Kadalaka, the cameraman, Raman, who actually put up that visuals together for us there. I looked at it and I was like, hey, Nigerians, some of us don't know how old Nigeria is. Some of us can recite the national anthem. It's a bit touchy, but it's going to be part of our discussion this morning. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. Thanking you indeed for being here. Still Spring Delight from Western Spring Television. And with me in the studio this morning, I have my dear brother, Mr. Bolaji Jegede, thanking you once again for being here. I don't want to put you on the spot. I said, my brother, can you recite the national anthem? But I trust you 100%, I know. But because of the want of time, I want us to talk a bit about that. How will Nigerians have probably, is it an aspect of this nonchalant attitude towards things, or the way life has portrayed itself to us as humans here in our nation, Nigeria? Because while we were out there, I asked that question, which we all saw down, that can you please recite the national anthem? And people were like, the national anthem, Arise. But obviously we know that it's no more Arise, O compatriots. It's Nigeria we hail thee. What do you think for you as a Nigerian? Is it an aspect of orientation that is not well circulated, or we just have this attitude towards it that, well, that's not my concern? Because an average American, I don't know why I keep using the American or the British, all hail the king, God bless the king, or the American. You see that they recite it with so much passion. So, but I'm not sure that if I ask somebody now, except there's a monetary incentive to it, that this is 20,000 naira, recite the national anthem. Then you see the enthusiasm. But for me, on a normal day, just can you recite the national anthem? Oh, you hear? Oh, TD, that's not. Is it our culture? Is it about orientation, or what could have brought us, demeaned us to that level that we're not interested in knowing all these things?
Okay, so thank you. So basically, I think that it's not that Nigerians are nonchalant, okay, but I think we just need to understand the circumstances that surround the everyday Nigerian, particularly at this time. So we had an old national anthem, which everybody knows that, right? That's what we had for years since I was born, right? Yeah, so everybody knows that. You go to functions, that's what we sing at the and everybody sings it. So it's not for the lack of interest, but when you look at when this new one came in, maybe a few weeks or so or months back, it came in at a time where, number one, as a person, I don't even see the need for it. And I don't think that was actually the most important thing that we needed at
this time. Yeah.
You know, so I kind of feel like it's some sort of misplaced priority, but they've done that, they've done that. But so the question really is, in the midst of high food prices, people are hungry. The cost of living, high. Fuel. I used to fill my tank, my 4Runner Jeep, with 15,000 before this administration came in.
Okay.
I bought, as I was coming in, I bought 50,000. I was on half tank. So I now need 100,000 to fill my tank.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
When I used to, so my light bill has gone. I'm on band A. Light bill has gone up, I think, about ×4.
Yeah.
Food. It's just the mercy of God that we're able to eat food. And you know, so when people have all that trouble in their mind, and what you expect them to do is to learn a new national anthem. I don't think that that's what is the priority of an average Nigerian today. And if people don't know it, I wouldn't blame anybody who doesn't know it, because I think the government should face solving the issue of food security, the issue of insecurity itself, and the issues around ease of doing business. I think those are the most important things that you need to do. When everybody is able to get unemployment is another issue. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're a young person and you don't have a job, what's your business learning the national anthem? Because the truth of the matter is, the national anthem is something that people should be proud of. And yes, people were proud of it. We sang it, you know, without thinking. So maybe when these other indices become realistic level, people have a job, people can eat, people can move around freely, then we are incentivized to learn the new national anthem. You see? So when you see leaders who really don't know what they're doing, who just go around doing parochial things, this is what you get. What's that? And I heard that some House of Assembly person was actually even trying to sponsor a bill that whoever cannot sing the new national should go to jail. So that tells you the level of ignorance and the level of irresponsibility of people who are in leadership.
I would have loved that the person who tried to the rep member who tried to bring that up should probably have sang that song to confirm if he knows it as well. But just as you said, ignorance, I think.
No, it's not ignorance. It's just it's ignorance, and also it's lack of values, lack of ideas, really. Because if you were coming to the floor of the House of Assembly, putting together laws that can help businesses grow, laws that can protect women and children, laws that can make agriculture viable. Those would have been things that would have expected from lawmakers. But when you see a lawmaker which bill he can sponsor is people to go to jail for not singing national anthem, it shows the level we have actually deteriorated to as a country.
Now, before we come back to Osun State and discuss this here, at 64, I'm not sure I'm going to be here in another 64 years, but it's all in the hands of God, though. But in another 64 years, with this set of leaders that we have, could there be a change, a turnaround?
And absolutely, there can be a turnaround, and there will be a turnaround. That I am certain of. But you know, for the turnaround to happen, it's going to be very important that the young people drive it. The youth need to drive it, and the youth have the numbers. We have the intellectual capacity.
Yes, please.
And we have what it takes to turn this country around. And we've heard people talk about revolution now. I agree that we need a revolution, but my idea of revolution is an intellectual revolution. And I think that is what is the most important thing that we need. It's not by violence or running to the streets and burning properties. What we need is an intellectual revolution. And that's why the kind of initiatives that I put out there are initiatives that are well thought out, well documented. These are things, that are concepts I've been working on for 15 to 20 years.
Oh my.
And so when you talk about the Nigeria, I currently have already what you call the Vision 2050, the Nigerian Dream. That one will be launched in a couple of years' time. And that's why we are launching next month the Osun Vision 2035 initiative. And that one is going to help transform Osun State into an economic, industrial, agriculture, R&D, and cultural hub, making Osun State a powerhouse in Africa by the year 2035.
That's an amazing one. Let's just go straight and talk about this. Let's get to have clearer understanding. Bring us back. I know we discussed this during our last interview here. Now, how well have we gone concerning Vision 2035 to make Osun great for all?
Okay, so when we talk about Vision 2035 for Osun State, make Osun great for all, MOGFA, like I said earlier, it's a well documented strategy.
Okay.
That will help transform Osun State into that powerhouse in Africa by 2035. And basically, it sits on 8 special initiatives.
Okay.
So we talk about the agricultural revolution.
Okay.
There's the industrialization and economic diversification. There's culture and heritage. There's tourism.
Okay.
There is education and skill acquisition. So there are 8 special initiatives under the vision. And so basically the vision is going to be launched next month here in Osun State.
Okay.
And while we're going to be taking the Food Security Summit at the same time, from November 11 to November 16. So November 11 is going to be the first night when we're going to be having the gala night and awards night. And what we seek to do with that gala night is to acknowledge those who have contributed meaningfully to Osun State's development up until now, and then use that opportunity to launch the Vision, Osun Vision 2035 initiative, and then we begin to have our conferences, the Food Security Summit itself, which is going to be a 3-day conference and exhibition holding at the WorkDiv Event Center.
Okay.
And at the same time, something amazing that I have put into this is something I call the MOGFA Market Square.
MOGFA Market Square.
Yeah, MOGFA, like I said, MOGFA stands for Making Great for All. That's the code name for. So the MOGFA Market Square is going to be holding at the Freedom Park.
Okay.
And we are likely to, depending on how much funding we get, we're able to expand that market to also use some bigger venues in other cities. My goal is to turn Osun State into a marketplace during those 5 days. So what's going to happen at the Freedom Park is that we're talking to vendors already.
Okay.
So people are going to bring the food items into the MOGFA Market Square at the Freedom Park, and the populace will be come to buy those food items at 10 to 50% discount.
Okay.
And that market will run for 5 days. 5 days. And right now, people are struggling to put food on their table.
Yeah.
And we am doing that so that we can actually help families to buy food items, into their house during that 5-day period. We have a minimum budget of 100 million for those food subsidies. So depending on how much funding and support we're able to get, will determine how much percentage we'll ask the vendors to give. So we are hopeful that we can get enough support to be able to give as much as 50% discount, so that Osun State people, even people out of Osun State, can come to Osun State and buy food items for their families at highly discounted rates.
Wow, that's massive. But let's go in depth about this, and looking at the state and the speed at which food insecurity is in Nigeria today is alarming, and this will be an eye opener as to probably what to do in getting things right. Why have you decided to come up with this at this trying time in Nigeria? Can this work?
No, so there's no better time to discuss food security in Nigeria than now. We are in a very we're on a keg of gunpowder that can explode anytime if we don't take it seriously. There are many factors that are militating against food surplus in Nigeria, and we need to address some of those things, frontally. And so when you look at what are the reasons why we're having all these problems, number one is the fact that the insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria is a key issue, because when you have all this Boko Haram and all these ISWAP terrorists that are sending farmers out of their farms, killing farmers. So farmers, most people who farm in Nigeria, many of them are in the north. They can't go to the farms because of insecurity. So that's a big problem in itself. So insecurity is a key factor right there that needs to be solved. So another key issue is the issue of the climate change. Now, we just had this terrible flooding, in the north that affected Borno State, and farmlands, run over by water, millions of people displaced. These are people that farm. And so again, climate change, there's not been a lot of rain, this year the way it should be. So farmers are telling me, because I deal with a lot of farmers, I support many farming communities. They had a lot of losses this year because of the rain, inconsistency in the rain. So climate change is an issue. Policy somersault is also an issue. And this comes back to the issue of leadership. We lack, especially this democratic dispensation, we lack visionary leadership. And that's something that is a problem. If you remember when Jonathan was president, he came up with this cassava bread initiative, and people invested. People believe that, now we can make cassava bread. The government was going to invest in that. I think they started doing something. Some people put up cassava factories, making the cassava bread, and Jonathan left power. The new people came and they threw that into the dustbin. Now people have invested thinking that policy will help them have a good business, and that is what happens every time. You see, from government to government, everybody believes that they come in with their own agenda and they throw away what the other people have done. There should be consistency in all of these things. So that's where we have all those people are actually not wanting to even invest, because government gives policies and then they lose elections and you have invested, and another action comes in and your investment becomes a waste. So when you look at a combination of insecurity, climate change, policy somersaults, lack of loans, single-digit loans to agri-businesses, all this put together becomes a threat to food security in Nigeria. And if we must solve this food security problem in Nigeria, we have to look at these things very critically. And that is where things like this kind of visions that I have for Nigeria and the states is very important, because a leader should be able to look into the future and project the next 20 years, the next 30 years, 60 years. What do we want to see in Nigeria? What do we want to see in your state? So the question really is, without a vision, the people perish. And that's what the Bible says. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, and my identity in Christ drives many of the things that I do. So if you don't have a vision for your country, there's no vision for your states, you're not working with it, you're just going to be moving.
You think government at all levels don't have a clear vision?
There's absolutely no clear vision in Nigeria. I have never seen any government, any state government, any national government party that came in with any clear vision to what they want to achieve. They all come with all this 5-point agenda, 6-point agenda. Those are no visions. Those are absolute nonsense. So for me, we heard about Vision 2030. Now we are there. What is Vision 2020?
Vision 2020.
Yeah. So where are we? What was that vision? Where are we? We're absolutely nowhere. So there's never been any vision for the country, not for any states. And these people, just because they're politicians and they have the ability to buy votes and all of that, even whether they have the knowledge or the capacity, they get themselves into office, and you find out that people get into office today, and 3 months after, they're already talking about the next election. You hardly hear any meaningful debates around industrialization, around moving the country forward. All we see is how politicians go around in convoys and they are, living big man life, telling people to go and cut their coat according to their size. Meanwhile, you are gallivanting on our patrimony. So when there's no vision, there's no way a country can develop. And that's where, when you look at things like Osun Vision 2035, that's going to set Osun on a different trajectory, and Vision 2050 which is going to set Nigeria on a different trajectory. Those are the kind of things that we need to look at. You know, so, and that's where I need to charge Nigerians at this time. But when we go into elections, especially the young people, because for me, the people in the older generation, they failed us. And I sincerely have nothing to discuss with them. Mine is for the young people I know that we have been brainwashed. I know that poverty, has been weaponized. Education has been weaponized against the young people. But I think that we still have the capacity to do amazing things. If you see people doing amazing things in Nigeria and in Africa, they're the young people.
Absolutely.
You see, so a typical young Nigerian is entrepreneurial, is industrious, is hardworking. All over the world, people know that wherever Nigerians are, great things happen. Go to America, Nigerians are dominating the Medicare system. Nigerians are dominating the legal system everywhere in the world. My brother and his wife are registered nurses in America. So most of the brilliant guys have left Nigeria. They've trained abroad. They are doing amazing well. Most of my classmates are now PhD holders in America, doing well in NASA, doing amazing stuff. So I still believe in Nigeria, and that's why I'm in Nigeria. All my brothers are in America. Some of them are already citizens, and they tell me that, what are you doing in Nigeria? Why are you not in Canada? Why are you not coming? I said, I don't have an American dream. I don't have a Canadian dream. The only dream I have is a Nigerian dream, and I'm staying here to make Nigeria better. As I was telling people, I said, if they are giving out the American passport for free, I'm not going to take it. I mean, that's what many people want to do, but I won't take it. Give me the Canadian passport. I don't need it. The best I can take is maybe a resident permit that allows me to travel. I cannot take any passport, a Nigerian passport. My dream is a Nigerian dream. So if you want to go to America, absolutely, you can go to America or Canada. I don't have a problem with that. But we are still here. We're going to make Nigeria better. And Nigeria has the capacity to be better. And I believe that the young people will drive the development that we need in Nigeria. I'm just talking to the youth to look beyond the immediate challenges we have. We can actually initiate a mental and intellectual revolution that can turn things around. Yes, we need government. Yes, we need these older folks who have captured the patrimony. We need to get it back one way or another. And the young people can and will make Nigeria great again.
I believe that. As well. And I key into that dream of yours as well. Quickly, so Jegede, let's come back to this food security summit here. Saying this is going to start on the 11th or 16th of November of this great year. Right. What's it going to look like?
Okay, so what's it going to look like, the food summit? What I can always assure people is it's going to be world class.
Fantastic.
So I don't do anything. I don't believe in mediocrity. And I've been in entrepreneurship for 21 years now. I'm known to some extent globally. And there's only one thing they know me for, is excellence.
Fantastic.
Having worked in the oil and gas industry, being a consultant to states, consultant to banks and all of that, I do all I do with excellence. So my company, our motto is 100% indigenous, 100% world class. So what are we expecting for this food summit? It's going to be, there will be conferences, panel sessions, there's going to be exhibition, there's going to be the Mood Farm Market. All we're expecting is world-class standard. Osun is, with his Vision 2035 that we are launching next month, is setting Osun on a path of excellence. And everything that will be happening in Osun State going forward will only be excellent. It's going to be international standard. The exhibition, we have seen exhibitions in Osun State. We have seen exhibitions in Nigeria. What we are putting together is going to be an exhibition that is on a first-class level that we compare with what you have anywhere in the developed world. That is what I can guarantee you, that when you get into our exhibition centers, when you get into our panels, you will see what is called world class. You will see what is called the spirit of excellence.
Wow, spirit of excellence. All right, let's just because are you involving the government in this, or is just your initiative and you're sticking to that?
Okay, so it's my initiative,
yes,
100%, and that needs to be very clear. I'm definitely involving government, but my level of government involvement is, I'm trying to make it as minimal as I can. The reason being that in Osun State, when Aregbe was governor, I tried to do some things with them, and typical politicians, it didn't work. When there was Oyetola government, I brought an idea that could generate 15,000 jobs per year in Osun State, you know, and my in-law happens to be a friend of the governor. We were going to the governor, and then we met one of the commissioners. I won't say his name just to keep him, but you know, a commissioner. And he was like, oh, he told my in-law and said, you don't need to go to the governor. I will execute this. This is a brilliant idea. You don't need to know the governor. Then my in-law was, okay, let's work with him. Then what did he do? He just took the idea, went to the state executive council, and said it was his own. And I didn't really mind, you see, because my idea was not really to take any glory. My idea is for Osun State to grow. I didn't care. He went there saying it was his own. Anyway, I did the budget, did everything. When we trained, we worked with the Bank of Industry, the state government, you know, myself as the consultant, you know, we trained about 2,000 MSMEs in Osun State. The Bank of Industry gave them money for their businesses. You know, what interest I went from village to village, you know, manner of stuff. When the governor released the money, the commissioner, for some reason, he didn't even give me a dime. I know what I did to ensure that thing happened. He just took my idea and made a mess of it. And that thing generated no jobs, something that had the potential to generate 15,000 jobs a year. You know, so that was what I experienced with those guys. Because when I do all these things, I don't put money forward.
Yeah.
So I think I remember telling the commission that, look, money is not the issue, but let's get the state to work. So when the money was released, I was like, Mr. Commissioner, are you not giving me for all my jobs? What? He said, Shebi, I said, I don't need any money. Anyway, I was like, and I called the director at the time. I said, Mr. Director, what are you guys doing in that your ministry? He said, that one told me, he said, the money the governor released is not even enough for us. So that's why I don't deserve anything for all the labor that I did. So anyway, that aside, so that's why this time I said I'm not working with any government. I'll work with private sector, and I work for private sector, and we can get the country to move. So I try to move away from government, but I got one of my godmother, an amazing woman. She said to me, look, I think this government in Osun State is a little better than this other one. Let's try and see. And I said to her, look, I'll go to them, but I'm not ready to work with them. I'm not keen about working with them because I don't even need their money. If they come and sponsor the event, I have no problem with it. But I'm done with people who cannot think for themselves, and I come up with an idea, and then all you go and do is say it's your own. That's why this idea now is all over Osun State, it's all over the world, it's all over social media. I want to see that person who will claim that he owns it. I have my copyright on it. Let me see that person who will do that now. So basically, I would love to work with government because
this present government, because your referral, your reference to the commissioner who actually did what he did was not this
government.
Not this government.
So these governments, I have met people at the highest level of the government. They are excited about it.
Oh, great.
Or they seem excited about it.
Okay.
And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. As we speak now, we're 5 weeks to go. I was having a chat with one of the commissioners, and I said, look, this is some weeks back. I always like to, 2 weeks to go, I want my program already done. So, I never do anything that gives me any stress because I plan ahead. So I said to the commissioner, Mr. Commissioner, if the government wants to be a part of this, it's either now or never. When everything is cast in stone, I will not move I will not move an inch for any government involvement. Well, he said, we're interested, but I'm abroad now. Let's talk. I said, well, anytime you can call me. So basically, they seem interested. And I'm using my word very carefully. They seem interested, but I've not seen the energy. Okay. I've not seen the passion. Okay. And I'm going ahead without them. Already, we are getting support. I'm very excited about what the private sector can do and will do. So right now, I spoke with I want to thank him absolutely well. The Orogun of Okela, an amazing Kabiyesi, doing amazing things in Osun State. I met Kabiyesi last week Saturday. You know, we've been chatting. I met him in his hotel room in ID Nest Saturday, and he said, Kabiyesi, I sent him this doc. He said, what you are doing is amazing. Honestly, what you are doing is what I really see Nigeria becoming. I'm with you 100%. And I said, well, actually, I was going to tell you that I wanted to be a co-chair for the vision. He said, I'm with you 100%. Go and use my name anywhere.
Oh boy. That alone is rubber stamped.
And I will tell you what happened. He started calling people.
Okay.
He has called Akim Adesina.
Oh.
he has called. I won't say anything. He made a call to one of his friends. You know, the Kabiyesi told me, he said something. Let me say, I won't mention his name.
Okay, yeah.
Kabiyesi said,
we have to go though.
Kabiyesi said, I don't have money, but I have friends. I started calling. He called somebody and said, the person said, so. There's a young man here. I think we must support him. The man said, okay, where is he? So can he come now? Then I went to Ile-Ogbo to go and meet the person. And I showed him. He said, this is absolutely amazing. He said, I'll give you something to start with. Yesterday, I just saw 1 million in my account.
All right. Now, we've heard that. All right. Now, I would like to let you know, because seriously, trust us from here as well. The media support, we will keep doing this. Nigeria in our lifetime will be great.
Absolutely.
I believe in that. And please, this initiative, nothing will stop it.
Absolutely.
Just keep on keeping on. It's a delight speaking with Mr. Bolaji Jegede. He is the convener, the initiator of MOGFA, Make Osun Great for All. And for all, it surely will then. Gradually, he moves to make Nigeria great, make Africa, the world. We'll always do this together. Mr. Bolaji Jegede, thanking you indeed. Please, 11th till 16th, trust us, we'll be there.
Thank you very much.
We'll be there.
Thank you very much.
That's the first segment of our conversation here. And in the course of the week, we went out to speak with one of Nollywood's finest, an award-winning actor, because we looked at the movie industry in Nigeria. It's something that could generate, it should be generating revenue for government. Of course, I know what it looks like in Hollywood, Bollywood. This is generating millions and billions of currencies. So why can't we get that here? Let's get to talk to one of Africa's finest actors from Nollywood. And it was a nice time speaking with him. Please sit back and let's enjoy this. Nigerian movie industry has evolved to the level at which we're closing to Hollywood. Right now, we are premiere of Lasifa, a new movie by Wumi Toriola. And this is one movie I'm urging you out there, hey, go see what it looks like. I'm going in very soon, and you can definitely get to watch live on television, and it is simply amazing. So, the irresistible Titty saying, let's go enjoy the ride.
How many countries did you get to travel to? Where did you go?
Few cities like Milan, Tokyo.
For real?
I graduated from the Greenwich Marketing Postgraduate Program.
Hello, I'm in Paris, so I didn't still around. It's like if it's
believe below how, right?
Yes. Lagos is an opportunity disguised as geography. Where the dreams come true.
For me, this movie is out in cinemas, and I have one of Africa's finest actors who, over the years, as you usually say, Aye Alalumole, is doing so well for himself. Award-winning actor, one of Nollywood's best hands. You like to call him Mr. Authentic. We call him Muyiwa Ademola. Authentic, it's a pleasure.
My brother.
Good to see you.
Same here. So good to see you.
Honestly, what's the secret? You're growing fast. I remember we were like this then. But look at you now.
I will ask you for the secret as well.
The thing,
I think it's basically because we do what we love.
Yeah, and it's giving us that rest of mind.
That is it.
Now let's get down to the business of the day here. You are here in Osogbo for a reason. What's the reason?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm in Osogbo to celebrate one. Let me start away to celebrate with Wumi Toriola. She has produced a film, and it's a beautiful film. It is titled Queen Latifah. And I'm here to watch the film with my beautiful people in Osogbo. And we know one thing, Osogbo is like, I'm telling you, Osogbo is like one stronghold when it comes to theater and cinemas in Southwest. So here we are.
Right. Now, this movie is generating quite a whole lot of attention. For you as an actor, you've been in this industry over 3-4 decades now. And with what you have seen with Queen Latifah, how will you describe this movie?
Yes, Queen Latifah, like for those that happen to be my, ardent followers on my social media platforms, Immediately I saw the film. I saw the film around, we finished watching the premiere by 12 a.m. I put out, a post, I think, 3 a.m. And I mean, I spoke my mind. So when other reviews started coming out, I was like, okay, some people are like, Muyiwa said it first. Queen Latifah is a beautiful film. I'm telling you, of course, you witness it today when people, started coming out. It's a lovely film. Wumi took everybody by surprise, okay, it's her first cinema film, and she did, fantastically well. In terms of the storyline, the casting, the directing, the picture, the lighting, the sound design, it's a beautiful film.
You've made mention of all this, the sound, lightning, effects that comes into Nollywood these days. How has it evolved? Because over the years, before now, we used to watch DVD and all these things. But these days, the quality of what we are watching, the contents, the lines, the scripts, the personnel, it's a wow. What happened? How sudden? What brought about this change? And how did you guys go about it?
Well, actually, I cannot call it a change. It's been a process for a long time. You understand? If you look at the whole thing, you say like, okay, we started from stage to TV. From TV, our fathers, the likes of Ola Balogun, Ajani, during the time of Ajani Okun, Baba Hubert Ogunde, Adeya Folayan, you understand? They started showing, and they started on celluloid. You understand? 35 mm.
Yes.
You understand? So, I mean, that one started coming. So people, the likes of Ariba Salami to join Baba Salah. And you have a whole lot of people,
legends.
Joining. Legends. Some are alive, some have gone to rest. That, joined the whole process. So from there, okay, we're like, okay, can we push it to other level? Then people started on VHS. Do you understand? So we moved from there to VHS. So from VHS evolved to CD.
Then,
you understand?
Yeah.
CD evolved to DVD.
Then
from DVD, people started feeling like, okay, then we have phones. So when phones started coming, people were like, okay, can it get to a stage whereby I'm going to have my phone,
my movie on the phone?
And I can remember vividly that I told some people that a day, I told them during the early 2000 that a day is coming that you're going to have your phone in your hand, watch your film, do whatever you want to do. On your phone.
And we're doing it now.
I'm telling you, so we have streaming platforms. And if you go to the US, you're going to see them. Lulu is there. Amazon Prime is there. Netflix is there. A whole lot of them. A whole lot. You understand? So by we're having them in Nigeria. Of course, we don't have everything they have over there. But for now, at least we have Netflix and we have Amazon. Prime. So it's a process. Probably it's going to get to another level whereby, okay, now we have cinema in your houses. You understand? And there's some small projector that you can do now. Just press it.
And then you're watching.
Do you understand? But we are moving to 3D. Okay, we are saying that you're going to have, maybe you go to like 5D. When you press it, you just see people acting in your front. So we're evolving. And the Yorubas, emerging from the Alani Jews, have always been like elites in, entertainment in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I don't want to dwell into so many narratives that people are coming with to change the whole story.
Yes, please.
But I keep telling people, even when we are pushing VHSs, I keep telling people that Yoruba are equipped with so much.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying other tribes are not equipped too. But when people feel like, I want Yoruba and locals, then no. For the fact that we do not shoot our films in English, it's a language.
Yeah.
It's a medium. You understand? Tomorrow I might decide to shoot an Hausa film. And I'm going to tell you that I'm going to shoot a good film as well. It's just a medium. It's all about me writing what I want to be said in Hausa. Let me put it in the English language. You understand? Our mood is thin. We weep the same way all over the world.
Absolutely.
We laugh the same way all over the world.
Absolutely.
We feel all the same way all over the world. So I can always shift all these things, put them in my film. And I've always been telling people that, no, Yoruba are doing great. We're only looking for opportunity.
Yeah.
And that opportunity came. We'll actually, right from the time of our fathers, the likes of Ogundi and Co., it's, we've always been mastering cinemas. And someone like me too, I exhibited Ori, that was 2003, in a National Theatre, Ibadan, Abeokuta, all over, Oshogbo, Ilorin, even then you get all. I think that was the name of, I forgot the name of Brother Lekinson's brother. I've forgotten his name.
Okay.
So he was the only person that has projector in Oshogbo. You understand? So we'll go there, get projector from him, we'll buy cloth, sew screen. You understand?
Yeah.
Or get you understand? So we've been showing. We'll carry speakers from
my goodness.
So we should always come to see us.
Plenty before because of the want of time, and I know how busy you are. Queen Latifah.
Yes, sir.
What's your message to the people? And what should us as humans expect from Nollywood in another 50 years' time?
Oh, thanks so much. Guys, Queen Latifah is a beautiful film. I'm telling you, some people target it comedy, and I told them it's more than that. You understand? It's a life drama. You're going to laugh, you laugh. If you are so emotional, you will weep. You understand?
Just hold that handkerchief.
Yes, but it's a feel-good film. And at the end of the whole thing, you will clap. Then there's this, Gbenga Adenika was the one that anchored the premiere. He was crying.
Oh my God.
People were crying. People were happy that, oh wow, this is a good film. It's a film you can watch that film like 20 times.
Wow.
And you won't feel bored.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I'm here. You will watch it.
Yeah.
People will come out and talk about it. It's a beautiful film. You understand? And
in the next 50 years.
In the next 50 years, okay, we pray to God we are still alive.
Yeah.
You understand? But I must tell you that people will be very proud of Nollywood, and they will be proud of Yoruba race.
Good.
Because there are so many untapped stories, so many untouched stories. We have so many stories we have not done. You understand this story of Barrister? We have done Ayinla Omowura. The story of Star, the story of those things are worth saying. You understand? The woman that came. Actually, that's a story you understand, because someone like me, I started watching when I was before local. Those are few of the films, the stories that pushed me into, because anytime we do something, they will say, so the learning, and from there, we're like, careful. So when I started from the church, and I started feeling okay, I thought I want to be using my film to preach. So I was part of those people that were preached to via films, via TV productions. Wow. So I saw it as a tool that I can use to contribute my own quota to the society.
Now, you've heard it, and when Authentic says something, seriously, it is simply authentic.
Out from hustle, tired of Lagos traffic, from mainland to the island, just violence, no timeless. Last month will not you if you know get driver's license. Everybody did their lane like the BRT. Oh, you're on the
concern. All the violence.
I actually say,
I don't know how to describe the movie, but trust me, it's worth the hype. I think the movie is an interesting movie. I keep it up. Please,
everything. All the
movie is very interesting. Like, it's full of everything, emotional stuff, like comedy. Like, it's just wow. The movie is so beautiful. I love it.
Wumi Toriola said it, and she has done it. The movie is such an awesome movie. You know, it talks about fake life and how you need to, as a person, be your real self, and the world will truly accept you for who you are. Be yourself, the world will adjust. That is just the best word.
He's doing well. At least started well, and then the momentum is growing. As you can see, day in, day out, the numbers are increasing.
Hey guys, my name is Muyiwa Ademola. You are watching Spring Delight on Western Spring Television. You know what? It's a spring of joy. Don't touch it. Keep watching. God bless you.
It's been an amazing time. It's an awesome experience. See, quite whole people out here. So that movie, Latifa look. It's awesome time. Right? Going back to the and Spring Delight continues from. I don't know what it's time today. Thanking you all indeed for being a part of us on the show Spring Delight, and we just hope you have a delightful weekend as you go by. But then please, let's have it in mind. Nigeria surely will be great. One day, someday in our own lifetime, it will be great. Thanking you all, everybody who's put in one aspect or the other, to the camera team, the sound man, the production producer, producers, the director. Thank you all indeed for being a part of us. We'll be back again next week, Saturday, in another edition of this program, Spring Delight, from Western Spring Television. Today, they will remain my name at Irresistible TD on X. Let's tag along. See you next week.
Affected, sound, found. What do we say? Fill in from a spring A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever expounding current events. Shut down for the business gist, to the globally arising happenings, to sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided from the fusion, vast and fast. These are within text of you that are fired. So X misheard. This is the news as it is.
Nationalist and civil engineer, surveyor and architect. Born November 14, 1864, Herbert Macaulay was the founder of Nigeria's National Democratic Party, the first political party in pre-independent Nigeria. Scholars of Nigeria's political history describe Herbert Macaulay as the intellectual bulldog of 19th century Nigerian nationalist movement, in a deference to his qualities as founder and leader of two foremost political parties, Nigeria National Democratic Party (NNDP) and National Council of Nigerian Citizens (NCNC). His matchless versatility in party organization and control kept the British colonialists on their toes in the entire span of his active life. After his death on 7th May 1946, Herbert Macaulay remains a hero of his country, which recognized his anti-colonial struggles. Today, Nigeria's 10 Naira coin bears his oval face and trademark moustache. Western Spring Television identifies Herbert Macaulay as a major character in history.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you, and you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before. Go and check all these
40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels he doesn't have much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Counseling is in person. And your body thinks that she can strength and will not just marry that person. Say you pay for I beg so.
Growing up, what was in the world with him?
You know.
Well, she said he likes when I was old. And the last time I checked, well, he looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, too much I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my ass.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving it, it's giving self-esteem, it's giving black and people. A man who is secure in what? A man who is confident of who he is will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Bon, déjà, je m'appelle Koray King, je suis artiste graphiste illustrateur. Ce que je sais, c'est que je me suis juste rendu compte que j'avais un message à passer, à dire au monde. Et je ne savais pas que ce type de message pouvait faire de moi un artiste. Je ne me suis pas réveillé pour ce combat. C'est comme je dis, je me suis retrouvé dans ce combat. Les amis, avec autochtone, la forêt, donc on ne peut pas dissocier. J'appartiens à un milieu, je suis au Gabon, un milieu tropical, très humide. Du coup, le vie, la chose, c'est une façon d'être à l'aise, d'être bien lorsqu'on vit dans ces zones tropicales, humides. En même temps, c'est une question qui me fait rire. En même temps, c'est une question qui m'attriste parce que on n'a pas besoin de vous dire de faire quelque chose pour votre niveau de vie. C'est comme quand tu as faim. Non, tu sais qu'il faut que tu manges quelque chose. Nous sommes un peuple de la forêt. Et comme je disais, nous sommes. En fait, c'est pas l'un contre l'autre. C'est l'autre, c'est l'un et l'autre. On ne peut pas dire culture gabonaise sans dire nature. Et voilà pourquoi il faut faire un travail très détaillé, très clair pour la génération qui viendra après nous, pour qu'ils comprennent quel défi on avait dans notre époque, dans notre ère. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes devant l'histoire, devant une jeunesse, devant des jeunes qui nous suivent. Je pense que pour nous, il est important ce type de projet qui va pousser les enfants à s'intéresser à la protection de l'environnement. Je sais que son dernier fait quelque chose parce qu'on va perdre de valeur. Parce que ce que c'est le plus fort, mais c'est le plus fragile. Le message que je passerai maintenant, c'est les gens, il faut commencer à mieux. Qu'est-ce qu'on essaie de voir environ les rapports différents disparaissent. C'est une message de protection et voir l'origine du système, c'est ce type d'image que j'aimerais faire.
On Spring Gospel here on Western Spring Television, Star Times, Channel 190 DTT. May His name alone be glorified in the mighty name of Jesus. I want to welcome you on board to yet another beautiful episode of this program. My name, of course,
remains Oluwakayode Alaka, your regular host on the show. Now, Spring Gospel is your show where we bring to you everything about gospel music, gospel ministers, and news about gospel, the gospel industry, most especially in Nigeria, and of course in the diaspora. I want to appreciate God because today we have a very versatile songwriter that is joining us from the diaspora, from all the way from the US, and we'll be revealing that to you in the course of this program. But let us go quickly. Let's go and worship God. Let's celebrate God. And when we come back, we are going to be unveiling to you our gospel artist. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Your world create. Your world was to hatred. Your life more than your name. I will always worship you, the living one. Praise God every day, every night. Oshemi atilemi, Olúwa wa yóò máa sìn bí ti Joshua. When I wake up in the morning, I will praise the Lord like David. The hope with glory, the light, the praise of your people. How we praise you, Lord, every day, every night. You are the liver, I devour I worship you, every day, every
With that video that you've just seen, you can see our artist bubbling in the joy of the Lord, glorifying the name of the Most High God. Of course, we are with us in the studio today, our very own gospel minister, our beloved sister, Minister Temitope Oyewole. Minister Temitope Oyewole is a multiple award-winning gospel artist who is based in the United States of America with 35 years of experience. That was a long time ago. She's a versatile songwriter, a worshiper, and a motivational speaker. She's also an author. She has exhibited her person as a unique Christian youth leader with a lot of award, already in her shelf. One of the things I want to point out is that she holds a master in clinical mental health from Virginia University in the United States of America. And she also holds a bachelor in mass communication from the prestigious #1 Polytechnic, Ibadan. She's a certified life and mental health coach. Viewers at home, we can go on and on with her profile, but I want her to, be the one to introduce herself better. Minister Temitope Oyewole is with us live on Spring Gospel this hour. Mr. Temitope, how are you doing, ma?
I'm doing very great to bless God.
Wow, I must say you look very good.
Thank God. Thank you, sir.
What is the secret behind your bubbling look?
Well, thank you, Jesus Christ, the Lord of mind.
Hallelujah. To him alone be all the glory. Now, a lot of people are, they are waiting to get to know you better beyond the brief profile that we have read about you. Can you just please go ahead and introduce yourself to our viewers at home?
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Tope Oyewole, a child of God, the lover of God, and also a servant of God. And I've been singing since I'm 6 years old in choir, and it goes on and on and on and on till now. By God's grace, also a mental health professional.
Wow.
I see that it's more than a therapy. Apart from being a profession, it's also a therapy. So I was ministered to go. I do counseling the youth because I'm also a youth minister. So during COVID, something comes up, and I was led to go for the clinical mental health course, which I did. And the first degree from Liberty. Yeah. After that, actually, I see that the things I need to do more also. So I go for addiction counseling. So those grades, mental professional, and also addiction counselor. So, and being a life coach, when you're a leader in the church, community, and also our youth, you need to be something to give them something.
Of course.
I don't have, thank you. That's what led me to go for the program, to learn more, to be able to give from the source that I know God is my source. But it is without the knowledge will not be relevant. So in full of life, so they want to know more than they sometimes we make you blow away if you're not careful. That's why I go out and on to learning, and I know anybody that stopped learning has died already.
Yeah, of course.
So, that's the reason why I decided to go to learn more about life. So, certified life coach, certified mental health coach, and also in the making of mental health, trying to do some other stuff so that all that is there.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. But I want you to take us back, because I saw your profile that you started singing, as early as much as 35 years ago. Can you take us back to how this journey actually started for you?
Yes, actually, I'm from, when you're in the pastor's family, but either you like it or not.
Of course.
I find myself from 6 years old in choir. And I'll keep growing from those times. I was the younger one among the choir. But the love of God and the strength of God me going in that state. I remember when I was in I was in primary 6. I was then they made me the choir coordinator.
Wow.
In primary 6. And that kept me going on again. I go to secondary school. I'm one of the tenor singers there in choir.
Wow.
even till I finish. And I didn't stop. Even when I got to campus in the polytechnics, both in Erua and in Bolivadon, I didn't do the work of God, even in the choir section. Apart from into ministry to do some other things, the minute and the call, if you're both together, so I went to still find my doing. And I got tuned to at least 3 churches.
Wow.
3 choirs in 3 churches. My God.
Wow.
When I
wow.
And even where now, I bless God that the Lord is helping us we did not do that quite. I am still now we me too. I told God, this one I've got that part.
Now I want you to tell us how the journey for you, for me as a person. I know the part, the Polytechnic Ibadan part, the rural part, the main campus part, and I know that you are somebody that is a dedicated child of God when it comes to the things of God. But for you, Ma, as a music minister, how has your journey, your experiences, the places that you have been, how has it impacted, your ministry right now? How can you say it has impacted you?
Number one thing I would say is this: when I was from secondary to institution, being in choir has helped me to be disciplined.
Wow.
Disciplined in the sense that when we are in college or university, there's something one or two first off because of parents. But that has been one of those things that's making me know that I am an example that people are looking up on.
Well, of course.
At me. So no matter what in choir, I have to make sure I am disciplined. Do what the Christian did in that talk. That's one it gave me, make me discipline myself, and also it helps me spiritually because I believe choristers, song ministers are also ministers of God. So there is no how to go minister at the place that you will not see the face of God. That's helped me to be able to have a good relationship with God Almighty by seeking God's face all the time.
Hallelujah.
That's number two. Number three, also exposed me to ministry.
Wow.
Even though I was born into ministry, of a ministry, that has also exposed me to ministry because being a leader in different churches, I was able to at least lead at least 3 choristers in 3 churches. I know the last one, the one I had about 50-something choir.
Wow.
That was the choir mistress for like I think 5 years before I moved to the United States.
Wow.
So that has been a lot.
Now I want to ask you this because there is difference between you being a minister here in Nigeria. No, in Nigeria, you might have to contend with a lot of programs from VGs to VGs, from one Orioke to one, from places to places. I'm sure the experience might not be the same for you there in the United States. Can you compare your experience as a gospel minister in Nigeria and now a gospel minister in the diaspora?
There's a lot of difference. There's some things that you can get. Easily call on people and say, let's rehearse, come for vigil, and they will come.
Yeah, of course.
In America, for vigil anyhow, in the sense that people will tell you their schedule. You have to look at their schedule before you come any program anyhow. Even as a gospel act, I have to inform them sometimes, check your schedule, I'm ministering somewhere, can you go? Say, I won't be around, auntie, and we do this. You have to work, and this is not easy to bring some corporate group together. Like, these are my team. This is my job. It's not so easy because if you do that, they are going to pay your payroll. So you have to have like 6 drummers standby, 2 free keyboardists standby, that when it's time for you to go out and you need them, you will look at who schedule, who is free, not that schedule. Then you can go there. So comparing them together, it's so different. It's so different.
How about the platform? The platform here in Nigeria, most especially, they are restricted to churches and stuff. In the US, what does it look like?
By God's grace, I'm blessed with diversity. I'm blessed for that. Sometimes I pick that in either contemporary or Nigerian or let me say local languages. I go into like being a poetry, a Oriki of God. So that has given me to different people in ministry. Rather, and sometimes I minister. Sometimes people call me for birthday. Yeah, I don't say that. But what I do is I minister to people through praise and worship. Sometimes just minister to people through Oriki, chanting the name of God, chanting the name of God. And people liked it, either in birthday, sometimes in burial ceremony, sometimes during naming ceremony. Sometimes some people, even in their offices, they call and say, just come and pray because we are doing our anniversary in our office. So that's a different plan that God has taken us to, even like because they've moved from different states to states.
To God alone be all the glory. Now, I want to ask you this because we want to go on this break to see one of your musical videos. But before we do that, because I understand that you guys, over there in the US are always very busy. Time is very important. How are you coping with work schedule and ministry and family together?
Okay, it's not only even work, school, family, ministry. So because I'm still studying. I say the law. It's the law, but God has been sometimes I look at myself that I have one spirit and soul. I have to take it calm.
You can do all things.
But last time I give thanks to God for the strength. He's gonna rest on every area. But when it's time to rest and I see my body saying rest, there's nothing that will tell me that I have to rest.
You have to rest. You have to rest.
Because I have only friends the life that they can say in this time is something
that is very important. I want to go and see one of your musical video, viewers at home. When we come back, I'll be asking Minister Tope Oyewole some of our works, especially our release videos, our audios, and some of the projects that she has gotten herself involved. But please, let's go see this video, and we'll be right back. Beautiful video. Love videos. I mean, video.
For official musical videos, 4.
4 videos. Wow.
4 videos. I think so. Yeah, 4.
And your audios, do you have on platforms?
Oh, I have 2 albums and 1 single.
Wow.
And it's on all platforms.
All platforms. Tell us your favorites of your albums or your singles.
I call it Emi Eni Ti Jesu Bala Mo Adupe. Emi Eni Ti Jesu Okan Mo Wa. Papa mi Eledure. Mo mo pe wa. Gompe mi Eledure. Mo Adupe. That song came to me one day when I was worshiping God. And that day, it reminded me because I was moving closer to my 40th birthday there. So that song came to remind me of what I went through when I was I didn't know actually, but my parents told me the story of what it faced when I was between 2 to 3 months, and they lost hope that this one is that she's gonna die.
Wow.
So they've lost hope of me because of some sisters. They said, oh, by God's grace, gave me the life, and I'm still breathing.
To God be the glory. So the song is a song of testimony and praise to God.
Testimony and thanksgiving.
And thanksgiving to God. May His praises continually be in your mouth, in the mighty name of Jesus. I want to ask you this question because it is also very important as a gospel minister. If you say there's no challenge on this journey, we are only lying. I know there might have been a lot of discouraging moments whereby you have said to yourself that, look, does it really worth it? In spite of everything that I'm putting in, look at what, do you want to share with us?
There are a lot of challenges. Number one, before I do some music videos, I've thought of who is going to do it, and then when you call people that are going to do videos, when they tell you the amount of money you're going to spend on video, you're going to ask yourself, how much my income that I want to do that. So that is number one challenge. And I just make up my mind to work. I want to do it, and I'm going to do it. Well, I pray, but by God's grace, it's as well. And I'm one that when I want to do music videos, I want the best. I want to put all. I mean all.
International standard.
For the standard. And those little that I have, anybody that look at it will know that these are standard videos.
Yes, beautiful video.
That's why I don't have all right, but the little that I make sure. Music videos that people can reckon with. And that out there I have is combining ministry and education and work together. A very big challenge. Sometimes I remember like last 2 weeks, I was called from work. I just go home, so I'm getting home, change, I'm back to administration. And I go home 1 a.m. of the night, and I go out in the and sometimes back to back. And so that's a lot sometimes. So my body will tell me, hey girl, go and rest. So that's that challenge. Another challenge is when you're called to minister and every backup call your musician tells you they are not available. Or that they have shows. So that taught me something. And what it taught me is sometimes I learned to lead them. Of course, this is not professional because it will affect your breathing, your breath control. I remember one day that I went to sing for a birthday, 50th birthday. That lady said I want 5 hours praise on my 50th birthday. 5 hours praise. I was there with all this. And we're singing, and we got to the third
hour.
My backup told me that I am tired. How are you doing it? To go and have a break. And me that I'm singing, leading, I'm there. How I did that 5 hours,
Wow.
I don't know.
Grace.
So those are the kind of things that we face there, because I know we are a spiritual energy and also administration from Nigeria. I have got that attention. And sometimes, where do you get this kind of energy from? 3 hours on. Who are you? I said, what is God? You too? How can I ask God to do that for? So those are challenges we face there. Like people that think within 30 minutes I should be done. I'm the kind of person that like listening on when it comes to nutrition. Although you have to huddle it. So that's something to say, this is how we're doing it after rehearsal. But every time they don't use spontaneously. When they call spontaneously, you don't want to look at your, I'm going to say this and this and this. Spontaneously, the Spirit must take over at that very to lead you to do that.
Yeah, of course.
So those challenges are put sources together. Sources of men, people.
Manpower.
Has not been easy in this kind of community.
Wow. But God is faithful. God is faithful.
He's very faithful. Very.
Of course, we can't talk about challenges without talking also about, some of the good sides. Access that ministry has given you, platforms that even you might have not imagined yourself being, and by the grace of God through ministry. Can you just share with us some of those access, privilege that you have been privileged to have by the reason of your ministry?
From the advantage, actually, I first of all thank my husband. I stepped my leg on this in this country. Then I entered this country. He told me once, he said, every gift you have, that you have been used, you are the right place to use them.
Wow.
I won't forget that word in my life. He told me. And when I needed came, then I've been busy when it comes to driving. Because I carry me driver and stuff. But here, there's no driver that will carry me. So, he's been the one doing that, carry me from church to, sometimes I pity him from work, just come from wake up in the and but to God be the glory for his life.
Hallelujah.
For the access, like a few weeks ago, I attended also the church.
Okay.
So it's not easy for CS people to minister in some
Yeah.
because there's a way. Although I've been privileged to be a minister and redeem RCCG before I came to them.
Okay.
I was a minister.
Okay.
So, but the access I got through ministration is you yourself finding your where you don't even think you can. I remember last week, people called me and said, we want you to chant with Oriki for our father in the body. Bishop and body walk me out. Out there where I was comfortable. Winners an international church, they're not in trust. And I was there by God's grace to minister in that old people.
Wow.
And the only God, we also bringing everyone together.
About 70
access. Because I know getting him is not easy, but for you to be able to do that.
It's something great.
Also, when the king and queens come to the country and say they want somebody to dance, they call on us. Like a few weeks ago, so some called me. We don't get it's the wife of one of the notable coming area. I want you to come. And all the queen and the king I stand beside them. And when I say, gift of the man will make a way for
Of course, yes.
I'm not looking what is.
And
on the end of God that people don't really have access to in Nigeria. People struggle
to see them.
When they come here, I'm telling you, when they come here, by God, we have access to sit beside them.
Wow. God be the glory. God be the glory.
And when they think them calling you, pray for you, and call them access to the resources. And all those things come from what we call service.
Yes. That is
service
awesome.
does or just serving alone. It's giving you access to the result of Almighty God.
To God be the glory. To him alone be all the glory.
Hallelujah.
I want to ask us this before we go on this final break. I want to ask you, because I know you do Alaga Iduro, Alaga Ijoko, you do wedding MCs. How did that come into? Have you been doing that before you left Nigeria?
Yes, I studied. I studied mass communication.
Yes, I know.
So by God's grace, when I was in, before I served with NTA, actually after our 4 years high theory, I did that at BCUS.
Okay, I know that.
Yeah, after that, I've been. So I didn't stop. Even while we were on campus, I go to NTA Ibadan.
Okay.
Under the tutelage of Bukola Oladeji and Babayemi Ogunyemi.
Okay.
Those two people, Alaji Begala, have been inspiration in that area.
Oh, wow.
When they go to MC events, they will call me and say they have a young lady, an IT, who want to speak first before they speak. So I'm the one of their forum. I'll speak first before they come.
Wow.
So that's where the started. So I'm not just an African MC. I'm an MC from home. I've learned to.
You learned it from the best hands. Yes, from the hands.
So tell me, American, no, I'm not a comedian, I'm not MC. No, I'm a formal MC that is well trained, cool, also on the field. When you're on post in those days, people, I just do that, I just play around with it.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. You know, every experience, every journey that we have been through in life has a way of shaping our destiny. For some of those things that we take for granted, you know, in Nigeria or wherever you are right now, you never can tell. It might eventually become the access. It might become, you know, the main source of your livelihood. We want to give God all the glory for your life, Minister Temitope Oyewole. We want to go on this break to quickly see another of your musical video. When we come back, we are going to be wrapping up this conversation, you know, about some of our projects, some of your projects in 2024, especially as the year is almost round up. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. God bless you.
Ọjọ́ tó ṣe Happy birthday to you. Ọjọ́ tó ṣe ìwọ̀n ọjọ́ ṣe dada sí ọrùn lọ́yọ̀ tó yẹ inú ẹ̀ka àpẹẹrẹ ẹ̀mí ọ̀dọ́ láyé. Àkọ́mọ́dọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí fún ayọ̀ apẹ́. Ọlọ́jọ́ ìbí kò máa yọ òye kò mú aṣọ lọ́yọ̀ sábọ̀ ìwé ẹ̀pọ̀ ti ṣọlọ́ iyọ̀ máa ṣe púpọ̀ nínú owó ọlá àdúrà ìfowópamọ́ bí ti ṣìyẹn ṣìyẹn oyè onírò ọ̀dọ̀ dúpẹ́ ọjọ́ ìbí ayọ̀ máa mú jọjọ ọkọ̀ ayé ẹ̀yìn ọ̀jọ̀ tó ayé fún mi bá tuntun àfẹ́ńtọ́ àwọn ọmọ ìfẹ́.
The beautiful testimony, experiences in life, you know, the journeys that you've been through, you never can tell, you know, the path that is going to take you through in life. I want to give thanks to God for the life of our gospel artist today, the person of Minister Temitope Oyewole. Woman of God, God bless you, ma. Are you with us?
I'm here with you.
Great. We've just seen another of your musical video. For every gospel artist, they have mentors, they have people that are inspiration to them, people that they look up to, that like they want probably to copy or to be like. Who is that person for you in the gospel music, especially in Nigeria?
Okay, for Nigeria, I Miss Tope Alabi. I see her as a very source of inspiration, and her in depth of praising God in Yoruba. Sometimes swiping up my and I see in the stuff of God when it comes to that. And the way she worship God without looking at nobody. You know, sometimes we worship God, you're distracted.
Of
when
course.
she's worshiping God, she worship our own God. That's what I see. Our own God.
Yeah.
Knowing
the way she wants to. So you love her for that?
I love her for that.
So any other gospel artist that you look up to?
That would be in the Western world.
Okay.
And in the Western world, I call it Don Mue.
Oh.
That old back.
Wow. Legend.
That legend. It's a music. Grandfather of music.
Grandpa.
You see, can't worship God in us. Him when he's worshiping. So that's what the person that I really derive inspiration from. God is good all the time. You put a song, praise in the heart of mine. God is good
all the time.
To the heart of my life will shine. God is good. God is good
all the time. Wow, legend. May God continue to increase His anointing over their life, even though we understand that man of God is, is an elderly man now, but he's still waxing strong in the Lord. And may He keep waxing strong in the mighty name of Jesus. The anointing of God upon these minstrels and ministers that we have mentioned will never decrease, will never diminish in the mighty name of Jesus. And also upon your own life as well, in the mighty name of Jesus. Finally, as we begin to wrap it up, can you share with us, are you working on some project in 2024, or we should be looking out for something in 2025 from you as a minister?
Actually, I have like 7 songs. I have like 7 songs.
7 songs, okay.
In the studio. I'm actually giving me a lot of work. I was thinking it's going to come out in December, but as I'm looking at the time, we may end up coming up early 2025.
2025. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. God will perfect it.
It's going to come as an album.
Wow. The Lord will perfect them in the mighty name of Jesus. So your parting shot, to as many people that are looking at you right now and say, wow, I love this woman of God. I want to be like her. She has inspired me. I'm an upcoming music minister. What do you have to say to such people as we go?
There's a word I like saying to myself since I was young. It doesn't matter who I've gone. I am still up and I'm unstoppable.
Wow. That's deep.
I want to see, I want people to see any hindrances, any challenges, any problem they see as a stepping stone to be greatness. And see as opportunity to get to the top. Challenges I feel while I was on campus, those press that God has used as a stepping stone. It doesn't matter what's gonna do, don't prevent stepping. Don't stop stepping. Don't look at any too small. See them as opportunity for the greatness for the and don't worry, your best is yet.
Your best is yet to come. Wow, that was beautiful. That was great. And I think it's also a take home for me, particularly. It doesn't matter who has gone ahead of you. you just remind yourself that you are still coming and that your best is here to come. Woman of God, I want to sincerely appreciate you. I want to thank you for spending your time with us on Spring Gospel today. We hope that, you know, when we call upon you next time, you will answer us in the name of Jesus. Viewers at home, that has been an awesome edition of Spring Gospel again here on Western Spring Television. We want to thank God for making this possible, and we want to thank everyone that God has used, you know, for the success of this program. Sincere appreciation goes to our executive producer, Dr. Femi Adefila, and of course my HOS, Mr. Peter Agbeshimi, for this privilege and opportunity. We do not take it for granted. And I also want to thank everybody that has been working behind the scene, the camera crew, my director, my producers, the one behind the teleprompter, the cameraman, and everyone that has, you know, the editors, everyone that has made, and the MCR that has made this program to be a success. I pray for you that you will not miss, you know, your crown in the mighty name of Jesus. I promise to see you same time next week if Jesus tarries. God bless you.
But Ade Adelabu was figuring politics Western Nigeria independence was announced rule of liberty to have the of Smith and creative speaker Nick Bengalens was a natively rough English language style often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958. Western identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
So now is the Wild West. Western Spring Television on all this up, make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. I meet Chocolate Cassie on Eccentric as we take you to every of the juiciest news, the update and all that conversation. To get on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your screen on Western Spring Television on 90 only.
Our comedy is winning fans globally, but we are losing our wildlife to illegal bushmeat. And this is not funny at all. If we continue this way, we risk losing all our animals. And to call, tell your family and friends not to buy or sell illegal bushmeat. Because protecting nature protects us all.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
A lovely evening, and it was night of your program. It is a program where we talk about the male folks, and the program is Men on Court on Western Spring Television. bros, we never even start program. You don't drink finish.
No.
Your drinks don't pass half.
I like the show if I did chill with my drink.
That's what we're chilling with the drink.
Chilling with my drink.
Chilling with the drink. Chilling. Hey. All right, I'm J to the A to the H, MIC Jamaica, Mr. 223. Now the guy who expensive pass. Let me just leave that matter.
Why did everybody tackle me with each other?
Now.
Don't
worry, I go look for another.
Or look for Mbappe or Osimhen.
It's sad that he's not actually updated. Neymar is not the most expensive player.
Yes, I want to change it.
You don't agree.
It's a shame that he cannot even fix himself into
him being
and he cannot compare himself to Mbappe because Mbappe went to Madrid on a free transfer. So, and Osimhen to Galatasaray was a loan deal.
Don't worry, still coming to Chelsea.
But he still collect money.
No, of course, yes. Big money, big time.
Please, may I not turn this program to sports show for me, I beg. May I leave me alone.
Okay, sir.
All right, the program is still Men on Court, not Men on Sport. All right. And tonight, have my guys right here tonight, and we'll be talking about one or two things concerning the male folks. I don't want to greet you first. Actually, too much. You're welcome on the show tonight.
John Michael, good evening to you. Good evening, Ladiji.
How has it been? You know, Nigeria, things, Nigeria is 65.
64.
Oh, 64. We don't even know date again. We don't even know.
64.
Because we know, see before, when Nigeria celebrates independence anniversary, people, they post pictures, post all those stuff. But this time around,
we celebrate Nigeria.
Yeah.
64 years old man, not be small picking. Suppose on they get grandchildren, all things being equal. You know, and we are going somewhere. We are going somewhere. And we will get there soon. America is not 100, neither is America 200.
Okay, so we're going somewhere. Probably when we are someone like me, when I'm like 100, when you are like 150 years.
No, what am I trying to say?
Okay.
We have to keep hope alive. No matter
93.
the situation, no matter the matter, we need to forge ahead, definitely. So we celebrate Nigeria, we celebrate Nigerians, because it is not easy.
It is not easy. That is not easy.
If what is happening in Nigeria happen in some countries in the world, there will be chaos everywhere. But you still see us, we are pushing through. No matter. So congratulations to Nigerians. Congratulations to Nigeria.
Okay. Yeah, sip your shepe. Ladeji, how you doing? How's it been?
Well, I'm fine.
The last time you came here, you were ranting at the beginning concerning Niger, fuel, and some other things like that. I hope it's better now.
That question,
I
you
don't
made me laugh.
So Jamaica, I think I try as much as to caution myself when I'm on this show. I don't want to turn it to a show where I discuss politics, but in reality, except you live outside Nigeria, or except you are in the political class.
You talk about.
Of course, yes. Nothing has improved. If you ask me, nothing. The time we were speaking last month, it was about 1,500 naira to $1. Now it's about 1,700 naira to $1. Nothing has changed. Then it was around, we bought fuel for about 600-800 naira to, now it is about 1,000 naira, 1,000 naira plus. Then it was about 75,000 naira for a bag of rice. Now it's 95,000 naira. So you can go on. And yes, we're talking about celebrating independence. And in reality, I don't see anything we are celebrating. And most of the time, when we want to deceive ourselves, we say American dollars and they are 300 years old. Check since when America has been a very good nation for themselves. Check since when these people have been enjoying dividends of them. No. So we should stop deceiving ourselves that we'll be fine. If we do not do the real thing.
Are you saying this country is doomed already?
No, I won't say it is doomed. I just feel the people need to speak up. John Michael, go check history of some of these things that has happened in the world. Nigerians are just people that we just adjust to things.
Everything.
just
Probably because
increase.
we are trying to speak up, but it seems that
No.
It's
not. It is
are not listening.
It
like
is,
what the gas are killing.
No. It is not. So one thing I think our political actors have understand us to do very much is that they know we are a divided people. Throw 20,000 naira to some youth, you see them, say some things against what happened in Lekki about 2 or 3 years ago. You see some youth that got paid. And now realities are coming out that if you say people did not die in Lekki, why are you paying compensation? Close to 100 million naira. These are the issues. But we go on and deceive ourselves. Nothing is working. And in reality, nothing is working. Now, as I round up the political whatever now, Israel is a small nation. About 300 rockets was, shot at them by Hezbollah from Lebanon. None was successful. Israel did not go out and start praising or praying to Yahweh. They defended it with Iron Dome. Nigeria, we were fighting Boko Haram, but they asked us to pray every now and then. They asked us to chill. Citizens should be patient while the president goes about in a Cadillac, bulletproof car, close to 1 billion naira, in a $150 million dollars worth of aircraft, in a yacht of 5 billion naira. We are not a serious people, and that's just the reality. We have nothing to celebrate.
Solidarity for you don't turn on to this thing now.
No. Let's go back to men talk now. But actually, why I'm saying this is because it affects us more as men too. It affects us because now the bills are not making sense again. You get your salary today, and before you see Jack Robinson,
I got
in the next 1 hour,
that,
everything is gone.
Someone in Lagos told me that some of the people who put their children in private schools, they're not going to public schools.
Michael, here in Osun too, about a week or 2 weeks ago, I went to some of the schools in Oshogbo. A lot of people have withdrawn their kids from private schools.
Yeah.
The reality is, for you to put your child in a preschool too now, in an average school, you pay about 80,000 naira plus. For a child that will just go to school and scrabble and do all this, A for apple, B for ball, over it. The total I spent from my primary school to secondary school, I'm not sure I paid up to 20,000 naira.
Yeah, a woman was saying yesterday that she wouldn't, a child will not go to school every day from now on, maybe once in a week. Probably because of the transport fare or something like that. Once in a week, just go, come back, collect notes, right?
That they want to reduce the number of days for
staff, government workers.
Government workers. It means it will affect the teachers too.
Of course, yes, it will.
So it means that school children will go to school 3 times in a week.
Of course, yes. Which doesn't
the one
make
where
sense.
they go 5 days, sir.
We still they fail WAEC gallantly.
God will save us. All right. It's men on culture. You can see us ranting like this because we are men, and the thing affects us.
If you don't rant, the beats go help you rant.
Yes. These days, some people know they even to appear again. Some people they laugh before when you see them, they laugh for street. When you even jokes not funny. Jokes not funny.
Not be say no one laugh. Not be say no one laugh.
Not be say no one laugh.
The bills, not the ladies. They laugh. The bills go slap.
If you are now unlucky, you marry 2 wives. Not even 2 women. No, you have a wife and a car.
All right, we got a short break. When we return, we'll let you know about the topic for tonight.
I will make sure I do things the other way.
You cannot do the other way.
Yes.
And you know one thing about
I will try and see how much I will save.
One thing about the 2 wives is that one is understanding, the other one is not understanding.
The other one don't even want to understand.
The wife, one wife, you understand.
The non-living teen wife is not understanding at all.
If you just make up money,
and the one that understand, he loves the one that does not understand.
Of course, yes.
Because it's part of the comfort.
Of course, yes.
All right, you're welcome back. You're welcome back. I mean, when you said 2 wives, I was even thinking about 2 wives. Well, I should be na food when I get na when I go take care of.
The motor, no.
But when you come talk, say car and human. But Wisdom.
Bless you.
God bless you, Papa. Well done, sir. Yeah.
Not
All right.
my collar.
Yeah.
Spit
Pop your collar.
Don't let us name you.
All right, the topic for tonight is it a man's world? Looking at from the history of creation, according to the story in the Bible, it says Adam was sleeping,
Man was
his rib
created
was
first.
taken,
Abi?
yeah, and from the rib, the woman was created, and now man, they also go marry woman. The woman, they marry man. So can we say it is a man's world? Because looking at everything we see here today, most of these things, men created phones, cars, bridges, roads, men made all those things. Is it a man's world?
All right. If we are talking about some of these things you mentioned, you want to say, it's a man's world, because if you go to, if you take it to the political sector, you will see that men dominates. If you take it to maybe educational sector, probably men dominates. Most sector you want to talk about, men dominates. That is why you say it's a man's world. Because if you want to count the number
except
of
probably banking or marketing.
men
sector.
dominates. Yes.
Because marketing.
If you look at the banks in Nigeria, you want to say, okay, how many CEOs are women? You can unpick them. But men, you see men everywhere.
Security wise, military.
That is why you say it's a man's world. Because for anybody that will make that statement, the other person will look at whatever is happening and say, okay, presidents in the world, you have men. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women. It depends. So for those people, with what you've said, with your point, it's a man's world. Yeah. But when you look deep, you look deeper.
You look deep.
That is to say, you will go deep. Don't just look at the surface. You see that it's a man's world controlled by women.
Are you trying to say that women are controlling men? I don't know. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
You go ask why landlady don't do many past landlord. Then you will understand. Yeah. The women they are controlling the men. They are the reason why some things happen. If you are a woman stand on the road and the rain they fall, one car, one pass, you want help. Because it's coming. As you see me, bros, go back, not be you. Sister. Coming.
But now man gets that car.
One man, no help man. Okay. If a woman scream now, if you scream and a woman scream, who they go fair rush go check? Now man,
he go settle himself.
He will be fine. They will talk. They will take care of the woman. You see, you are not wrong if you say it's a man's world, but the table is turning. Yeah. If we don't take time, if we are not careful, the table will turn, because women are not relaxing. Awareness. Many of them are aware. That is why you see a woman dumping a man in recent time. In fact, some women, they don't agree again that you dump them. And he used me. No, we use ourselves. Yes. The world is changing. Women are becoming alert, so they are becoming awake. The woke generation. I mean, not sure generation we don't know it in day. Yeah, a lot is happening.
Okay, let you. What's your take? Is it a man's world?
Well, I must actually give kudos to MC Too Much for laying that foundation. He has done it. We can't use the whole hour that we have to do the exegesis of these things. But yes, if you want to look at patriarchy, men holds more, leadership positions. Men does all these things, all this and that. There is a theory in international relations. I can't remember the name of the theory now. But in this theory, we're taught that even though men hold all these powerful positions, underneath at home, there's still one person that controls them. Why is it that you have some big men, they will tell you, oh, that man is stingy. If you want to get anything from him, go through his wife.
Are you trying to say that women are the ones in charge of the house from the under?
Ross, there is no need hiding under one finger. They control us. Jamaica, some things you don't want to do for yourself. I saw you a week after your wedding. I saw you gasoline in your hand. I don't want to mention anything. On bike, I saw you were going to fill gas. Now, I don't want to mention anybody's name. But MC too much is me. Appreciate you. There are times he gets called from home. Baba gas don't finish. You just see him. So I need to go and fill gas for these people. When he was a single guy, if he choose say he's not because he careless. Whether directly or indirectly, they control you.
Do you know that before the time of our fathers, the woman will not tell the man
that say
they will take it on their
where
head.
she even see gas?
No,
not be wood she go use.
When gas just come out, where some of this kerosene and
of course, yes.
The woman will not even tell the husband.
Do you get
to go and buy? The woman will go and do it. But life don't change.
Life don't change. Now
taking over.
Ja Michael, let me give you a very practical example. There is a man I know around here in Osogbo, a very big guy in one of the motor parks in Osogbo. There was a day I was inside his car traveling to Ibadan. And I saw FT men jump on the road. Hey, Baba Balagba. Oh, Wale Baba mi Elam. Bros.
You will see where Baba they beg.
Normal, you go beg now. If this babe tell Baba say you are not sleeping in this house tonight, Baba know they sleep. This is a man we be say FT men.
Baba will beg.
Baba will beg. So baby, just the tip now.
Baba will beg for outside.
Baby,
just the cap.
I know the funniest thing. That particular just the cap time. That is the time they use humor.
Of course, yes.
Most.
Of course, yes.
If you say,
no.
You
promised.
No, you get it. I know of gas. I'm going off it. Baba go hear bosses. You come back and say, oh God, I want to.
Too much.
I will go and bring it.
Ma, tell you the story of.
Baba go down go. He go down go fridge with boxers.
When I was in the university, there is this lecturer that had this sex scandal with one of our students, then. So we saw a 33-minute video of this man.
33 minutes?
33 minutes.
That's a full movie.
I like that. I watch porn.
You know the funniest? No. The funniest thing, this guy no allow Baba do. But one of this thing he just said now reminds me when the lady said she needs...
I know the paint video, right?
Baba, we have the boxers.
Wait. As Baba even entered, Baba done naked. We dangling without the shake. So the lady now said, I need an energy drink. If you see the speed that this man wore his jean, call room service. No, I will go myself. So, literally, yes, men, do all this. He said men build cars, men do all these things. I can tell you, maybe some of them that even build some of these things is just to inspire the women in their lives. And it is
now the women discomfort.
Of course, make them
think so that they go
now. And if you look at it very well, Ja Michael, a woman can make or mar you. Go and look at history of big men, both in the Bible and even in the present day world. If they are looking for a way to catch you as a big man and they can't, what they do next in diplomacy, in international relations, they call women instrument of diplomacy. The moment you're diplomat, that's why many times when you see our senators traveling out, our House of Rep members traveling, I laugh because I know these guys are just going there. They don't know what they are going there to do in reality. Because those people you are going to meet, they start their games from when you land at the airport. They send you a lady with her cleavage opened. If you are a weak man,
you're welcome, sir.
You don't open. You're welcome, sir. The moment you Baba don't and you don't lose guard.
Baba don't lose guard.
You don't no countries in the world do these things very well. Go and check Russia. Go and check Israel. Mossad. Many of their best brains are women.
Do you also know that some of these
top politicians, they travel with what they call escorts.
Of course, yes.
And those escorts are women.
Now, women. In fact, there was a program Nigeria went to last year.
That is
they are item 7 on the list.
Unofficial runs game.
Do you get?
So are you trying to say that women control us with their physical?
It doesn't need to be physical. Naturally, the way women are structured, even in an office, I can tell you, if you and a woman drops application letter in an office, you have the same qualification. She has an edge over you as a woman already, because naturally the world sees as he is a man. He is a man. That's why everyone you see days for the girl child, days for the. How many times you see they shout about days for the boy child? Even the Father's Day, you see them drag with you.
They will see drag and say the woman that takes care of her children alone is a man.
Do you get?
He's doing fatherly duties.
So in reality, except we want to deceive ourselves, the way God, myself and one of our friends, Dayo, were discussing. When they said one Egmont wrote it on Facebook one day, and he said the way God created men, that we have 2 brains, one on top here and one at the down there. He said the moment this one is working, this one feels to work. He said, but the moment this one is working, this one doesn't have sense again. That's why right at that time, if a woman tells you, honey, transfer 5 million naira to you, everybody is a hard guy outside now. But when you get home, the owner of the house, my wife don't drag me from room one day, say, Baba, no be so then they flush toilet. Oh yeah, come on.
You know, say, I want to flush it too. Is the water that was not the thing?
She will tell you that,
flush it.
Bros, she will tell me that when you flush the toilet, the water must be white. But me, I don't flush, no. After flushing, you put water. You say, you are not buying water. Now, in reality, she and me married, we both married ourselves, but I'm the man, I am the head of the house.
The head of the.
But the neck is calling me, Baba, flush this thing very well. So it's that day. It has become, when I flush, I know this woman is coming, so I was
that consciousness.
Is that not control? Is it one person? Are you as so we they share the same bed? You can only tell me, say, DG, you know the flush. I'm not going to tell you, say, Baba, if you don't want to use them, hey, come on,
go outside.
So it is just what it is. Women, yes, men rules the world, but women control the people that rules the world.
And invariably, they are ruling the world.
They owns the world, though.
Now, talk about the awareness.
As a matter of fact, we work for them. They are our employers.
Awareness.
Now it make men quit that.
Of course,
continue. You talked about the awareness of a thing. Is that not the reason why today it seems things are really changing? Like ladies don't want to be submissive anymore. Is it not affecting marriages today?
Not that the women are not. They are not.
They don't want to be submissive.
Submit. But
like I watched the video recently on the social media during the wedding ceremony. I said, thereby I will obey. He said, huh?
No, I think that's in a movie. I saw the video too. White lady.
That we obey. He said, obey who?
I think it's a movie.
That you will obey. No, but it's happening.
Now.
Well, let me just
the awareness thing you mentioned. I usually say that when you get an information, it's either you use it in a
positively or negatively,
or you use it negatively. Now, it's good that they are aware, because there are some things men did in time past to these women.
Like what?
It's not good, especially in Africa. Here.
Like what?
If you go back history, they will tell you where men are gathered, you don't see women there.
Yeah, so now.
I think
just as I mentioned, those days
show that
they use
that
women
men are the leaders. We are the leaders. Men are talking.
So does
that mean they don't have
brain? When they now call you to wait,
they are not human beings.
Definitely, when your husband gets, when you are in the other room that you said the other time, you will tell your wife.
Do you know that in time past, in fact till now, I find it difficult to believe that some men will tell their wife to call them my lord. I've not heard that. My lord. That you dare not say
honey.
Honey for what? My lord.
Honey.
My this.
My sugar.
You reverence the man. Yeah. Definitely.
After God,
but
yes, it's your husband.
People, this gender you're talking about, they are humans. You don't make them feel less of themselves. If a woman is aware, got an information, she can use it to help herself or you to distract herself. If you are now aware of some of this and you overdo them, problem good day. And I don't think I can stay under any man. Any man will not be telling me do this, do that. My sister, if you want to control my easy.
Very simplest
easy.
of it.
I usually tell women, you watch that film Merlin. Women are like Merlin, they get power, they don't know how to use them. You can control a man. You don't need to show that, hey, I want to control. Calm down.
Man, we be mumu.
Just understand your man. You own him. So if a woman is saying, I cannot stay under the roof of a man because I'm not a man, because I can fend for myself.
I am king.
I am king. King Eve. King
I know.
this.
I don't like say King Eve now.
No budget king.
No.
King.
The King Eve where the Western Spring now better now.
Why you say King Eve?
No, I'm just saying some people use such.
Yeah.
Their fathers they don't celebrate themselves. You are not a man. You can never be a man. You are a woman.
No, they won't run. You know the funniest thing? Now the gender where they won't run from. Nine then they replicate.
You get. So when you use an information, when you are aware and you use it wrongly, then you kill yourself.
So you don't say that what they are doing now, most people today
they do
are wrongly using this.
And that is why you see that we have divorce every day. Now 2 ways. It's either the awareness, the man couldn't handle it, or the woman overdoing it. Because everything you see is red flag. The man, that's a red flag. It's a red flag. Come on.
Well, you are not a red devil. Are you supporting Manchester United?
Why are you looking for red flag everywhere? No man, nobody is complete. Nobody is perfect. Let me use that language. When you are going into a marriage, you know this. It's for two imperfect beings. We are knowing ourselves. It is a journey. So if you're expecting to see this man is complete, okay, now so it be, what happen will shock you. So they use some of this information wrongly. You go to social media, you see one thing, and now so maybe we'll try it on. Any man that's coming life, I'll make like this. You are not good.
This is after. I think this particular awareness, because now we are having this thing called feminism now. People are, I mean, feminists.
It's not African.
Can it actually thrive in Africa? Because I believe, you know.
But looking at the true meaning of
feminism
is not bad.
But feminism.
It is part of the information I'm talking about. It's not bad when you want everybody to have fair share.
Or can there be a fair share? I think that what they talk about equality. Can there be equality?
Equity is what is. So I think first and foremost, I have issues with many of us as Africans, because many of the remnants of colonialist mentality still remains with us. That is why we see you see a lot of people easily they just condemn African people. We don't, and I look at you are still black. Even if you live in America for the next 50 years, they still categorize you as a black American.
Definitely.
It doesn't change anything. You go to Canada, you are still a black Canadian, even if you later become their citizen. Now, and there is no culture that is better than the other. That is the reality. But because, like our people, the wise people will say that for you to kill a dog, you give it a bad name. Virtually everything the colonialists met on ground in Africa were bad. They never saw anything good in us.
Now, what make they say devil black?
Of course, yes.
And devil, the Lucifer we know is not fine.
And you know the funniest thing. And you know the funniest thing. We as Africans that would not think too. We took those things hook, line, and sinker. Africa
we go do calendar. We go
Africa
do black devil.
Is part of the foundation of civilization in the world.
Africa is part of civilization in the world. Let's go on a short break. When we return, you continue from there. This African thing, I'm really interested. Let's go.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
You go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the agenda. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Yeah, you know.
Well, MC Too Much said, he likes saying when I was in the world. And the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, is actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about like his own.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving black side of him. At the end of the day, a man who is shared in his tends to really disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
You pay bills, no
Money
mistake.
na
You can't come say, I am a man. You be man, you get things.
Yeah.
You get pointed nose in your chest.
You have a future and a past.
You were talking about Africa.
So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, that we don't have to jettison some of our historical things all in the name of want to be, it's not civilization, it's westernization. That's why you go to places like China. They say, oh, their languages with ISTM, Russia, even the current, United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, a Portuguese, still speak Portuguese fluently. As a matter of fact, most of the time, he grants his interview in Portuguese.
We will now translate.
But in in Africa, the moment somebody cannot speak good English, the person is not intelligent. As a matter of fact, you see some schools, they will tell you Yoruba is vernacular. It's madness. It's one of the colonialists. Some schools still do it. I was arguing with, they will tell you, you can only speak Yoruba on Friday. I said you are
and the same school be teaching their students French.
Of course, yes. You pay, in the university, we bought special French books. In 100 level, 200 level. Ask me today to come and have a conversation in French. I can't. Bonjour, bonsoir, bonsoir, Fuji, whatever. I can't remember anything. But in real, why did I get into that? There are a lot of things we want to borrow from other people's culture that doesn't align with ours. It doesn't.
The problem we have in Nigeria is because we don't have a particular language.
No, it's not even a Nigerian thing alone. Feminism in America, I do say this, is different.
The language thing.
Is different from what a feminist. Yes, feminism in itself is not a bad thing. You are looking for equity. How do women have voice?
When we go out, we eat. Me and the woman go. The woman pay her own, I pay my own. That is it.
But the same you that you want.
The feminist for year go see make you pay her bill.
You know, he's not even paying the bill. He's not even paying the bill alone. You know, the certain. He's not even paying the bill alone. I want to take you out. You are going out in my car. You want me to first go rush to the car?
I go
open door for
what
you. Oh baby, sit down. I start the, and I me fuel the car. I go blast AC for your head. Now me go drive you.
I think that was why Peter Edochie was condemning this kneeling down when you want to propose.
No, he's not African.
To propose.
He's not. Now why I know they always they shoot me.
They cause wahala.
He's not African.
Say yes, girl. You just
nonsense. Yes.
I beg. I know they do. The girl just walk away.
The question I ask them most of the time is, okay, so now you are proposing to her. When you started this relationship, what conversation did you guys had? So is it now? And she too, the mumu go there, and some
say
small
yes,
witches say yes, like say that they act movie.
She'll gonna cry.
Now lie. Stop lying. You acted it. No, so for me, you won't say you want to become. That's why I have issues with parents that will tell you, no, I don't beat a child. Beat the hell.
Recently,
you cannot raise an American child in Nigeria. Beat the baby.
Do you know?
No, sorry, not the baby now. The
do you know? Recently, I was thinking, my little girl, the way I correct her,
fine girl,
the way I, if she mess up, the way I
she
discipline
collects.
her. I could ask myself, say I fit travel out with this pikin like this, they no go quit the Jamie so. Because I found out that from the kind of family I grew up from, if my father says,
sit down,
move,
they no born you and me no.
My father says sit. But the children of nowadays sit. They'll call them
too much.
They'll stand, they look you.
Too much. Just in front of our office here, 2 weeks ago, I was standing with a man, and he called his daughter. Hey, come here, go and call me the woman here, whatever. Said, Daddy, I cannot go. That day again, I just pray for the soul of my dad. Said, Lord, please rest the soul of this man in peace. It is not possible. It is not possible. My papa go send you, say, go and do this. And you now said say I can, and it was even very categorical. Daddy, I cannot go.
Like you said,
I stumbled on something on Sunday on social media. The person said parenting is knowing when to choose peace and accepting when you've lost a battle. This morning, my sister's son decided that he's going to crèche without a t-shirt. They fought until she gave up, and the child went like that without putting on any clothes.
No, you check and when a single mother.
Like you mentioned,
there is no man in her life.
You cannot train an American child
in Nigeria. I go bust you blow.
We're Africans, and whatever is obtainable here
is obtainable here.
Is what we should do. If you go that way now, you behave like them.
My papa na carpenter. If he wipe you with hand, we don't carry
like
hammer.
Them. We are not saying that.
No, see,
I'm not saying that.
Too much. In fairness,
some of us we are trying to correct that. We don't want children to run away from us, just as some of us. But sometimes at the fee say, I think small.
Too much. You know the funniest thing? Now I realize the saying that goes does that. Now when you begin to pay bills, you go know say your papa na working do. Now they understand that. Do you know that many of the times that our parents beat us then, that we feel this man, my mama beat me one day, I go our passage, go they talk, say, no, I go they look, say, maybe I'm not even sure she's the one that gave birth to me. Maybe I came here. I said, you know, but
you don't pack look, I say, I want
they don't want me. You go be here, you want pack load, go. Now, you know the funniest thing? Now I can't realize, see, if this woman kept quiet then, if this man had say, okay, he's a boy, I want him to be close to me, I go don't spoil. My mama know they protect any child though. That's why for me, in our house, a lady cooks, a guy cooks. We don't do mommy in the kitchen cooking right, daddy in the parlor. They no born you. 10 p.m. If not, you know, say now Alajapa now. Like 10 p.m. now we dey cook dinner. All of us dey kitchen. Idiaro, you cook together. Nothing happens. So you know, but
collective.
You no get choice now. So you now want to raise. You want to say because the world is evolving, and that is what get us to the level of even from parents. They will not allow. You say don't speak Yoruba. You are a Yoruba man. You don't want your child. It's madness. I'm sorry. It is madness. Even I'm not sorry. A Yoruba man, you don't want your child to speak Yoruba. Is that not madness?
Well, that's all of us.
Now when you can't grow, you can never speak your language.
You now pay somebody to be teaching your language. It is madness. And that's it. These are some of the things that is killing us as a people.
Then also it not take us back to the feminism thing. You go there, you pick this feminism, you bring it to Nigeria.
You now add witchcraft to it.
Thank you. As their own sweet, you don't want to make your own sweet like that.
You don't want to pay bills.
Witchcraft. The part where the woman they do her own.
You know what? You come out them.
Men are to hate.
Men and
so
scum.
What women are doing.
Men and scum. Men and scum. But
in that feminism,
the travel
women are
from
supposed
Lekki to mainland to go.
What are the roles women are supposed to play?
Some of them. Look at those women over there. Barely will you see a man that want to say, these women depend on me 100%. They make their money. A woman can buy a car for the husband. The woman can even say, they are taking you out.
What do they buy for you here? Boxers.
The woman will let you also know that.
Boxers.
You know.
And from the boxers, if they buy a set of too much, if they buy a set of boxers for you, out of the 3, they'll carry 1.
1
or 2.
One day wear them for you.
Wear them for me.
So if you want feminism, yes, practice it 100%. Do these things.
But don't add witchcraft to it.
Work, get money.
Don't hate man.
Hate him.
Feminism is not that you should hate men. That's why I argue with one of our guys that will tell you women are this. I say, Baba, women are this, women are that, but you still run after them. The moment you see a backside, you run after it. If you want to hate something, hate it. Don't go to it. You see on social media, many of them will say, men are this. You should not have anything to do with man. And the person that is preaching that gospel to you,
get after 2 months, as the type of one man
they play with something. After 6 months, Belle come out. Mama, are you married?
Now she work out for road.
Even Mary get man for her life.
Joseph Day now. Joseph Day now. You won't on the form say you feminist.
If not be God, where intervene? Joseph vex now.
He don't vex finish now. Now why Bob Brixie won't turn to woman?
Okay, let's talk about this father figure. This father figure. If you say that women, it's women's world, like they control things, why is it that a woman? Because I read something the other time said the woman doesn't have a man in her life. That was why she accepted such a thing from the child.
No, so Jamaica, let me ask you this question, please. Before you go ahead. When you were young, you want to go to school. You can't tell your mama, say, I'm going to school shirtless. And your papa go to look you.
I can't even say it to my mom.
Okay, so that's it.
The kind of mother I have, I can't even say it.
I'm saying even
from that
myself,
from that post now, you will hear that say my sister my sister's child said where the father.
Okay, so
the tablet.
If you say
Pablo
that
when a man is not
you said women
in that house, there is a problem.
It's not a man's world. Why is it that women cannot single-handedly bring up a child, a responsible child?
Well, we cannot say women cannot. I don't want us to be absolute.
Most women,
they can still be the
women
few,
cannot.
the microscopic few.
Okay, most women cannot bring up a responsible child. Where is the father figure?
The presence of
and you still get some women do.
The presence of a man in the home, whether you like it or yes, speaks volume.
Of course, yes.
When we're growing up, we have this mentality that men are the soldiers, the protector, the security and everything.
Of course,
women are the nurse. They take care of the home. They make sure you are fine. When a man is not there, there's a big vacuum that I don't think the woman can. To be a man, when we came from that short break just now. I was saying it. You they pay bill, no me say you be man.
Of course, yes.
You know that I'm talking about the women now. You be woman where they pay your pikin school fees. You know me say you be man. It gets all kind things where be say the presence of that man alone, it tell that pikin
something.
Yes.
And the look.
And you cannot take it away from the women. They are emotional. There are some things they cannot do. Even if I will deal with you, when they begin to have their free arm. But a man, if I say I will deal with you, I want to deal with you. I want to deal with you so that you know that I can actually deal with you. Make it not be like I say tomorrow when I want to deal with you.
You go think say nah, so that talk yesterday.
I will deal with you. Sometimes people will say it's not good for your child to fear you. I want to beg a bit to differ. May your pikin get that small fear. It is very important. Your papa will talk.
You will come talk back.
See, let me not lie to you. Some of the things our father did to us, he mentioned it those days. Nice shaped many of us. Fortunately, my father trained me. Yeah, I lost my mom when I was very young. He trained us alone. There's some kind of things where Popsy go tell you, they don't born you. Popsy no go tell you to make you no get.
We have to run.
But give the girl belly, your life don't spoil.
All right, we have to run. We have to run. So what's your advice to women? We've talked about. You said both of you said it's
no, women get on. No, then get
but
on.
What's your advice to women as to how to manage the power they have over men? Just 30 seconds.
Well, I think MC so much mentioned it the other time. I think men, we are the simplest of the creatures of God to manage. Very easy. All the man needs from you is to let him know you are the man. Let him know I regard you as my husband.
Bam.
Let him know I respect you as my husband.
Bam.
He don't tell Momo. Now we Momo pass. It's not a joke. It is not a joke.
We are the headquarters of Momo.
Now we Momo pass. In that man that said, you are a Momo man. Now we in the follow. Sincerely. But if the moment a woman wants to say, no, I want to show you that I'm also, I want to rock, you will get problem. And before you say Jack Robinson, one babe for office, they there where they cook nice soup for a girl. So
thank you. Thank you, Ladiji. That's too much. I really appreciate you too.
Thank
because
you so
of
very
time,
much.
you just want to chip in something, 30 seconds.
Yes, women should be also careful. Yeah, we understand that times are hard. This period, encourage your man.
All right.
That's all men.
Give her food and food.
Encourage your man. It's
all right.
Add that, please. Give her food and I'm giving food and food.
Food and food.
All right. So thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you for coming.
It's a pleasure to be here today.
All right. So you can check past episodes of this program on our YouTube at Western Spring Television. It's a wrap on the show for tonight. Thank you very much. See you guys next week. I still remain Jamaica, Mr. 223. Bye for now.
Ahmadu Bello, a Prince Royal, was born 6th of December 1910 at Rabba Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usmanu Danfodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate. in the beginning of the 19th century. Ahmadu Bello's political participation in 1844 and establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Ahmadu Bello for his charisma and political sagacity. Era, a distinguished elder statesman and Sardauna of Soko, his country narrative as a more of higher independence. Vision Ahmadu as our decade.
Evelyn Ohiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex. Because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child. His mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream. Very happy. Doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attached to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you, favor. At the vex so.
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of.
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I case on us.
I think you have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
My name is Adebisi. I'm the CEO of Abebi Foods Limited. I've been in business for about 9 years now. I was actually inspired by my mom. And when I was in banking industry, I had a challenge. Not really a challenge, is this you for money for deposit? My target was very huge, so I was running on I was an entrepreneur. Pay my at a point I gave it a shot. It's a business I think I can start, and I started in 2014 thereabouts. Wrote my business plan and we're looking to how I can better. Obviously, don't do it the way mom do our business, and what kind of business I go into food stuff, and that's why we started in 2016. I registered my business officially in 2016, and because she was I initiated it was she was not my business after just from and got my station. Products are now also foreign approval. So we export load to major outlets in Nigeria. So our products range from yam flour, and flour, beans, gluten food that we want so that people that are using flour, that are eating flour, we are coming up with Guinea corn flour. I'm proud of my because it embodies this joy I want to hold my as a container. I'm so proud of my business.
Welcome to Abebi Foods Limited. This is what we do. My work is my pride.
As it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a world where warmth and connection flow abundantly. Join us as we embark on a journey of healing and discovery, brought to you live from the prestigious Western Spring Television studios. Prepare to be embraced by a wave of positive energy and insightful discussions. Thank you for tuning in and being a part of our community. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola. Our Spring Clinic will delve into everything health and well-being so we can help you not only to feel better, but also bring you information that will help you reduce the risk of diseases, lengthen your lifespan, save you money, and benefit the environment. For some time now, we have been discussing basic anatomy, examining the human body organs and systems via the respiratory system, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the excretory system, the nervous system, the reproductive system. We've had the honor of our own medic, seasoned family physician with over a decade's worth of experience under his sleeve, Dr. Ayodeji Ogunbemi, taking us step-by-step through sessions on the respiratory and digestive systems. Thank you for your commitment to the health and well-being of all, Dr. Sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're expectant of all we're going to, glean from you on the broadcast. We gave our word that the circulatory system will be our next focus, and we're making good that promise today. If you do not take notes now, I will assume it is because you know that you can revisit the broadcast on Western Spring Television's YouTube channel and our other social media platforms. The circulatory system and organ. Over to you, Dr.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I must sincerely appreciate the management and the crew. I had the privilege of seeing so much that goes on.
Well, they appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Well, so I should go on.
Yes.
Okay.
Have the floor.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The circulatory system. How should I start now? We can also call it the cardiovascular system. So circulatory means that something is going in circles, circulatory. Then cardiovascular, which is more anatomical. That is cardio, the heart. Then vascular, the vessels. So for people that are listening, to be able to understand, so when you say cardio, anything, anywhere you read it or you hear it, cardio means heart, then vascular. So I'll try within the little time, because this is an area that people will specialize in. And any specialist in cardiovascular system will be called the cardiologist. So I doff my hat to all cardiologists watching. Okay, let's go on. So the cardiovascular system or the circulatory system is a very intricate part. It apparently looks like the central part to all systems. Well, maybe I shouldn't put it like that, but without it, without any system, you wouldn't have the whole body. But the cardiovascular system is such a unique one, intricately meshed together with other systems. So let me just break it down so that our viewers will understand very well. I've tried to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. The first part is that, let me list the components. We have the heart, we have the vessels, and the vessels could be, we have the artery and the veins, then we have the capillaries. Now it looks like this, it's just like a complete circuit. We have the heart in the middle, we have the artery taking the blood away from the heart to other parts of the body, then we have the veins taking the blood back to the heart from other parts of the body. Then the capillaries appear to be like the intermediary between the arteries and the veins. So the heart is the pumping part. That's why when you feel the left side of your chest, you would, we call it, you palpate, you will feel the beat, your heart beat. So it's a muscular organ. It keeps pumping, and it's a very strong organ, very, very strong. So then through the arteries, we have the large arteries, the aorta, from the aorta, the big arteries, which are usually described as the elastic arteries. You would wonder why.
Yeah.
We call it elastic arteries because once the heart pumps blood, they must be able to receive it. And so they will expand to accommodate the blood coming from the heart, because the heart is pumping it with a whole lot of force. And then they accommodate it, they kind of reduce the tempo in which it's coming, then transmit it to smaller arteries, which are usually described as muscular arteries. Then from there, they now get to the arterioles. The arterioles are just very tiny, tiny arteries. Then from the arterioles, it gets to the capillaries. Then from the capillaries, from the artery side, then it gets to the capillaries on the venous side, that is vein side. Then it climbs up like that. Then through the inferior and superior vena cava, they enter the right side of the heart. So that's a way in which I can break it down. The second way I can break it down is to make us understand that there's an intricate meshing between the circulatory system, that is cardiovascular system, and the pulmonary system, which we discussed the last time. Because the respiratory system helps us to bring in the air, that is the oxygen. And one of the major goals of the circulatory system is to carry that oxygen gotten from the lungs, the respiratory system, to other parts of the body. Because other parts of the body need the oxygen. So how does this happen? I'm trying to break it down for people to get it. Okay, you may have to follow me stepwisely. Now, the heart, the human heart, has 2 sides. It has 4 chambers, but 2 sides. So it has 2 aortas, 2 atrium, and then 2 ventricles.
2 sides, could we say left and right?
Yes, so yes, we have the left side and we have the right side. So on the left side, okay, this is my left. On the left side, we have the left atrium, left ventricle. On the right side, we have the right atrium, the right ventricle. And you must understand, or people must know now, that the left side is the stronger side. I'll explain. The right side, the atrium from both sides, receives blood into the heart. So the right side will get oxygenated blood from the lungs. That is, the blood that passes through the lungs that have now gotten oxygen from the respiratory system and excreted or exchanged it for CO2. CO2 has, the respiratory system has taken the carbon dioxide away and given the blood oxygen. That is the blood that leaves the lungs through the pulmonary vein, leaves the lungs and enters the left ventricle. So let me say something like a low pressure is it, because the blood is just flowing into the left atrium. On the left atrium, the heart pushes the blood into the left ventricle. And then from the left ventricle, which is a very thick side, a stronger side than the right side, it forces blood, that it pushes blood from that side to other parts of the body. So the force there will be stronger than the left, which is only taking blood to the lungs. You know.
And the right.
Okay, than the right. You seem to have got it. So the left side is more muscular, is thicker, is stronger than the right, because the right only receives blood the blood the right receives is from the veins, and it's not under pressure. The veins are not really under pressure. The arteries are under pressure. The arteries are the muscular ones. So the left side has to push blood, and the blood must go round. So by the time the blood is returning, obviously the pressure is no more there. So the pressure, they are just flowing as you are walking, as you are exercising. It's aiding the venous return. Then the blood just returns into the right atrium from the inferior vena cava and superior vena cava. Superior vena cava, it drains blood from the brain, from the head, and then the two arms. The inferior vena cava from the lower limbs, that is the two legs, abdomen, and all the legs. So it gets into the right atrium. From the right atrium, gets into the right ventricle. From the right ventricle, the blood getting to the right ventricle is deoxygenated. That is, the blood getting away from the left is oxygenated. Don't forget I said from the lungs. They've gotten oxygen from the lungs. So it gets to the left side. The left side pushes oxygenated blood. That's why if you look at different anatomical descriptions, they'll put it like red, like bright red. That is, oxygen is more. However, well, let me know, I'll come back to that. So by the time it's getting back to the right side, different cells, different organs have gotten the oxygen. You've gotten the oxygen. So you have deoxygenated blood getting to the right side. So the right ventricle pushes the deoxygenated back to the respiratory system, right, to the lungs, so that the CO2, which is now bringing, collected, it gave oxygen, it received CO2. The CO2 now gets to the lungs, releases the CO2 to the lungs, then we breathe it out, then collects the oxygen, and then that comes back to the left side of the heart. So we can see that it's like a husband and a wife. The cardiovascular system or the circulatory system cannot exist without the respiratory system. They are just together. So that's analysis. So we call it, we can divide this into, they say, pulmonary circulation and then systemic circulation. Pulmonary circulation, that is the circulation that goes to the lungs. If you look at it, it looks like a loop. And then there's another big loop below. So the other one that feeds the entire body is the systemic circulation. So that's another description. I think with that, I've already talked about the two sides of the heart. Then maybe I now talk about the functions of the heart. I was going to say earlier that by anatomical descriptions in many texts, you find the left side or the oxygenated side being so bright red. That's where it's painted. The artery is always painted red. Then the veins are usually painted blue. Then the layman would think the vessels and the blood, maybe the oxygenated blood will be blue and then the oxygenated blood will be red. Really, blood is always red. It's always red. However, there's a, once oxygen is taken away from the blood, it gives a bluish hue to it. So it looks a little bit darker, because during surgeries, there are ways to identify the artery from the vein. I mentioned one earlier. The arteries are almost always under pressure because from the left side of the heart, it's pumping seriously, you know. It's pumping with full force. So you almost always find the artery pulsating. You know, you almost always find the veins not pulsating, except the vein is lying over an artery. So it will just be moving at the pace of the artery. So you can identify that. Then the coloration. Oxygenated blood is usually bright red. Deoxygenated blood is usually like dark red. If you are checking it, maybe through a fair complexioned person, may appear like blue. Where it's not blue, it's just because the color has been filtered through the complexion of the skin, really. So it's more like dark red, bright red. You know, sometimes we ask people, if somebody says that he's pooing blood, we usually will ask, what's the color? Because the color will give us a description of where, and maybe it's an artery or a vein, and then maybe it's upper GI or lower GI. That's a big matter on its own. Then let's move on. So the artery. I've mentioned that we have different types of arteries. Then it goes on to the capillaries, from the capillaries to the veins, to the heart. So if there's any problem along this number of vessels, and I need to let you know at this point that the heart is a very fantastic muscular organ. Do you know that at rest, the heart pumps about 5 to 6 liters of blood per minute, not per hour?
5 to 6
liters.
And this is inside our body.
Yes. Per minute, not per hour. And for an athlete, it can pump up to like 30 to 35 liters per minute.
From 5 to 6. Then 30
yes.
to 35.
Yeah, because the more you, now this is it. As we are seated here, I'm calm, you are relaxed. The basic metabolism going on in our body is at a lower state. If you are sleeping, it's lower. My muscles are not really moving except for my hands. So the consumption of oxygen, the demand for oxygen,
it's low.
It's lower. But if I'm exercising myself, the cells in my body are demanding more, because oxygen is the source of, is the main thing. You get it, is the fuel, is the gasoline, is the petrol, is what else you call it?
Of the human body.
Yes, of the human body. So the more I exercise, the more my cells start to demand oxygen. And then the heart has to supply the oxygen at the same rate. Else, this is where the issue comes in. Else, once there's no enough oxygen, the cells of the body try to get fuel from other things. Just like this is an international TV, but let's come to Nigeria. Let's come to Southwest. If there's petrol scarcity, people start to burn wood. Abi, they go to coal, which has smoke, Abi, and chokes people. Am I correct? So when you don't have enough oxygen in the body, the cells change from the oxygen. They try to look for other ways of getting energy. So they now have to go through fat metabolism and all the likes. And then that produces lactic acid. It's an acid, which causes pain in that part of the body. So when people exercise to a point, one of the reasons why they will get to that signifies their limit is that they start to feel pain in their muscles. That place is aching me. It's because the supply of oxygen to that place is not being met. So there's another means in which the muscles are now getting the energy that is now producing lactic acid. So let me not bore you with that, because
it's interesting.
It's interesting. So that's that. Now, circulatory system does not only function around oxygen. I must say that at this point. Number one, oxygen. It has to supply oxygen to other parts of the body. And this is important when it gets to the brain, because the brain cannot do without oxygen for more than 4 to 5 minutes. You must understand that. That's why people that have stroke, intervention must be almost as fast as possible, within minutes. If oxygen is not getting to the nerves, particularly to the brain, 4 to 5 minutes, the nerves will just start to pack up. That's one. Then two, so the brain is also intricately dependent on the cardiovascular system. Number two is our kidneys. Do you know that the kidneys receive about 20% of the cardiac output? That is, whatever amount of blood comes out from the heart, 20% goes to our kidneys. So you can start to see that the kidneys, the functions of the kidney, by the time we get to excretory system, we talk about kidney and everything, is also intricately dependent on the circulatory system. So the excretory system, in which the kidney is part of, is also dependent on the circulatory system. The nervous system, which the brain is the coordinating organ, is dependent on the cardiovascular system. Can I progress?
Please do.
Now, when we eat, because I've talked about oxygen now, I've talked about CO2, oxygen, circulatory system helps us to distribute the oxygen across the cells in the body, then collects CO2, carbon dioxide from all the cells and gets to the lungs. So those two appear to be prominent, but that's not the only thing that the cardiovascular system does. Cardiovascular system also helps to supply all the cells with appropriate nutrients. So that gets us to the digestive system. That's why I said the circulatory system appears to be like the central system in which other systems are dependent upon. So if you eat, the only way the food, aside the digestion, the assimilation, the absorption, it is the blood that will carry the nutrients from your GIT, that is gastrointestinal system, to other parts of the body. Because when I eat now, it goes through my stomach, intestine, out. So what is needed in the food is absorbed by the blood and then distributed across other cells. Number next, so that's third point, that is distribution of nutrients. Number next is hormones. It helps to transport hormones. Hormones are chemicals released from different parts of the body that have other functions in other parts of the body. So there's no other way for these hormones to be transported to other parts of the body except that through the circulatory system. So the organs producing the hormones will release the hormones into the circulatory system, and then the circulatory system will now transport it to the organ in which it is needed. So those are 4 basic functions. Number next about the functions of the cardiovascular system is that all these I've described is like in a loop, Abi, like heart, vessels, back to heart, vessel, back to heart. If there's any leakage, now I use the word leakage so that we can understand. An average human being, an average adult should have like 5 liters of blood, 5 to 5.5 liters of blood. If there's any leakage, which occurs when we're in trauma, we call it hemorrhage, that blood is now coming out. If that leakage is not stopped on time, the person dies. We all know that. Somebody is bleeding. That's why anytime, either internally or externally, that's why anytime anybody is bleeding, people shout, let's help him. Because we know that as long as the blood is coming out, the blood will not be sufficient to go round. Abi? So the blood in itself, which is a component of the circulatory system or cardiovascular system, helps in clotting. Clotting is a process where, how should I describe it? Where we seal off the leakage, where the system itself seals off leakages, because you can also seal off leakages from outside. You know, we can say compress, we can surgically stop it, we can apply things to stop it. But the way, that's why if there's a cut, you notice that after a while, you have clot formation to stop the leakages. If not, to every cut we have, that's potential death. And I need to say this to potentiate the issue of leakages, that is hemorrhage. If, you know, that maybe you need to observe that whenever somebody is bleeding, after a short time, he starts to feel dizzy. It's okay, I can't, because blood supply to the brain is reducing, blood supply to other organs is reducing, and then the person starts to lose grasp of reality. And the person falls to the ground. And that's why we say, do you want to round up now? Or?
We'll round up. We'll just, hold it there for a while. We need to go on this very quick breather. And then when we get back, we'll continue from that part about, oxygen supply in the body getting less or when you're bleeding. Just quick breather and we'll be back.
Born Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1909. Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Elder politician, and philosopher, Awo was fully addressed by some of its political colleagues brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The administration rated several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first industrial in Nigeria. His face is on 100 naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
Up to 75% of human infectious diseases originates in animals. And as more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, keep them out safe.
Bayamosi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroon, a political party that lofted the touch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Benkelem was natively to the of peculiar. The author of Africa in a Book for Nationalists was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Sustainability. Died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 40. Identifies Adegoke as a watershed character in history.
Well, thank you very much for keeping faith with us on Spring Clinic on Western Spring Television. And today we're talking about the circulatory system, otherwise known as the cardiovascular system. Well, today I've learned a lot. I've learned that my heart has two sides, the left and the right. And before we went on that break, we were talking about the fact that, when you're bleeding, you could, the body begins to, sometimes the body seals the blood from inside or from outside. That's with help though. Doctor, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
But I did the job well. The lecture.
Yes, the summary was good enough.
Thank you.
Okay, we were talking about the sealing.
Yes.
That is when there's a leakage. I'm deliberately using those terminologies for everybody to be able to get it. So, but we'll likely, in medical terms, we say hemorrhage, that is bleeding. The person is bleeding. So, and I mentioned before we went on break that because the circulatory system or the cardiovascular system is central to other systems, when it gets to the brain, whenever there is bleeding, there will be insufficiency in the amount of blood that goes around. So the oxygen will drop. So the brain will not be able to take it very well. So the person has to feel dizzy, then later may lose balance, and then people say he fainted or passed out. Yes, it's correct, because the brain that seems to coordinate nervous activities will not have enough energy, source of energy, which is oxygen, to work. So it starts to shut down. So what happens? Because let me just deviate a little. When somebody has a form of bleeding, the first thing is that ultimately you must get the person to the hospital as fast as possible, because you really cannot see how bad it will be. However, on your way to the hospital, there are things to do, because we've seen quite a lot at the hospital. There are some practices that are wrong, though they have a good intent, but they are wrong. Number one is that at the site or at the scene, the person fainted, fell to the ground, or was feeling dizzy and says, okay, I want to lie down, you know. And if you ask them, they'll tell you that upon lying down, they felt better if they had not fainted outrightly. Why? Because when standing up, it requires some measure of pressure to get blood to the brain, because this is the upper part. So it's like pushing blood against gravity to get to the brain. So if the person lies down, the effect of gravity is reduced, so whatever amount of blood remains, it gets to the brain. So in fact, there are some procedures in medical practice that will tell the person to have the head down. You get it? That is to allow blood to get to
The
the
lower
brain.
part of your body more elevated.
Oh, yes, elevated, because those are the limbs. And other parts, every part is important, but when it gets to the brain, cannot tolerate not having oxygen for like 5 minutes. The limbs can tolerate up to an hour. You get it? So don't try to lift up the head of the person. No, people do it. Okay, he has fainted. They now ask the person to sit down. They are opening the mouth. They are doing no. They are causing more damage. Just allow the person to lie on the left side. We mentioned it at one time, some time ago, on the left side, so that the blood, the little blood that is there can get to the brain. That's one. Number two is that people do a lot about tying. Maybe the hand is bleeding, or the arm, or the lower limb. Maybe people tie it. Tie it with clothes. Tie it with whatever, with belts. Yes, it's not bad in itself, but the moment you tie, you must start to count. You must have to time it, because there's a maximum number of minutes in which, if blood does not get to a part, particularly the upper limb and lower limb, that place is dead. You know, so sometimes people have good intent but bad practice. So the person gets to the hospital and is like, when did you tie this? By the time they mention the time, tell them, you can't untie it, we have to amputate the limb. Because, okay, that's another big thing on its own. Okay, hope I've not changed your mood, I'm sorry.
There was this time, before you continue, Doctor, there was this time, you know, I was stung rather by scorpion. I tied it.
Yes.
Was that wrong? Because the doctor's reaction was...
Yes. Now, let me keep this in. When it concerns health, I think the deeper training is for the doctors. Everybody should be interested in some basic knowledge about, in fact, even CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Everyone should be able to do a CPR, an effective CPR, not just CPR, an effective CPR. It's not that a doctor or a nurse or paramedic are the ones that should do it, because I see cases and people are like, doctor, like, what are you looking at? This person is dying. A husband should be able to do CPR on the wife. The wife should be able to do CPR on the husband. The husband should be able, the father should be able to do it on the child. We are going to get to cardiac arrest and things like that. You know, because so when it comes to matters like this, people should know. This should be common knowledge that you don't know. Now, if it's a scorpion bite, the native intelligence that people have is that you don't want the venom to move up.
Yes.
Is that not? To get to the heart or to circulate. So, well, in some instances, maybe snake bite, it may apply. Well, a scorpion does not, a scorpion gets to the muzzle. That's why the pain of a scorpion is localized. If you indeed saw the scorpion, the pain is at the site of the sting. And it's so excruciating. You know, that's one of the characters we used to know that it's a scorpion, because the sting, the venom doesn't go around. It's just to the muscles and it causes excruciating pain. In fact, you don't use normal analgesics, you use anesthetic agents to numb that pain. So you really shouldn't have tied it. Now you know.
I know now.
So people shouldn't, well, you can try to tie, but once you tie, in fact, the safe thing I'm going to say here, because medicine is so dynamic and individuals are also dynamic. I can't compare myself with yourself. So if you tie anywhere, though it can still extend more than that, within 20 minutes, get to the hospital. And you must let the health personnel know the time in which it was tied, at which it was tied, so that we can calculate from that point. Obviously, by the time the person gets to the hospital, we know we have some leverages on some other procedures. Now, if the person is bleeding externally from the limbs, you elevate the limb. You elevate it, because once you elevate it, the force in which blood is going to gush out will be reduced, because gravity will be working for us, for the person to live. You know, then compress. Don't compress your hands except you have gloves. You can get gloves. That's why this thing should be in everybody's vehicle. You should have a first aid, have some things there. So just compress, at least put some pressure. It's a very simple thing. Once you put the pressure, the arteries will be compressed and blood will not be able to, you know, filter away, or get out of the system. Now, number next I need to say is that when people have some form of accident and they're admitted in the hospital and they're apparently okay, those that are bleeding, it looks like they're not apparently okay. I mean, it's obvious. So everybody's running up and down. But a trained personnel knows that the person that looks apparently okay may have some form of internal bleed, which we call concealed hemorrhage. That is, the person is bleeding, but it's concealed because it's not external. That, you know, when we tell people you can't go home until after 24 hours, you can't go after 48 hours. People like, I can walk, there's no problem with me. See my doctor, see my no, I can't stay. And that person, after counseling, after educating the person, we implore the person stay. The person is still like, no. Well, hospital is not prison, but I can't discharge you. Then people have to sign discharge against medical advice certificate, and then that shows that you are the one that left. But it is not a good thing, because when people stay and then when they are apparently well, you tell them to do some investigations and they are like, doctor, there's nothing wrong with me. In fact, it is that person you should help us look after. And we say things like, do an X-ray, do an ultrasound. Can you please lie down? Let us examine your abdomen. It's like, what is the doctor looking for? We are trying to assess, is there a concealed hemorrhage? Because once it is concealed, you need an expert to know, and sometimes investigations are needed. So that we need to stop that bleeding as soon as possible. And there's something about the circulatory system. If it bleeds beyond the point, it becomes irreversible. Becomes irreversible. So before it crosses the irreversible border, that is, whatever you do after that time, the person will still die. You need urgent intervention. So when people are involved in an accident, and when accidents happen, people don't know the mechanism of injury. Sometimes people will not feel it because they have some adrenaline. There's an adrenaline gush whenever there's an accident. The person feels energized. But something may be going on with the spleen. Something may be going on with the liver. And those are the two major culprits with concealed hemorrhage. And the person can bleed to death. So you find such cases, the person says he had an accident yesterday, went home, there was no problem, then by tomorrow, it's gone. So that's on hemorrhage.
You talked about border, the boundary, irreversible, points. Can we know the pointers?
Well, for the layman on the street, you may not know that. As I tell people, once there's a hemorrhage, get to the hospital on time. Let me quickly chip this in, because maybe this will help the doctors too, and then the patients too. Sometimes there's a procedure that needs to be done surgically. I will tell the person, get blood ready. The person is like, it's not just that they should just cut it. And now I tell them, the getting blood ready is that if it is needed, there are some procedures that it will be needed. There are some procedures that it will be given even before you start the procedure. There are some procedures that it is if, but so as not to delay and get to the point of irreversibility. This blood, we call it save and keep. Just let's have it there. Because sometimes people leave the hotel and say, but I donated 1 or 2 pints now. They didn't use it for my patient. They didn't use it for my patient. It's not that the hospital is trying to gather blood. It was that in case there's a need for transfusion, we cannot be looking for blood at that time. Let the blood be ready. So maybe I quickly run through some disease conditions associated with cardiovascular system. And a very common one is hypertension. Hypertension is very common, very common. In fact, it's associated with aging, because increasing age and things like that. Hypertension simply means increased blood pressure. That's a very common sign of hypertension. Hypertension is a silent killer. That is, it doesn't give any notice until the problem has occurred. So that's why we say people should go for routine checkups. And it's very important. Number two that I need to talk about is that you must have heard things about heart attack. And we see it in movies now. And sometimes I laugh because these directors didn't consult the doctor before.
Well, is that exaggerated?
No, it's not. Now, what is heart attack? Let us not forget that the heart itself is a muscular organ, and it's also an organ that needs blood. It is the one pumping blood to every other place. But it needs blood. So the heart has its own blood vessel. Just like other organs have their blood vessel.
So it doesn't push out all of the blood, it retains some.
It pushes out, but part of those going out now coming through other branches, coronary artery, to enter the artery and to feed it. Now, for whatever reason, maybe there's a plaque, or there's an obstruction, or there's a thrombus that gets dislodged and blocks the vessel or any part of the vessel feeding the heart. That part of the heart that the blood feeds won't get blood. That part starts to die. Now, the heart attack is the last phase, where we call, actually the heart attack is a street language. In medical language, we call it myocardial infarction. That is, a large chunk of the heart is dead. So once it is dead, it will not respond to contraction. When other parts of the heart are contracting, the dead part will expand. So the blood will not go out. Now, but it's the spectrum, coronary artery disease. And the first phase is that the person starts to have angina. That's what we call chest pain. Just like chest pain, you know. So, but we tell people once you have chest pain, there are a lot of things that can be occurring at that time. Some people will say it is a gastric acid disease. No problem. But you need to come to the hospital and we'll check. Is it the heart or is it the esophagus and the stomach? But there are some common signs. Number one, once there's the pain, it's on the left side of the heart. It radiates to the left side of the neck, to the left side of the arm, sometimes both arms, and then underneath. So if the pain is like that, it's most likely from the heart. The person should come to the hospital. Something must be done. Because the last phase is the heart attack. And it's associated with pain. It's different from cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest is another thing. Cardiac arrest is, okay, I need to say this. You should have, well, I was going to say that somebody will be asking, what's making the heart pump? There's it's just like electricity, electrical impulses. These impulses can shut down for different reasons. Once they shut down, the heart will not pump. So usually we term that sudden cardiac arrest. Or if the impulses become irregular, because impulses are regular, that's why this one will contract, that one will dilate, this one will dilate, that one will contract. But if it becomes regular, nothing is going out effectively. And once blood is not getting to the brain and other vital organs, the person shuts down and die. This one that you're shaking your head. A very common one now is heart failure. Maybe heart failure, let's not look at the big grammar in defining it. Heart failure simply means the heart is failing. It's not pumping enough blood, sufficient enough for other parts of the body. So we say the heart is failing, and it's a process. And a very common symptom of heart failure, there are many causes of it. But the ultimate goal is that the heart is trying, you know, but it's not enough. Usually, This is how a very common symptom. We get that, we get other ones, but the very common symptom is that the person, let's assume a person can walk 4 kilometers without resting. But if the heart starts to become insufficient, instead of 10 kilometers, now we'll have to walk 5 kilometers and have to rest. Because other parts of the body said, we are not getting enough blood, enough oxygen, so I beg, rest. And the heart is working so hard to keep pace, but no matter how it tries, it's not sufficient enough. That's heart failure. Now, when it becomes worsened, so that even at rest, it is not sufficient enough. Usually it is when it is exercised. Then gradually, once it worsens, it gets to the time that at rest, the person is feeling tired, breathing heavily because it now has to get in more oxygen to compensate for the failure of the heart. Then when that starts to happen, now I said this is a closed circuit. Blood is leaving the lungs, coming to the heart. So if the blood in the heart is not being pumped enough, there will be some blood remaining in the heart, and then there will be a backlog in the lungs. So once there's a backlog in the lungs, the person starts to cough because the fluid remaining in the lungs, the person gets irritated, starts to cough. Then when the person wants to sleep at night, tells you, I need extra pillow. I can't sleep without pillows. So because the person has to be in how should I put it, heads up position, But once he lies down, the fluid that is backed up in the lungs will not allow the person to breathe well. The person, Now we have terminology for all this, but I deliberately decided to describe it. So when people are having such symptoms, they should get to the hospital on time. So we've identified one. Once they're having chest pain, come to the hospital on time. Once you notice that you are getting tired easily, you are not accomplishing the same work done with the same, just get to the doctor. This one I can't sleep, lying down. Doctor, this one I'm just coughing. There could be other causes for the cough, but heart failure is also a cause of cough. Pedal edema. Once the heart is not pumping well, the blood will start to get congested in the lower part of the body. So that's why you see them, their limbs will get swollen. He said, once they lift up the limbs, after a while, it will become normalized. But once they drop the limbs, it becomes edematous, swollen, because the heart is not contracting well. Lastly, I don't know if I still have time.
Just a few minutes.
Maybe I should say this. There's a need for a regular assessment, regular medical assessment. All these that I've said, and many more disease conditions, do not speak up on time. We call them silent killers. So, but once you do a checkup regularly, the doctor and yourself get to know if there's a problem. And once identified early enough, the person has a long time for intervention. Most of these things are preventable. Thank you.
You said we need, in just a minute, we need medical checkup, regularly. But it is such that in our society, it is really expensive. I think that maybe some of the reasons, factors why people, do not readily make themselves available for this.
Well, I used to agree, but now I disagree. Now we have NHIS. Now we have OHIS, that is Osun State Health Insurance Scheme. So,
does it cover regular medical checkup?
Yes, to a large extent, if not completely, to a large extent. Then number next is that you cannot compare the costs of prevention to the cost of curative medicine. How much a CT scan now, for those in Nigeria watching us, maybe it's like 40,000, 50,000, maybe more in some other places. So how much would echo be? Echo should be maybe one of the cardiovascular things we actually do if there's a reason for it. How much is echo? But if there's a stroke, that is, in fact, I bet you have to do serious CT scans, or even MRI. MRI is far expensive than CT scan. That's just one test, though, when the stroke has happened. Not the assessment, not the assessment. I'm talking about curative. You know, so we cannot.
Quickly, in few seconds, how often should a regular checkup be?
Yes, that's a very big question. You know, but we will usually say minimum of once a year. However, based on what we find, we will now determine the frequency with which you have it done. You know, if the person is okay, there's no problem. Next year, let's come. Then with increasing age, the frequency you have to increase, because increasing age is a risk factor for different other conditions.
Doctor, thank you. You will attest that I kept my part of the bargain, allowing Dr. Ogungbemi hold the longer part of the conversation. Well, for my reward, I request that you spread the word about Spring Clinic. Do the work of an evangelist. Let us get millions of views on all Western Spring Television's social media platforms. You don't have to be a doctor to be able to help others get well and live better. Prevention is in our hands, treatments in the medic's hands, and cure in the hands of the Almighty. Desirous of a healthy and wealthy world, it begins with you. I look forward to another highly insightful edition of Spring Clinic on your channel of choice, Western Spring Television. I am Temitope Ajichola Oluwaola.
Western Television pulling out all top show that you don't have every program around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest bits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television on time.
Infectious diseases originates in animals, and among meat is put into our cities. The risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, say no to bushmeat. Keep the wild and us safe.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attachment to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vex so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Why you know?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, is he actually out of this world? We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk, I kiss my ass.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his worth, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, even bring updates. We need on 9.7 and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DT, with extra Governor Adeke's advantage for your listening and viewing pleasure. From Boston Market, innovative agricultural initiatives, from testimony of civil servants to chef across state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Adeleke administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we deep into of ongoing infrastructure, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other strides made after state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
And it actually happens to be why we're waiting the 64th Independence Day of our beautiful, lovely, green, flourishing country, Nigeria. My name is Chika Siobo, and I'm your host for today. And you can as always check out our past episode on YouTube at Western Spring Television. And hey, if you're a guy, before you tune up, before you go to somewhere else, this is not a show that is just meant for ladies alone. It's a show where you get to know everything that happens with ladies, what makes us tick, what we think about, what moves our emotions. So it actually will be very, very educational for you. So don't go nowhere. Now, I happen to not do the show alone. I always have my beautiful, beautiful ladies and soldiers in the studio with me. So ladies, how are you doing?
Hi, Cassie.
Hi,
baby.
Hi. you and this your coolly greeting.
Livana,
how you doing though? How we celebrated independence recently. How has the vibe been? Have you been hopeful? Have you been reflecting or the things we've achieved for the past 64 years as a country? How has that whole scenario been for you? In honestly speaking.
Okay, good.
Speak your mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Facebook reminded me of a post that I made 12 years ago. Where I wrote on that post, I said, we are celebrating independence again. Don't you know that every independence that we celebrate comes with so much trouble? I said, welcome to another trouble. I posted that in 12 years ago. And I still reposted it again. It doesn't every independence that we do in this country, it comes with a truckload of his water. So Nigeria will be great though. Not me that's not, it's not be great though. See me, I come the altar. But I never expected that at 64 would be in so much. It's just as if you're an old man and you're suffering. Do you understand? Like, there's no food to eat. As in, nobody can even help you. No children. No family. You're just on your own. That's how it is. That is how I feel.
It's more like an old man that has children, but the children are eating his wealth and leaving nothing for him.
Because you're just suffering. And I sit back and I said, I'm thinking to myself, when we get to our 70, they say 70 is glorious age. Would it be glorious? Or would it
hope so though?
You get so I just kept wondering, yes, are we gonna be great? I pray and I wish that even my kids would see the greatness, even if I don't see it, at least we are great. But it's sad. Let me not lie. It's so sad that at 64 we would be in this situation that we can't even breathe. The Bible says when they say there's a casting out, say there's a lifting up.
Yeah.
But in Nigeria, as a country, not as a person right now, I'm not sure we are lifting up anything. It's just individuals that are lifting up their heads above the situation. But as a country,
okay, you're really putting it down on them. When everybody's feeling so depressed, like, hey, are we going to get better?
No,
so I think I'm going to move to Toby. Then we'll come back to you. Let's talk about some good things that Nigeria has achieved so far.
Tell me, what is the good thing?
No, don't worry. Calm down.
I'm even trying to rack my brain. I can't even pick one.
You are patriotic, Abi. Okay.
So like maybe the bad.
Even football, we know this.
I mean, in music, we definitely have done a lot.
Okay, I think for music, yes.
So
stand out.
Toby Lola,
good patriotic.
It's so great to have you on the show today. You're looking really good. I love the hair, the jeans, the
Thank
shoes,
you so
the
much.
top.
And you also look like Yemi Alade, like someone said behind the scene.
Cassie rocks it anything.
The African lady.
How have you been? How's your week been?
Very
How did you
well.
celebrate the independence?
Celebrate.
To celebrate.
Well, not to make emphasis on what she said, because she already said the main thing. There is nothing to celebrate, but we hope one day, like she said, when we reach 70 years, we'll have something to celebrate. Even if we cannot, we hope our children will have a better place to live in. But yes, so personally, I would say that I thank God for growth. Even though Nigeria is doing its own, but personally, I think I'm moving, I'm seeing changes.
That's the prayer.
But we also want a support from a country that understands, that's willing to help you support your dreams. But regardless, a lot of people try to blame the government and use that as an excuse to misbehave.
True.
You know what? Talk to yourself personally. Do what is best for you.
Sure.
Even if the country is not, they are doing going back and forth. Just try to be better. We have a lot of people who are not going through anything. They're in Nigeria, but they are not suffering.
Trure.
So why don't you want to be one of them? So let Nigeria do its own, do your own, and let everybody live. That's the most important thing.
Motivational. So now let's reflect on some of the things that we've achieved so far in the country. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with one or two things.
Okay.
Let me ask Toby that.
Okay.
I made my first million when I was 12 years old.
Are you
Meaning there is really nothing. Like I said, personally, growth, education, career, relationship, or anything else.
Wow. Nigeria.
Oh, do you have a Jeep?
Nigeria.
See,
reflect, even if it's one thing.
Yes, okay. Nigeria good for me. At least I find my husband for inside Nigeria. And yeah, she is good. Because, but the thing is, Nigeria has made me stronger. That's one thing I know. It has made. I think it has even made every citizen stronger, because you can survive practically anywhere in this world.
True.
If you're in Nigeria.
Very true.
You can. That's why you see when we move outside of the country, we are doing great. Because under the harsh weather, the harsh conditions, we thrive. So imagine we're in a country where the conditions are not that hard like us. That's why you go abroad and you see the way they're employing us in tech, employing us in. So I think Nigeria has made us see that as a Nigerian, like, you can actually survive and do good for you. You know, I tell people, this country can either make you or mar you. I always say it. But you choose where you want to stand. And I've chosen to stand in a place whereby my head will be lifted. No matter the situation, no matter where I find myself, no matter, I used to tell people that in this country, I will still make my money. You know, as in, you know, get the country want a bad fish.
Exactly.
That's a positive way of thinking for myself. Because I keep saying, if everybody traveled Japa, who would remain? So we that are still saying, okay, we want to remain small, we're making our money and be remaining. I was listening to Funke and she said she's not Japa in any way, because this country has made her billions.
True.
And I'm like, say she's not going. She said, if anybody want to travel, see this country. I'm like, this man, she knew, because Nigeria is so rich and so blessed. Haven't you noticed that we hardly have earthquakes, tsunami?
God knew why He didn't give us this.
Because we cannot even handle it. And we have so many resources, natural resources, gold. Like, this country is blessed. It's just for us to just leave the leaders. Of course, they will just be doing their own. Is to run from them and look for your own honey well to dig on. Because if all of us jackpot, this country will just be empty. The leaders will still be doing what they are doing. They don't send you. So you say no send them.
Exactly.
So I feel in this country, it has made me feel what I have achieved has been in Nigeria, that I can do anything I put my mind to do.
So you definitely know that what does not kill you would make you stronger.
I said that's it. Like, I can do what I want to. I can be great even in a harsh situation. I can be strong even when there is pain. So that's one thing Nigeria has made me. I can be happy even when the world is sad. Even when the country, so I can choose for myself the atmosphere I want to live in.
Oh, that's beautiful. So I hope you guys are motivated out there. It doesn't matter what the country, is showing you right now. If it's Shege Banza, whichever way, you have to
choose your atmosphere.
Make that conscious decision that you're going to be able to flourish in this country no matter what. Now we're going to a quick break, and when we come back, I have something to discuss, so don't go nowhere. This talk show. Now we are going to question about a certain lady who was on her walk and she had to make a certain decision and she feel like she has made the wrong decision. Now, for every lady out there, we cannot argue with the fact that so far you're a lady, you're bound to have people that would make passes at you, whether you are married, whether you are single, whether you are somebody's mother, whether you're even heavily pregnant. A man will definitely find you attractive. Even mad women get impregnated. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether you're young, whether you're old, you always find someone that will just see and be like, oh, I want this person for myself. And it doesn't matter what atmosphere, what sphere you're, whether you're at work, whether you're at church, whether you're in school, people always come and make passes at you. It now depends on how you handle it. So a particular lady sent an email in, so I'm going to be reading it out so we could actually, listen to it and see whether she did the right thing or the wrong thing. Now, she said, I got my boss sacked because he made passes at me, because he asked me out, and she wants to know whether she did the right thing or the wrong thing. And she said, I work in a financial institution. I won't say which one, but one of my bosses at work was on my case for 8 days. He went and got my account number and he credited my account. He buys me pizza. He buys me food. I told him I would report him, but he kept on sending me messages that he likes me, and he calls me his office wife. Now, one day I recorded when he was calling me his office wife and every other thing that I said, and I told him I have the recording. Then he started begging, and he said he would request transfer to go to another branch, but I know that he would go there and he would chase other ladies too. And even his pregnant wife called me and she was begging me on his behalf. Now she was crying and she said they have 2 children, but I still reported him and I sent the audio to the head office, and he was fired. And I've been feeling bad since then because he lost his job because of me. Now she wants to know if she did the right thing or if she did the wrong thing. Let me start with Tomi. Have you ever been in a situation where, you know, you were at work or you were at school and you were harassed by somebody, you know, that was above you? Has that ever happened before?
Yes. Okay, how did I handle it? I think I did not go hard on the person because, yes, he's more matured and I'm a respectful person. I just told him that I am not. I think that even happened in school during my project, and I submitted, and then he told me to always come back, and I was always wondering, like, what exactly does he want? I'm done with my project. Sign this now. Let me go. He always look for little mistakes and tell me to come back, and I there was no other way for me to handle it after. He told me, he gave me my paper. I knew, okay, that was it. He was trying to show it, but because I was not even giving him the green light, so it just decided to just let it go. But because I was already done with school, there was no point. So,
there was no way for
that
him
was
to
just
hold you back.
that was how it ended. So regarding that, no, actually, but I think that was just once, and that was how it happened, and nothing else happened after that.
Okay, Judith, have you ever been in that situation before?
See, I've been in this situation.
How many times?
Well, they can't find any.
Was it in school? Was it in church? Was it in your workplace?
In school, it was one of my very good lecturers. I think I even turned him to school for that join.
And he still did that to you?
No, he didn't. After that, I changed the scenario. I made him see me as a daughter, a helpless daughter.
Okay.
So that became, the emotion changed from being romantic to I want to see this girl try.
Okay.
See,
how were you able to achieve that? Though? Maybe somebody could.
I told him my life story, history from my papa's psychology. I studied philosophy. I used the same course on him. We both studied philosophy, so I changed it. I used it for him.
So reverse psychology.
Yes, sir. And that's what I did. So I told him history from my father's house to my mother's house. This is a prayer. I need help, and he ended up helping me. Oh. Shout out to him. I love you. Financially die.
And he didn't make any passes anymore.
Calls me though he will call me my dear, but he wanted to see me now try.
I guess I'd say you're lucky because there are some people out there that once you even tell them you are vulnerable, they won't take more advantage.
So he wanted to see me try, and the scenario just changed. But I've had other, but I think from this story, it is very funny. He buy you pizza, you shop. He buy you gift, shake a letter.
The thing is,
no answer. Wait,
he got her account number, not through her.
But okay, the pizza where they buy for office.
He was giving her food,
and she was eating.
I guess she felt there's no harm in collecting gifts.
There's really no harm in collecting
gifts. You not collect gifts from people who come to check. You know whether you're not going to date them.
But see, when I used to collect this gift, Cassie, I used to tell them, me, I don't friend you.
She told him to.
But because if you are so strong, maybe see how strong she is now to fire the guy. If she was so strong, she would have not collected any of those gifts.
So you've never been in a situation where you knew you were not going to date somebody.
People know me this show now.
So you
I will chop your.
So are you going to fault her for collecting?
No, I'm saying how strong and so ethical that she is. She shouldn't even have collected the gifts. None of it. If he gives you pizza, you return the pizza. If he gives you money, you transfer money, you transfer it back. Yes, but for me, I will collect it and eat it. I'm just saying for how you people know me on this show. People now will cut up the money, even if I tell you I'm not do. Okay. That's me. But because I've had things like this, and I will just tell you I'm not interested. And for a while you keep coming, but you get tired, and I'll tell you I'm not interested. You get bored. To me, it was way too extreme to have someone fired. You're a fine girl. Enjoy your fineness. You're beautiful, but if you've told this person I don't want, the best you can do is to put a restraining order towards him. But even if his wife even called you, wife know that the husband has a problem. But she called you, please, I beg you, you understand? Please don't do this to my husband. Now you're not coming to tell us you are feeling sorry. Did you do the right thing? What do you want me to tell you? I should tell you that you did the right thing.
So you're saying she did the wrong thing?
I'm not saying. I'm asking now what you want to tell.
Because the way you are saying to is that she did the wrong thing. That she went too extreme.
She went too extreme. There are ways to handle. He has not harassed you. He just professing love. He has not harassed you. He has not done things that could make you go overboard. Because this is a man that has 2 kids. See, someone like me, I'll tell you, I will threaten you, and if I see that you're out there, I'm going to do this thing to you, but I won't do it because woman conscious. If you have family, me, I have family. But I think it was too extreme. It was too extreme. You didn't do the wrong thing. Because I won't advise any lady out there who someone is sexually harassing you to keep quiet or keep mute. If you know it's beyond extreme, you report the person to the police. I'm saying there should have been a better way to handle. You should have put a restraining order from him, take him to the police, put his picture, and they will serve him a letter, and they will tell him, I don't want to see you 6 feet or 5 feet.
But they work in the same environment.
Yes, but they can tell him,
you don't be able to work.
They
can't are not working.
See,
in the
because
same
they can tell him.
He explain to his boss that I can't go close to
no
because they gave me.
They can tell him you only approach this lady when you have, as in anything important information about the company you want to pass to her.
So what if her mental health is affected by
this one does not have. This lady is bold. She does not have mental health.
You can't say for sure.
I'm saying for her to still fire this guy, not be like person will get mental health. Look at now. No, this person be like person will get mental health.
All right, let me move on to Somi. Based on what she's saying, she feels like the lady went, too far. What do you think? Do you think she handled it perfectly, or she went to the extreme?
I also agree with you, baby. And there's something called fine girl privilege, and I feel that was what happened. As a lady, even if nothing is wrong with you, men will come to you and just want to offer you things. And let's look at how it happened. Just 8 days. That was not enough. And then looking at the fact that he said he volunteered, or he gave the opinion that, you know what, I'm going to transfer myself. Meaning that he even told his wife, meaning that the wife called you to tell you that, oh no, please don't do this. And you end up doing it. You see that you did the right thing, but maybe the wrong way, the wrong approach. You should have just told him, threaten him, but don't go ahead to now do it. I feel it was a wrong move, because the truth is, she's going to regret it for a long time. I don't know if she's going to, because this man has a pregnant wife, 2 children, and
I'm sure that their job is a good paying job.
Okay, so what could have been the right way to me? Because we know there are some people that don't used to hear no. The more you are saying no, the more they feel gingered, like, oh my God, I need to do more. Maybe if I do more, she'll finally agree. So maybe during that 8 days, she had been saying, no, this cannot work, but he just kept on firing, kept on giving her more money, buying her more things. What would have been the perfect way for her to have finally handled the situation?
I feel the way to have handled the situation already happened. He said he was going to transfer himself. Let him do that.
But she didn't want other ladies to fall victim. She probably felt, let me teach him a lesson.
That
this lesson has been taught now. Where else they actually employ him? He's not going to look at any lady.
Wait, Cassie, wait, he said she doesn't want that. Are you the ladies that are there?
She's been a sister's keeper.
She's alone.
Some ladies don't mind.
Some ladies don't mind.
You see all the ladies out there that will mind.
Don't keep my sister from me.
I think she was trying to look out for every other lady out there.
As what, Mother Teresa?
It's possible. I wouldn't fault her for it, would I?
Wait, so you sack person 8 days when the person never even check you this 1 month. Now just 8 days.
That's not enough.
Do you know what this means? To me, it means he has been doing this before, getting away with it, and then it got to the point where, because she recorded, he knew that, oh, I've messed up, and now I want to request transfer to go and continue, because his wife knows.
See,
that means the fact that his wife knows means he's a serial cheat, and she has accepted
her lifestyle.
So this is who he is. This is what he does. He's not likely to change. But then, if he pays the grand price, maybe it will change his psyche. So it's possible that what she did would change him completely. So when he gets employed, he's going to be like, okay, you know what?
So how would you live with yourself, Cassie?
Okay, we were watching the video before we started, right?
Yeah.
of a lady, a young baby that was playing with fire.
Yeah.
And I told the baby before, don't play with this fire. So the parent just sat back. And when that child touched the fire, what did the child do? The child ran away. So now he has touched fire.
This is
and it has burnt him. And he has run away. So I don't think any other place he will be employed.
Kasi, this is
he would want to
extreme.
harass any
See,
lady again.
did they force you to open your leg for a man as a lady?
Why can't
Say, if you don't want,
also take initiative?
if you don't want,
I'm not interested.
You
so
said
let me
it.
be.
Men will always chase after anything on the skirt. Some men, actually, I lay emphasis on that. Some men, but you don't tell them who to chase. You are the one who will decide, I don't want you. So, but making someone lose his job over 8 days of tracking you, you collected the money, you didn't make the transfer back. You ate the pizza. You took the gift.
She didn't put a gun to his head. Though.
No, Cassie, you took. If you wanted to be so stern on your ethical morals, like saying, I don't want a married man chasing me, you shouldn't have taken anything from him. What are you saying? You shouldn't have taken nothing from him. You don't take his money, you don't take his food, you don't take nothing.
So what if she was not able to find his account number to transfer?
No lie, she know the man account number. You top what this money finish.
You don't know hers. You have to collect it from somebody. So
the same way he looks for her own. You go and look for your girl.
Going through all the stress.
So
of finding his account.
So
how will she
see,
explain
if
to
it's me,
why she
if
needs
it's me
account
that is that
number?
man, I swear, Makachuku, you will pay all those money I give you. You will pay it back. I will not lie. And you will pay all the. Shey you know what?
How do you want to go
you
to
know,
court?
you know what? You know what? You dey chop the money. And imagine that man was sending her 1 million. She now get 4 million inside her account for that 8 days. When they send her, that's okay. That's the of being a fine girl.
That's one problem with ladies.
Okay, you know what person gonna chop person money? Which kind to be that one?
Material things and sex. You know, some men will tell you that you were collecting my money, I offer you sex, you're telling me no. The moment you don't want anything with this man, tell him I don't.
This is simple like that, Cassie. See,
Do we practice what we are saying?
Cassie, me.
You will collect.
Me, I will tell you. See, I will tell you. I will collect it now. We ship it though. But you know.
But exactly.
But this one, no. This one is claiming to. No, Cassie. This lady, this lady is claiming she's morally upright. You understand? She doesn't like.
Morally upright in the sense of I don't want to sleep with you. It's not me. I will not collect the gift.
I know.
But I don't want to
see.
Sleep with you.
There is something my pastor always say. My pastor says he always say if you don't somebody. Don't any from them.
She didn't make the request.
She didn't. She ended up there where she didn't do this request. She didn't make the request. When it's her, she returned it back.
You give me pizza, I tell you, I'm not interested.
Take your pizza. You see that pizza go shock and ready because I'm not saying she didn't do the right thing because I don't want her to feel bad that she didn't. But I'm saying there are better ways to handle the situation. I know some men can go overboard just to cheat. Just to commit adultery. But I'm saying because of the kids, because of the family, because of the home.
So now you're trying to understand a cheating man's
No, I'm not understanding a cheating man. I am saying it was too extreme. I'm not pitying me. See, I have no issue with the man. I don't care about him because I am thinking about the home.
For him.
I'm thinking about the home. The home, because this man looks like the breadwinner.
I hope
he has the bread cream.
It's possible he has to sleep with other colleagues too. Probably with her protection.
Now
don't they have mouths?
Don't wait. Is she
fighting the battle?
He's fighting the battle.
For him to learn his lesson.
The wife first call he said, I beg auntie no.
Because she has no choice.
You see the thing, she get no choice because she got no choice.
Well, I'm sure she would want a partner who is faithful.
She wants a partner and a partner who is faithful and broke. I cannot take care of two family.
Nobody wants a cheating partner.
Nobody wants it. But the woman has called you and begged you like woman to woman.
I feel that was enough.
See,
she called you, begged
you, say please. I know that my husband.
Yes.
And my husband is a foolish man.
Let it go.
My husband is a foolish man.
Let me move over to Tommy. Can we accept the fact that it's possible that she has experienced something akin to this before, and the person went to extreme, probably harassed her, molested her, and it has stayed in her head and affected her mentally? Can we look at that line of thought?
Okay, that's another angle, Joe.
That she's already dealing with some trauma from the past.
Okay.
It's possible. And then this person comes and then brings it again and just digs up that trauma. And within 8 days, she's, thinking about anytime she sees him, her mental health is, being collapsing or whichever one.
Firstly, I feel she needs therapy, if that is the case. She needs therapy because you can't always do that. If you're trying to use that example, that means even in 2 days.
The one in the wrong,
I see a lot of men will come to you and tell you, oh, fine girl, you know, fine lady, you look good today, you do this. There's some ladies that even get offended with the fact that a guy tells you, you smell nice. Will you not sack me because I told you smell nice?
That one is different.
I'm just saying that some people would do some things.
Let's assume he was single. Maybe she would have not taken it to the extreme.
Yes, now.
But it's possible someone that was
she will see him as a good man.
Had probably maybe raped her in the past or molested her or harassed her or did something terrible to her, and she just has it out for married men who cannot keep their thing in between their legs. And so this one, she said, you know what? You're going to face the punishments.
Because I'm not saying she
face
did
the beat of the drum, so that next time you won't do this again. So why can we not see it from that angle? That
I am not saying this. Cassie, listen. I am not saying
it's a lesson learned.
See, Cassie, I'm not saying this lady did wrong. I'm just saying there is a way to manage the situation.
Because
that
there are some men, Judith, we understand. We've met men in this life.
Yes.
There are some men that no to them means
because
nothing.
this man said I was going to transfer. Let him. Since it's you're fighting for your own safety. You're fighting for your own safety. You're fighting for your own sanity. And this man said, okay, fine. I'll be out of your hair.
I remember there was a time that something called Me Too was trending. A situation where people were speaking up because they had been harassed at work and molested, and because one person decided to speak up, was able to save, you know, a couple of other people too. So maybe this is her trying to save some other people from being harassed by him.
So wait, Cassie, he said I will transfer. And you would tell him, no, Cassie, there is a threat. There is an audio. There is an audio. She will use it against him.
So how will she know if he's doing it? How will she know?
She would know. She knows. She will look for someone. Yes. Yes, Cassie. She will look. She will tell. No, Cassie. She will send him this audio.
Nobody is going to be able to tell her because it's going to be something coded.
Cassie, she will tell him, if I had a wind that this same thing that happened here happened in that
and
branch.
You think that's supposed to stop a man who cheats?
Yes, that's why he wanted to transfer in the first place.
Because
that was why he wanted to transfer, because of the audio she had of him.
Okay, so what happens if the person that he meets next is not bold enough to even speak up for her to get the wind of it?
The person that he meets next is not bold enough to
speak up for her to get the wind of it. No, because some people actually are very feeble. Once you come to them and you know
Cassie,
they just
because I want to be on
because
I want to be on this man's matter, or because I want this man to be sane or to be pure, I would get to know where he was transferred to and get a person there.
So I will not make it my own agenda.
Shena, you are living the end now.
Yes. Of all the ladies,
not all the ladies, one person.
Them, this man, no.
Oh,
he's a harasser. If he harasses you,
preach to the man.
Me.
Preach him.
Does that always work though?
Preach for him or
Does
pray
that
for
always
him.
work though? Pray for really. We're now doing the pray.
Pray for him now.
Really?
Why can't you pray for him?
The wife, how many prayer points has she done?
You join forces with that. But all I'm saying is that it was too extreme. Like, seriously, someone like me would have gotten him a restraining order.
Okay.
From the police.
Let's look at it from he went to extreme. Let's imagine that he actually harassed her. Maybe started touching her body whenever she's moving down.
Then she can take that step.
Then there's a reason to.
But
with that, what you just read, what you told us, there is nothing. Maybe she did not even give us the real details, or the details were not even clear enough. But with that 8 days, he gave you pizza, gave you money.
Hey, money. Money, said the money well. I said the money well.
I feel we're being so harsh on her. And being too lenient on the man.
Cassie, nobody's saying the man did wrong and did right for toasting a lady.
I don't think there should be any grace for a man who cheats whatsoever. A married man who has a pregnant wife.
Cassie, all I'm saying.
Think about her mental health. Of course, she has to beg because she doesn't have the money of her own to take care of her kids. So her husband is a breadwinner.
Someone like me.
So she's begging on his behalf. But the man should not even be cheating in the first place.
I'm saying that was too extreme. Why? Because I would have gone to the police. I would have gone to the security and put a restraining order. Cassie,
is it too many movies? Let's be realistic.
No.
How do you want to get a restraining order?
Yes.
When you're working
the restraining order doesn't need to be like, they'll just see, the thing will be listed that you don't harass this woman.
Wait, you want to go to police. Wait first. The police that will know that somebody is asking me out. So please let me give you a restraining order. Asking, no, it's not, because they will ask you, is it touching you? No. Is it doing you any harm? All he's not chill. The police that we know, all he's doing is like asking you out. Chill.
A lawyer can handle this.
Let's be realistic. All he's doing is asking you out. Has he committed a crime? Has he? No, he hasn't. So how do you go to police and say you want to get returning order for somebody that has not even
There are
done
good
anything
police officers
illegal
that
to
will
you?
do this.
Which
There are
police
good lawyers
officer
that you can
that will
write.
give you restraining
See,
order for
yes,
somebody that
there are
is a
good
threat to your
lawyers that
life?
you can meet who will
For
give
you
you
to
what
get
to
restraining
do.
order, the person must be a threat to your life.
It's a threat to my life. You
How?
want to
He's
rape
asking
me
you
one day.
out.
You want to rape me
Where's
one
your
day.
evidence?
See, because there are good
All he has
lawyers.
done is to give you
See,
money.
there are good lawyers that you would meet. They will tell you what to do. See, because but sacking this man.
OPO is costly to get a lawyer. Lawyers don't come cheap.
I have friends like that. That's why I used to have friends everywhere.
There is one thing we should understand in a work setting, that we have an HR who I feel also works with the company and then the staffs as well.
Yeah.
Why can't you just tell the HR? And the HR would also have a better way to address it to this man. Oh, she says she doesn't like it. Stop doing this. Because I feel that if the HR is a man, the guy would have said, oh, he's just a man. He's just joking. He's just playing. Maybe he just likes, there's people that just like you for no reason. So we should not blame men for that. We've also enjoyed those privileges. Even at work here, we've enjoyed it. People would treat you specially. That's what I'm saying, that 8 days is not enough.
Okay.
Assuming
so
it was.
If it's that HR that she sent it to that got her sacked? Because she said she sent it to the head office, but she didn't tell us who she sent it to.
Head office.
So it's possible
Head
that
office.
Cassie, it's just as if he passed here.
You get.
Let's imagine she's working in a bank and there is branch. You do not send it to a branch.
You now went to headquarters.
At the head office, it was the HR that was sent.
You know, that guy said that go the CEO of the company.
Exactly.
No, they mice the word.
Okay, so now let's look at it from the company's angle. Was it right for the company to have sacked them
before?
Yes,
of course now.
Because some companies also feel like you have a relationship with them, so it's possible.
It's possible now.
So that is
before the man know that they will sack him.
But he didn't do anything bad, really, when you think about it. So why did he have to be sacked?
There are companies that have no policy, rules and regulations. That if you are harassing a staff, even and the staff is saying no, you are supposed to be out of there. There are companies that their rules are that strict. In some companies, once two staffs get married, one has to leave.
Yeah.
So there are companies that have strict rules. Maybe your company can be choosing before. You can come out. You understand? There are companies that have strict rules. So the company did, and maybe it must be written in their rules and regulations. And that is why he knows that if that thing gets wind, if the company gets wind of it, they will sack. And that's why he was saying, okay, I would apply for a transfer. Maybe he knows the rules and regulations of that company.
That same rule also applies to another company, the next branch too. So I'm going to stand on the fact that he needed to learn a lesson.
So
he needed to be burnt a bit.
Okay. So now they don't burn and finish.
For real. How did they say to you?
How would that guy that
like let your head be alright?
So that lady now.
How can you?
So why is she feeling? Why is she feeling sad?
Sleepless nights?
How can you be a married man and be constantly cheating on your pregnant wife? So if she sleeps with you now without protection, you get infected. You carry it back to your wife.
So why is she feeling sad?
The baby inside your wife's tummy, the children that you have. That's so. Come on.
So why is she feeling sad
so
now?
careless? Because she has a conscience.
Auntie, you see that your conscience? Bold yourself, brace yourself, shake your body.
We do things
be
in
a bold person.
And we feel bad for it, but it was the right thing to do.
Because I'm not saying it was the wrong thing. I'm saying there are ways. Because I feel in this kind of country,
they have loopholes. To call police, you cannot just go to police and
in this kind of country, you want to sack somebody now
because somebody is asking you out. They will tell you it's the same police that when husband and wife bring their issue, they will say go and settle his marital issue. You will not go and meet a policeman and say my boss at work is asking me out. He will laugh at you in your face. Because he has not even harassed you, raped you, or done anything to you. Okay, go to HR.
Okay, I like the fact they are saying he has not done anything to her.
Yeah.
Good. He has not done anything to her, and she not sacking. No.
Mental health was
mental health
like
mental.
Said,
because she has not.
Let's look at this from
past experience.
Let's look at this from another angle.
Yeah.
What if it was the boss? Like the CEO himself, what would she do? Sack the boss? What will you do? You can't.
We can now thank God that he's not the boss.
Tell what?
Let's thank God he's not the boss. Because if he happened to be the boss, I think she would have had to leave if she could not bear it. But thankfully, he's not. So she actually had somebody to go to.
So she took all this money for 8 days, took all the food for 8 days. Then
How much is even the money?
I don't
I think right now she needs to return everything, both the pizza, the money.
Yes, now.
Return it.
Because he needs to feed his family. You have sacked him now. Have you not sacked him? No, because me, I'm saying
the extra punishment for what he did. So he deserves
Okay.
to actually lose that money. Everything that he invested in her, he deserves to
Me, I'm
lose
saying
it.
if you want to be strong in your rules, in your views, be strong to the end.
Honestly.
So that when you are sacking, you stand with and say, I took nothing from this man.
Okay.
I took nothing.
You know what? You've been asked out by a married man before.
Before?
And you knew deep inside you that you are never going to do anything.
Yes,
with him. Yes or no?
I still chop the money.
You've been asked, no, wait. You've been asked out by a married man before.
Me, I know say I be like her now.
First, and you collected.
I did not collect money.
You see,
He did not even offer me money first.
She stand to her rule.
Yes.
Me.
He didn't give you anything.
Nothing.
Me, I shop
no
money.
married man.
Why are you making emphasis?
that
I said he
like
did.
you and
They came, but he did not give me anything. Nobody
I
gave me
feel
anything.
Would you have collected?
No, I don't
You see,
want.
this is somebody that is standing
I
for
am
her
loved at home. Is that not enough?
See, this is somebody. Me, I tell the man, me, I know you. But if you say shop, me, I could go free food. Though. You know what you want to do. If you say I want to have my career, you want me in school, so I will let
Okay,
the money.
now imagine this married man. You've collected things from him and you've said no to him, and God forbid, one of those days he harasses you.
You know,
just God forbid, because you've been accepting, of course,
As
now,
I used to see them in
because
public,
you are giving him, your red light is not strong. Actually,
my
you
red
are
light-
saying you don't
my-
want to do, but you're collecting
I'm
something from him.
I'm still there. I'm chopping
So
now.
in a way, he's still believing that you might still say yes. That's how men work. So
that kind thing.
let's just have this.
This is what they call local scam. That kind thing. You know they meet time for
many
public.
ladies have tried to be like, okay, I'm smart. I will collect money and run, but then unfortunately for them, they fell into the trap.
And I don't go the trap. Me, I know they go
So
where.
what if
Now
God
only where
forbid-
would they shop?
What
Nah,
if God
and
forbid,
I
let's say you are smart enough. Let's say God forbid somebody else tried to play the same game with you and she fell to his trap and got raped.
I go tell you
How will
sorry.
she explain?
I would like say, sorry, your grace and my grace. It's not the same thing. Because me, that kind of thing, you know, say this thing are streets. We all in streets. If you you are in streets. If we collect money from person and you don't tell the person say, you know, like I don't like you. You don't chop. Me. Then no be now. Then that life that I go shop you. And the things I don't want, you see they come and go, I feel you are the helper that God has sent my way. At that point, me and Nengi will say, you cannot. She's a helper.
Okay, so to wrap up the whole conversation now, to me, do you think she did the right thing or the wrong thing?
She did the wrong thing.
Okay, Judith,
You did not handle it well.
Right or wrong?
She is right, but she didn't handle it well.
You're on the fence. Right or wrong?
No, I don't tell you say you do right thing. If I don't tell you say you do right thing, you did not go where. You are right in your mind, but the way you go about it is not good. You have sacked human being now. The man cannot even chase anybody against a broke human being.
I would say you did the right thing, girl. You needed to learn a strong, deep, intense lesson, and you showed him that. Now that he has seen pepper and he has touched fire, never in his life again will he go into an establishment and want to ask any lady out, knowing fully well that he has a woman at home that can satisfy his needs. So kudos to you, Queen.
Cassie, you will sleep well like this.
There are so many ladies on the streets.
Cassie, you sleep well like this. You do this to somebody
it's not
like
their workplaces. So
maybe better.
Cassie, so you will sleep well. You will sleep well like this.
This should sit
You
in
will
the
sleep
lesson.
well.
Why-
You will
why
sleep
not?
well. You will sleep well
It's
like
the
that.
cold side of the pillow.
That you know that you
Breeze
sack
blowing my
somebody.
body.
That children are you that like children. That the children are they have a father that now cannot provide for them. You sleep well.
I know, because their father should be faithful.
You sleep
So their
well.
father needs to learn a lesson. Their father will definitely get another job. It's not if he'll be unemployed for
What
the
if
rest
they
of his
steal
life.
his name?
He will go to another establishment. He will switch career, whichever one. It's his mistake. He has laid his bed, so he should lie on it.
Because it's better to
Actions
resign
have
than for company to sack
consequences.
you. Sure you know.
need to learn.
Sure you know.
In life, actions have consequences. He has
know.
committed that act. He's facing the
And let
consequences.
me
he has to dance
see
to
what
the
I used to
tune.
pray for all those kind of that they should see what will happen today. Is it that they should carry something
It's the same
one disease
people.
and they will not pass it to their wife.
It will be passed. How
it will not
it's
pass.
slap-
It will not
it's
pass.
sleeping with her and
Or
then the baby
maybe
in the tummy.
one day as she's going to go and sleep with one girl, you will have accident and die.
Which one is better? Like they sack you know you can find job, or they kill you. Which one is better?
So
it's not better. Come on.
But say I cannot sleep with that children don't have food to
The
eat.
father will be all right.
And
God
you
will
will-
provide for the children. He has learnt his lesson. Next time, he said he become
As he
okay.
will sleep
Because
well.
this same person will become a CEO tomorrow and he'll be molesting his staff. Saying that he has the power, because now he does not really have power. That's why he's begging to request for transfer. But imagine when he's the CEO of a company and he knows there's nothing you can do except for you to resign.
Me, I'm saying-
Imagine the things he will do. So this was
This
the best
lady,
option for
you
her.
are very good. Return all the things you collect from your boss.
That one is his business. Now we'll go on a quick break. And then
Return
when we
it.
come back, we'll be discussing what's trending. So don't go nowhere.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, eccentric, as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trendy conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on
You're welcome back to the latest conversation, but rather we're moving on to what's trended. Now, there's a story going online that has got social media agog about a certain lady who owns an ushering agency, and one of her staff was careless enough and got his phone stolen. Now, she felt so bad about it because, hey, you came working for me when this happened to you, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you some money for you to add up to the one you have for you to get a new phone. Now, she sent him about 44,000 naira, but then when he got the money, he did not call to say, Madam, I've gotten the money. Neither did he say, thank you for the money. He kept mute for a couple of weeks. And she called him and she said, did you not get the money I sent you for you to get yourself a new phone? And he said, yes, I got it. But still, he did not say, I'm sorry I didn't call you. Still, he did not say, thank you. So she waited to the end of the month for salary time. And when it became time for salary payment, she did not give him his full salary. She gave him half. And then when he called her saying, Madam, you didn't send me my full salary, she said, the money I sent you earlier, that is the half of your salary plus one I just paid you now. And now he wants to take her to court because he feels like you gave me that money willingly to help me get a new phone and I deserve my full salary. So lawyers in the house, we are not going to discuss the case. Do you think the lady did the wrong thing by not paying him his full salary, or, you know, she did the right thing because he's an ungrateful human being? Show me, what do you think?
I feel she was just trying to pass out a message to the man, to the guy, but she should have paid the full salary and then maybe look for another way to just pass that message across to him.
Which other way could she have? He did not show any remorse. She called. He didn't even say, I'm sorry.
Maybe she just let it go. Maybe you should just let it go. He has that entitlement mentality. That's why he's not even saying thank you in the first place. But really, you can't. She was trying to mix business with whatever she did. So business aside, maybe when next he needs help, you can't come to me for help. Well, you should have actually just paid him his full salary. And then when people say that, so yes, they'll go and call lawyer for what? How much is the salary? Because ushering job, you pay lawyer to come and do what exactly?
Lawyers too are expensive.
Lawyers too will collect money. So what's the point? Well, I don't know, but I feel
I
guess
that's why they brought it to social media so that we can.
Okay, like Twitter court, you know, people. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Judith, what do you think about your story?
See, in this life, if you don't give money where you want give person, if you don't forget her, don't give her more. Because the thing is that this boss, she just see I know it's not easy to be a boss, but that's why most times if I cannot help you, I will not help you. You understand? You were careless on the job, you lost your phone. And she was being kind because she has a good mind. And she said, okay, because I know this boy, before he will save up to get this phone or get a new phone, it will take him a long time. Let me just be of assistance. You know, sometimes when you're helping people, don't expect anything in return. That's just the thing. Don't expect them to roll on the floor. Don't expect them to be grateful for their help because they didn't even ask for their help. So I think that was where she was expecting too much from this young man. and he wasn't going to give it to you. Because that's like if you ask him now, he would tell you, did I tell my boss to send me money? Do you get me? So I think she was expecting a lot from an ungrateful person. Someone that is ungrateful is ungrateful. You cannot bring a grateful, someone that is thankful is thankful. And warning, be careful of the door you shut, because you don't know, one day you might need to open that same door. And that's where this young man failed. Because there's a saying that say, when somebody gives you something, you thank the person for it, it will move the person to do more. No matter how little someone gives me something, no matter, I'm always thankful. So someone will ask me, you never do, you don't take me for this thing. Because so that when you don't know, you can trigger the person to do that, because of thank you can make that boss even say, how much is this one you want to get? Do you understand? Aside from his salary, and she would buy a phone.
But then, you said something about how when you want to help somebody, don't really put your mind expecting, but should that be, an excuse as to letting somebody get away with being ungrateful and entitled?
See, why? Because
you definitely meet people like that a lot in life. You will meet them the other way every single time. They do that to you.
If I want to lend someone money, I lend you what I can let go, so that I don't have to be killing myself.
So that means for every single person that you lend money to that decides to not pay back, you'll be letting them go every single time.
They're still holding me.
Every single time you let go.
Because I cannot kill myself. Because if you see, when you're expecting so much from people, they will disappoint you. So it's better you don't even expect too much. Because that boy,
it's easier said than done.
That boy is an ungrateful human being. We have established it. He doesn't have a heart of thanksgiving. Even to God that used to give him bread, I'm not sure he used to tell him thank you every morning. Do you understand? So I feel she should have just, I will sack me. I will just pay your salary. And you're awful.
Now, I was actually going to come to that.
I will pay you.
Don't you feel like what she should have done was to pay him his full salary?
I will sack you. Okay. Because I cannot.
I feel that is even better.
I can't. If I get bad things towards you, if you work for the same space with me, because anything you do, because I'm the boss, I'll be tassassing you. So and I'll be feeling bad. I don't say this even when you do good. So what I'll have done is I'll just pay you your money and tell you I'm no longer in need of your service, because as a boss, you need to have this relationship with your staffs that, yes, you're the boss, but there's this cordial relationship you can't be having, because they are working for you, and if you're not in good terms with them, they cannot work well. It's just as if there's a authority over you. If you're not in good terms with that authority, you can't do that person's work well. And if your authority over you is not even happy with you, you can't even produce well. It's nature.
But previously on the other segment of the show, you said something about how, if somebody does not do something, you collect your money back. Is it possible that she could say that earlier 44,000 naira that I sent to you, you're going to have to return it so I can give you your full salary? Do you think that's something?
No, that one now. No.
Sorry, please come again.
Like, she said something about the other situation where the lady has to return things to the married man because at the end of the day, blah, 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 she enjoyed the money. So now, this guy, is it possible that the staff can ask the guy that she sent the 44,000 to return my money to me, and then I pay you your full salary?
So that can't happen, because the guy won't pay back the money. But like we rightly said, that the right thing for her to have done was just to rather look away or sack him, or just call him and tell you what you did was wrong. Because looking at it, I want to believe that the age range between that the guy and the lady, it's good, because it's a nursery job. It's only little boys to find there and ladies too. So there's a way you call him as a brother and tell him that what you did was wrong. Next time you don't do that. Next time you won't find someone who would help you, because yes, we know we have kids these days, and maybe the amount of money she sent was just for a Torchlight phone, and he was like, what do I want to use it for? So he was not even happy. What would I would say thank you for?
Still money in his phone.
Exactly. Still going through is he's not been able to be on TikTok and the likes. So maybe he was also going through all of that, which is not definitely an excuse to also misbehave, but he should have said thank you, and also the boss should have just either look away or just sack him and tell you, you know what, it's an ushering job though. I feel sometimes it's not even a fixed job. It's you come today, or maybe you work in another organization today, agency rather. So I just feel that's my take on that.
Okay, now because we still have a couple of minutes on our hands, let's talk about the Bobrisky situation. With everything that's been happening now, it's possible that he might get sent back to jail. Now, if that actually happens, do you think that would
Why are you dancing?
Do you think that would be something that he deserves, or that will not be fair? Because even though he was not in prison, he has stayed locked behind closed doors for a couple of months. So that's still
which
some
closed doors,
of
Bosha?
prison.
Closed doors.
You know we have some luxury prisons in the world, not in Nigeria. Cheap.
Cassie!
You know we have some luxury prisons. I think in Norway and some other countries where you know they are flats.
No,
it's
yes,
very good.
but it's prison, no.
It's still prison.
But
So
it's
it's
my
possible
friend.
that this is still.
I know. In our Nigeria, we don't
This
have
could still be prison.
Cassie, in our Nigeria, we don't be truthful now.
Yeah, we know we don't have it.
In our Nigeria, we don't have. See, let me tell you.
But
this will teach people a lesson that if in this Nigeria they do good and you do good magomagoli, keep the magomagoli to yourself.
Do you think?
Don't be a
Go
sorrow.
back to jail.
That is sorrow. Put him in trouble now, and you carry him back to that
Already
prison.
been established, but do you think he deserves being taken back to jail?
They should just pardon him because I would not want that him to go back to jail. You understand? So they should him pardon him.
Okay, tell me, what do you think?
I think they should pardon him too, or her. Just pardon him. Shim, okay. Let's face something else, honestly. Let's
like so much in this country.
They cannot be. See, they cannot be the
fixated on very dark man. And Bobrisky.
They have shifted the notion. People are shouting that fuel is increasing, money, we need money.
Watching now is
Bobrisky like, is that what we need in this 64 years? 64. We are going to be watching very dark man and Bobrisky.
While some youths were protesting on October 1st, some people were on Twitter talking about Bobrisky and...
They are the one doing it though.
But then we're going to have to call it a wrap on the show. Thank you so much, Tomilola Daniel. Thank you so much, Unity Project Way. I still remain your host, Chikasi Ogbo, and I'll see you on that episode of the Ladies Talk Show. You have a wonderful rest of your night. Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to Chocolate and I say to every bit of juiciest news, fashion, news, movies, and trending comments. Get on your person with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Each Century could be showing on your TV screen Western Spring Television and your own archives.
Some people say animals don't laugh, but perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used in catching bushmeat often kills the gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, to agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies.
Most in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Demola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update on Rave 91.7 FM and West Spring Television, channel 190 StarTimes DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. The bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the state of artisans across the state of the Spring. You will discuss how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged. Living Spring Update will delve into the detail of ongoing structural projects, new initiatives in education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. In every day, Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.